When a man dabbles in the occult, he unknowingly unleashes a malevolent darkness he can't control. Night after night, he is tormented by the tentacles of terror. Unable to keep himself or his family safe, he consults the help of a white witch as he struggles to break the chains that bind him. Will he be freed or continue to be besieged by the hands of hell? This is the untold story of the demonic haunting of the house on Church Street in Michigan, also known as the Randy Irvin case. It's been a while since I've delved into a haunting as terrifying as this one, so with due caution, I wouldn't recommend watching this at night or alone. Standish, Michigan, originally named Granton, is a rural town near Lake Huron. Long before the hustle and bustle of the modern world, Native Americans used to call its land home, living, hunting, and dying upon its grounds. Their descendants in the modern day, like their ancestors, still very much believe in the power of the spiritual realm, and with their profound sense of respect for it, also comes a deep respect of the dead, and a belief further that disturbing their resting place can bring forth horrible things. Perhaps their beliefs are true. Our story begins in 1974 in Standish. A then 22-year-old man named Randy Irvin has lived in the area his entire life. After graduating high school, he decided that college wasn't the right path for him. In fact, he didn't know what that path was. As many young people often do, Randy was soul-searching, surfing couches, working random jobs for a few bucks in his pocket, and not really pursuing a career, but rather trying to pursue just who he was and who he wanted to be. That would change, however, when one day Randy landed a job at the United States Postal Service. With a good income, instead of sleeping at friends' homes, Randy sought a home of his own. Lucky for him, his father, Roy, bought properties and fixed them up, neither sold or rented them. He had recently acquired an old fixer-upper not too far from where Randy was working, and if he assists him with the renovations, he'll allow him to live there. Randy agrees and soon heads to work for his dad. For weeks, Randy works mornings, and right after work heads to the house to work well into the night alongside his father. One chilly afternoon, as father and son are digging up the basement floor, they would uncover something very unexpected. As one of their shovels dug into the earth, it hit something solid. Pulling it back and shoving the dirt off to the side, the two are astonished by what they see. They pull forth from the soil what appears to be a human femur bone. Struck by this unnerving discovery, and as if Pandora's box had been opened, the questions onto how and why someone would be buried underneath their home began to be speculated on at a furious pace. The home itself was over 100 years old. Was it a deliberate death, an accident, or something else? The story of what took place was perhaps lost to the sands of time. However, more bones would be discovered by the pair throughout the night. The following morning, Randy's father contacts a local physician to come and inspect the bones to make sure that they're human and to get advice as to what to do next. When the physician arrives, he examines the remains for several minutes and concludes that they certainly are human, but judging on their aged appearance and having had similar experiences in the past, he explains to the men that they probably stumbled across an old Indian burial ground, something that was extremely common in Standish. His advice was to respect the dead, rebury the bones, and be done with it. So the two would do just that. And although neither of them were happy that someone was buried underneath the home, they did what they could to be as respectful as possible. Feeling good about the reburial, they would continue fixing up the house. And several weeks later, Randy would move in. This newfound sense of freedom was coupled with something strange and new. Something about the discovery seems to have a grip on Randy. It disturbed, but also intrigued him. He develops a fascination with Indian burial grounds and their mysterious nature. Hungry for more knowledge, on his lunch break at work one day, Randy decides to stop into a bookstore to see just what he can find on the subject. As he perused the aisle of books, one in particular seemed to call out to him. It was a leather-bound book with golden lettering. Its title read, Witchcraft in Practice and Study. Drawn to it, he opens the book to reveal its contents, and the first page he reads says that spirits can manifest from consecrated burial grounds. Reading further, he comes across a list of spirits that the book said could be communicated with the most, that these powerful entities had never been human, but rather existed in a state between heaven and hell. And if one were to conjure these spirits, each one could assist in certain ways. One of those ways was the discovery of buried riches. Upon reading this sentence, Randy's eyes widened. In the Irvin family, it was discussed that many moons ago, their relatives had buried some valuable goods deep within the earth, but where remained a mystery. Greatly intrigued in what this book had to offer, Randy would purchase it from the store and return to work to finish his shift. In the words of Randy himself, I kept this purchase very secret. I didn't tell my friends, family, or anybody. I wanted to experiment on my own without anyone else coming in and telling me not to do it or that it was dumb. This was my personal decision to venture, and I wasn't going to be disturbed while doing that. Later that day, Randy would return home with his new book. Sitting on his couch and placing it on his coffee table, he unfurled its pages and began to read. The book laid out various instructions for the conjuring of spirits, prerequisites, if you will. He had to control his environment. This meant no music, no light, and total concentration when performing the ritual. After ensuring that these prerequisites were met, he places a chair in his living room, and with dusk now settling on the horizon, his windows open to a light breeze, Randy sits mostly in darkness. Shrouded in the shadows, he begins to read out loud, following the book's instructions to conjure 4 spirits, entities who will supposedly assist him with specific tasks if successful. He would recite the following, calling forth each creature by its name. I call the 4 to come to me: Anastasia, Lavariki, Corazonia, Simasani. In this place that I dwell, to bring you here with this spell. What is dark to be filled with light. Bring these spirits into sight. He chants the spell multiple times, and suddenly, a strong gust of cold wind blows through his living room windows. This knocks over a shelf and a lamp. The odd thing is, there is no strong wind on the forecast for the day. Startled, but not fully convinced, he closes both of them and sits back down to speculate. In his own words, they were supposed to show up immediately. I expected perhaps some voices, maybe writing on the wall. I waited and waited and thought maybe I did something wrong. So I decided to try again another time. I closed the book and got ready for bed. Randy would lay down for the night and begin to sleep, thinking that no one had answered his calls. However, the very next night, something indeed did. As he again lays in his bed sleeping, he is suddenly flung back into reality through the sound of glass breaking coming from his living room. Worried that someone had broken into his home, he grabs a baseball bat and apprehensively makes his way towards the room. Swallowing his fear, he rushes towards the sound. When he gets close enough, he would come face to face with nothing. Confused and on high alert now, he glances around the room but sees no intruder. But then he hears multiple footsteps behind him. Rushing towards those, he's once again bewildered. There's no one there. After a sweep of the entire home, and with this the discovery that all of its doors and windows had seemingly been untouched, he spent some time pondering just what exactly had happened, but finally decides to lay back down to salvage what little sleep is left. The following morning, he's thrust awake yet again, but this time it's by the ringing of a telephone. It's his mother, Belva. She's calling from Mississippi. She moved there after her and Randy's father got a divorce some years ago. The reason for her call is all the more interesting. She had a hunch, a feeling that something was deeply wrong, and she felt compelled to move back as soon as possible. In the words of Randy, she felt like something was out of sorts, that she needed to come back immediately. Was it a clairvoyant type of thing? She said, something has happened. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna find out. Randy and Belva had always been very close. The two have also had a knack for sensing each other's emotions. Tammy Irvin, Randy's younger sister, who was 11 years old at that time, couldn't hear the details, but she too sensed something was wrong with her brother. The phone call would end shortly after, and a month later, Belva and Tammy would arrive at Randy's doorstep, finally returning to Michigan and moving in with Randy. Tammy would later describe her brother when she arrived. He looked pale and sick. He had lost a lot of weight and didn't look good at all. He looked tired. Shrugging things off as a lack of sleep, Randy would begin to show his sister around the house. His mother was invited as well, but she had a terrible feeling in the pit of her stomach. Something about the home seemed off. As she examines the front room just past the front door, she is suddenly enveloped in an icy cold embrace, one that causes her to physically chatter her teeth. She is only shaken out of her experience by the call of Randy for her to join them in the tour. This afternoon would continue rather uneventfully. That was until the trio laid down their heads for sleep that night. As a glowing white moon hung above them, they drifted off to dreamland. That was until they all were abruptly woken up by the blaring sound of an organ playing some kind of haunting hymn. Randy panicked, and sitting up out of his bed, he suddenly sees the door creak open. It's his mom. She was asking what the hell was happening. She asked him to please turn his radio off. But to her bewilderment, Randy tells her he doesn't have a radio in this room. The two then frantically begin searching around the room, heading towards the origin of the sound, the right-hand corner, perhaps thinking a friend had left a radio, or something of the sort. They would find no such radio, and the organ music would cease. Upon asking just what it could have been by Randy, Belva attributes the music to her late mother, who had quite the affinity for playing the organ. But Randy would also question back, how could it be Grandma, Mom? She's dead. Belva still believes the sign to be something positive, thinking it was her mother's way of letting them know that she was still there and watching over them all. She then would lay back down for the night given the hour. And Randy, left alone once again to his thoughts, sits in fear. He's worried that the bizarre song had something to do with the spirits he invoked. That night after night, his sleep has become less and less attainable, and he can't bring himself to tell his mom that he's been dabbling in the occult. He tries to brush things off and lays his head back down on his pillow. He slowly drifts back to sleep. However, he is again woken up by something that he can't explain. Something that grips him in pure terror. A deep, guttural growl, as if someone or something is stalking him. Feeling the presence of whatever this was, he would put his hand out in its general direction, only to feel an icy wind, as if he had touched death itself. Sweating profusely, yet able to see his breath, Randy knows that this is anything but normal. He again hears the unholy growling, and this time it seems to inch closer to him. Feeling the weight as something steps onto his bed, and as his mattress begins to indent as this invisible creature moves towards him, Randy is shaking. He closes his eyes as the growl seems to be inches from his face. He feels a cold breath on his cheek. And right when he thinks that it's the end of his earthly existence, it vanishes. This leaves Randy a sweaty and emotional mess. Needless to say, he cannot sleep this night. The following morning, as Belva cooks breakfast for everyone, a disgruntled and exhausted Randy stumbles into the kitchen. He again is faced with internal thoughts of who he can tell, who would be willing to listen, and he doesn't want to frighten his family either. In his own words, I knew I had dabbled with something dark, that I had unleashed something evil, but any harm, any torment it could inflict, only I wanted to endure it, because it was my fault, and I was willing to see this through to the end. And although not much occurs during the day, when the sun goes down and the moon rises, whatever entities seem to awaken to haunt him. Laying his head down to sleep, petrified every night, he is often woken up by ethereal growls, deep, disgusting snarls, the likes of which one has seldomly heard before. This particular night, whatever this creature was, knocked over his shelf and then pulled the sheets from his bed and off of Randy, and then walked onto his bed and began grabbing him. The sensation similar to frozen claws, pulling and tugging at his very soul. In his words, "The claws or teeth never broke my skin, but I could feel how sharp they were. I was truly fearful." He screams, being reduced to tears. The sound of her son's screams draw Belva to his room, rushing in a panic to quickly see just what had happened. She finds Randy pacing and looking over his shoulders, shaking like a leaf. She asks him what is wrong, to which he would reply, "Every night it's something. Every night I hear the music or the footsteps. I hear growling at the foot of my bed, and something just tried to rip me apart." Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Randy and Belva both would hear a growl originate from behind his TV on his dresser. The temperature in the room seemed to drop significantly. Believing whatever it was to be evil, Belva grabs her Bible and begins to recite verses. Meanwhile, Tammy in her room can only hear the growling and her mother reciting the passages. She is frightened, but not aware of the full details of what was happening. It takes several minutes, but the repeated verses seem to work, because the violent growls slowly subside into silence. Randy prays that this will be the end of his horrible affliction, but time will tell that it's far from it. His days begin to be affected by his lack of sleep. He's emotionally as well as physically exhausted. He begins making mistakes at his job, but this is far from his main worry. He tries to regain a sense of normalcy by spending time with his sister, often watching TV with her in the living room. But all too often, he finds his mind trailing off until the inevitable mysterious sounds beckon him back to reality. This particular day, he heard banging coming from a storage room in the hallway. Leaving Tammy to watch TV, he goes to investigate. The bangs turn into scratches as Randy approaches the room. The room in question is being used as storage, mostly for Randy's father, keeping antiques that he had recently acquired. As Randy apprehensively steps towards the door and his hand grips the knob, he still hears commotion coming from behind it. However, the door is locked. Also hearing the commotion, Belva joins him in the hallway, curious as to just what it could be. Continuing to hear motion from behind the door, she too tries the knob and then presses her ear to the door to try and discern just what could be making the noise. As she listens, she is suddenly gripped by unseen hands, her body pulled against the door, lifting her off of her feet and towards the ceiling, choking her. Randy desperately tries to free his mother from the invisible devil's grip. Tammy, hearing the commotion, rushes into the hallway as well to find her mother struggling to breathe and her feet dangling mid-air. Not knowing what else to do, Randy runs as fast as he can to obtain his mother's Bible. He returns and places it against her, and this again seems to break the demonic chains that grip her. Falling back to the ground, she begins sobbing with Tammy as Randy stares, visibly shaken by what he had just witnessed. In his own words, "This thing had her in a chokehold and was lifting her off of the ground. I believe it was trying to choke the life out of her. This situation in particular is what truly convinced me deep down that these things were evil, that they were out to get us, and it wasn't just me now that was experiencing the torment." As a result of what had happened, Randy, Belva, and Tammy rush out of the house and into Randy's truck. They're unsure of where they will go, but that seemed irrelevant. They knew for certain that they had to get out of that house. Starting the vehicle and thrusting the gas pedal to the floor, the trio speeds away. The results of this night of horror would lead the three of them to move. They would relocate in the next week to another home. This one, a newer house, located on the opposite side of town. Although a much smaller house, it's the only thing that they could find on such short notice. Once moved in, the guilt of what he had done was beginning to take its toll on Randy. He blamed himself for what was happening, that not only he, but now his family were also suffering. He finally decides to come clean. He confesses to his mom that he and his dad had found an old Indian burial site underneath the house, that he had then purchased the book on witchcraft, summoned these spirits, and didn't think it was real until things started happening. Belva is shocked and believed that her son had inadvertently thrust open a door to the spiritual realm, but she chooses to forgive him, hoping that whatever these things were could no longer hurt them. Later that night, as they settle down for sleep in the new house, as Randy gets under the covers and hopes that his mother is right, that he can finally attain a peaceful night's sleep, he takes one final glance at his new room before closing his eyes. But his eyes would pop open when his door flung open by itself. Screaming into the void, "Why don't you just stop? Why don't you just leave us alone?" He is only met with silence. His cries once again summon Tammy and Belva into his room. Upon sitting on his bed, they too begin to hear the ominous sounds once again. The scratching, knocking, and phantom footsteps as before. Randy now knows that these entities don't want the house. They want him. Refusing to give in any longer, he begins to seek outside help for the first time. Although not a religious person and not a member of any church, he first meets with a local Lutheran minister. Stepping into his office within the church and having a seat at his desk, Randy begins to explain to him what has been taking place for the past several months. However, during his explanation, he's interrupted by the minister and told that witchcraft doesn't exist, that demons are simply a delusion. Randy explains that the entities have been experienced by others, that he's awake when they attack, and that they are indeed real. He is met by a diatribe of religious preaching, only to then be met with, "Have you spoken to a therapist?" Flabbergasted at this, Randy then leaves. He just can't believe the lack of assistance. Continuing to further search for help, he didn't know who else to turn to, but he knew that he wanted his life back, that he wanted his family to finally be safe again. He gets to thinking, if witchcraft unleashed these things, could it perhaps banish them? With this in mind, he stops by a local metaphysical shop to ask if anyone would listen to what was happening to him. It's there that he meets a man by the name of Mike Bosick, who is interested in his situation. Mike, as he explains, is a white witch, a practitioner of Wicca, a modern pagan religion. In his own words, a white witch is someone who believes in good, believes in God, and believes in trying to help people. After listening to Randy explain what he had done and how it had affected him and his family, Mike wanted to help. So he offers to come over to the home later that day. To Randy, this seems like a long-awaited answer to his desperate prayers. But will the ritual be a success? Later that evening, after filling in Belva on what he intended to have done, they receive a knock at their door. With a thunderstorm rolling in and a light rain starting, Mike meets them with a bag in hand. After stepping in out of the drizzle, he places his bag on the kitchen table and begins to unpack its belongings. While donning a black cloak, he begins to explain what he intends to do. He first must create a ring of protection around the home. Braving the rain again, he does this using salt, believed to be a purifying substance. He then chants a protective incantation 3 times as he circles the home before returning. It seems that with each chant and each lap, that the storm is intensifying, as if something supernatural was attempting to stop him. This is Mike's first attempt at banishing unwanted spirits from a person's life. He hopes he will be successful, as his intentions are to help this family. Upon completing the circle and coming back indoors, he then, in the center of the house, forms yet another circle of salt, and within this circle, a pentagram. But unlike a satanic pentagram, it is not inverted, and in fact has the opposite intent. He places candles at each one of the pinnacles and explains to Belva and Randy that the 3 of them must remain in the circle for the entirety of the ritual. Otherwise, their safety may be compromised. The storm outside seems to gain intensity as Mike chants his banishing ritual. The candles at each one of the pentagram's points begins to flicker as shadows trace the walls around them. Mike, then to finish the ritual, after he extinguishes them, the energy in the house seemed to be lighter. This led all 3 of them to smile and begin celebrating that Mike's magic had worked. That was until the lights went out, leaving only lightning to illuminate the room. And then the entire home began to shake. Unbeknownst to the 3 downstairs, Tammy had been asleep in her room, unaware of what was taking place. She is soon woken up by the shaking of the house and sees something outside of her window. Placing her glasses on her face and approaching her curtains, she pulls them back. She sees several branches scraping against her window as a result of the winds of the storm, their leaves being relentlessly pelted by the rain. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, with the flicker of a lightning flash, the most abhorrent creature was staring back at her from behind the glass. A horned abomination with glowing yellow eyes, decaying-looking skin as black as the abyss, with gnarled yet sharp fangs, stared at her with malice and desire. The young girl panics and screams, her cries for help prompting Randy to rush upstairs. He picks her up out of the corner of the room and sees the outline of the horned monstrosity outside of the window. Frantically rushing back down the stairs with his sister, he sets her down next to his mother and confronts Mike. He didn't know at the time that this was Mike's first attempt at banishment, and it now seems that he only added fuel to the fire. Unable to offer another solution, Mike then leaves the home, never to return. Left alone to deal with the aftermath, Randy, Belva, and Tammy sleep together in the living room to watch each other and keep one another safe. The power would return hours after Mike's departure, and needless to say, Randy again, seemingly defeated, would not sleep much this night. Following the chaos of the ritual night, Randy began to fall into a deep depression. Unsure of who to reach out to, he feels as if he was on the brink of insanity and that he could cross that threshold any moment. Sitting on his lunch break at work one afternoon, dealing with these heavy emotions, he appears visibly upset by his dilemma. He is then approached by his co-worker, Paula. She asks him what was going on, and no longer caring about his perceived craziness, Randy begins to confide in her everything that had been taking place. Surprisingly, Paula doesn't judge him, but rather, she says she knows someone who can help him. She directs him to a woman named Nora Reiner. Paula explains that Nora is a healer, that she had not only assisted her in the past, but is known for helping people who are being oppressed by evil spirits. Feeling as if he's got nothing to lose, he agrees to go and see her that day. He would arrive at the address he was given shortly after departing work, a business called Nora's Hair and Nails. Unsure if Nora could help him or not, but again feeling as if he had nothing to lose, Randy makes his way inside the salon. He then meets Nora for the first time. Her first impression of Randy is the following. When I saw Randy, he was in a terrible physical state. He was very thin, very nervous, very anxious, and looked sickly. She sensed that he was deeply tormented, and so she asked what was bothering him, not having been previously told what he was there for. Randy would give a rough explanation of what he had done, and would follow it up with, "I just want to die." She told him that she believed that she had received a gift from God, and asked him if she could say a prayer for him out loud to try and help him, and if he could repeat this prayer with her and mean every word of what was being said. Nora then says a prayer of deliverance, calling upon Jesus to cast out demons. Randy, although desperately trying, finds himself unable to recite the prayer back to Nora. He then goes unconscious. Sitting in a haircutting chair whilst this is taking place, his head, which was folded down into his chest, picks back up, but the eyes that had been looking into Nora's were no longer there. They had instead gone entirely black. The word sausage would erupt from Randy's lips, only to be followed by a horrendous scream, one that sounded like multiple men yelling at once. The chair would then be thrust backwards and make contact with a nearby wall, throwing Randy onto the floor. He would once again open his eyes to reveal abyssal orbs staring at Nora, and would let out a deep growl. In Nora's words, "I had prayed and delivered many people before, but had never seen or experienced or ever thought that something like this could happen." Grabbing a nearby crucifix off the wall, Nora presented it to Randy. He then began to make what can only be described as the noise of an angry cat, but in a much lower tone. And then his throat began to bulge, as if he had swallowed a grapefruit. Continuing to pray and plead with Jesus to cast out the unholy spirits out of Randy, as the horrendous screams tear from his mouth, she places the crucifix to his chest. and with one final scream, the bulge in his throat dissipates, and he goes silent and still. After several tense minutes, Randy wakes up and begins to weep. He said that Jesus saved him, that he felt truly free. Accompanying Randy home, Nora then meets his family and blesses their house for them. But she doesn't stop there. She convinces them to allow her to bless the original home, or as she put it, the place where evil had first been released. In the words of Randy, Nora had felt that a bottomless pit had been opened up within the walls of that home, and she wanted to close it. In Nora's words, there truly is a darkness that hopes to find those that seek it with curiosity, so that it may take advantage of those people and wreak havoc in their lives. Nora would conclude the blessing, and all four of them would leave the house, never to return. All demonic activity from there on out would cease. But before we conclude today's episode, let us first ponder some questions I found myself asking as I explored this interesting case. Do you think the Native American bones had anything to do with the initial haunting? Personally, aside from perhaps inspiring a darker curiosity that led to Randy seeking the occult, it doesn't seem so, unless this was the intended consequences by those whose resting place had been disturbed. I also feel this way considering how regular of a finding it was in Standish. Secondly, although I researched the supposed demons, I wasn't able to find much. Perhaps these particular deities aren't very well known, or perhaps their names had been changed to protect anyone who may seek them out as a result of this story by Randy. It's hard telling. I also think that it's interesting that those who summon demons typically do so for their supposed powers or assistance with particular tasks. Although I obviously don't practice this, it would be interesting to hear if anyone has, or have they been successful in their endeavors, or if it's always just a trick, a way in. If Randy was aware that these summoned spirits were tormenting him, why would he allow for his mother and sister to move in with him? Don't you think this would be kind of a no-brainer? Perhaps he didn't have the forethought to think that they might affect them. Then again, he was a younger man at the time. Why did the minister refuse to offer real help to Randy in his attempts to free himself? How can one believe in Christian teachings and the Bible and yet not believe in demons? This one really perplexed me, because it's like wanting your cake and eating it too. One can't really exist without the other. Good can't truly exist without evil. Because of the minister's failure, Randy then sought out non-conventional help with Mike. Mike obviously had good intentions, but was inexperienced. He certainly should have shared that with Randy prior to coming to perform a ritual at his house. A ritual which made things exponentially worse. Then, to just up and leave, following making things worse, was certainly not a good move. And during said ritual, why in God's name did no one think to at least bring Tammy, who was 11 at the time, into the protection circle? But rather, just to leave her to her own devices during this supernatural battle. This one, too, had me questioning Randy and Belva's competency. And last, but certainly not least, because I'm sure there are other questions that you guys will bring up or come up with on your own. When Randy met with Nora, and an exorcism essentially began, he said the word "sessage" before hurling back and then out of his chair. This is Jesus spelled backwards. Do you think whatever entities that inhabited him did this to mock him? Also, the lack of sleep, no doubt in my mind, played a major role in breaking Randy down in order for him to be possessed. I would consider this the previous state of oppression. But all this speculation aside, a few things are certain. There is a dark world that exists beyond our veil of comprehension, an abyss that hosts abhorrent and terrifying entities. And if you dabble in the occult, especially if you're an inexperienced person, you might not seek to contact them per se, but they might just take an interest in you. Think of it as sending out a beacon of light in the dead of night. They might notice you, begin to crave you, until they finally find a way into your life and begin to stalk, oppress, and eventually consume you. Be wary, be vigilant, and don't let that be you.
How far would you go to save someone you loved? Would you spend all of your money trying to find the best treatment? Would you sacrifice a part of your very soul? When a caretaker performs what's supposed to be an ancient healing ritual on her friend's ailing grandmother, she unknowingly unleashes a terrifying and powerful demon, an entity that claimed to be one of the 7 princes of hell. Will all those involved have their lives be torn apart as the malevolent demon haunts and torments their every waking moments? Or can they somehow be saved? This is the untold story of the Deborah Moffat case, also known as the Deadly Haunting or Mr. Entity case, which took place in California. And this is truly one you don't want to enjoy with the lights off. The following story has been sourced from Deborah Moffat's own words, as well as several outside resources to try and form the most cohesive timeline possible. Not all names were able to be found, but I've done my best to provide the most accurate story that I can. Our story begins in 1984, when the grandmother-in-law of another woman who will become integral to our story, a woman named Deborah Moffat, suffered a terrible and debilitating stroke. As a result of this unfortunate occurrence, she required around-the-clock care. To compensate for this, the family all chipped in and pooled together enough money to go ahead and hire a caretaker for her, someone who they trusted. A nearby neighbor and friend of the family, a middle-aged lady from Guatemala named Juanita. This arrangement was both a godsend for Juanita as well as the family. It allowed Juanita to stay in the United States on her work visa and earn a nice living while providing aid to her friends. And it allowed the family's dear loved one to be taken care of by someone who they knew and trusted. Although this is somewhat controversial, this woman was an avid practitioner of what's known as Santeria. Santeria is an African diasporic religion that developed in Cuba during the late 19th century. It arose through a process of syncretism between the traditional Yoruba religion of West Africa and the Catholic form of Christianity and spiritualism. Offerings to the Arika, or various gods, often included fruit, liquor, flowers, and sacrificed animals. In the months to come, Grandma's recovery was not going well. If anything, unfortunately, she was getting worse. Much worse. Each day her state seemed to deteriorate more. Worried about her friends and their grandmother, as well as her own well-being, thinking that perhaps if Grandma passed away that she would no longer be able to reside in California due to the loss of her job and the high cost of living and having to compete in the job market to keep her work visa, Juanita decided to take matters into her own hands. She decided to try an ancient Santeria healing spell in hopes that it would allow everyone involved, but especially for Grandma, to do better. However, this ritual would prove to be anything but helpful. Grandma, in fact, would not get better. Weeks following the ritual, she would ultimately pass away. Not only did she pass away and her family was devastated, but Juanita would indeed lose her job as a result. I tried to dig to uncover any and all details as far as what happened to Juanita, but I was unable to find anything. My best guess is that perhaps with the loss of her caretaker position, she either couldn't afford to live in the area anymore, and or she went back to her native country. But those are just speculation on my part. Deborah and her husband Bill would inherit the home, and in due time would move into it following Grandma's funeral. At first, all would be rather normal and quiet within the house, but that would ultimately change with the birth of Debbie and Bill's first child in 1987, their first son. Bill was a big sports memorabilia collector and had a particular spare bedroom dedicated to his hobby. He was especially fond of bobbleheads, particularly baseball bobbleheads. It's important to know that they kept this room locked at all times, and Bill was the only person who had a key to enter it. One seemingly normal day, Deborah, Bill, and a friend who lived nearby were headed into the house to show the friend just how extensive the collection had become. My best guess is that this gentleman was also very much into sports as well. As they opened the door and began to walk into the room, they were shocked by what they saw. All of the bobbleheads on the toys had been removed, from the ones on the shelves to the walls and cabinets, and all of them had been laid together in the center of the floor to form a triangle of sorts. Not only was Bill upset and shocked by this, but the group wasn't sure of what to make of this happening. They somehow thought that someone had managed to break into the room to play a prank on them, but as to why they would have played such a prank on them and who would have done it was uncertain at best. Following this happening, only more bizarre things began to manifest. But as they typically do, these manifestations started small. Grandma had been a very religious lady, and in the room that was hers, she kept a bedside table with several icons, those of which contained both Jesus and the Virgin Mary. In honor of her, they had kept that table and those icons in the same place that she had left them. One morning, as Deborah was cleaning house, she noticed that a pair of her husband's briefs were draped over the biggest statue of Jesus on the very same table. Not only did her husband not change in this room, but she knew how close Bill was to his grandmother, and how he would never have done anything to disrespect her or her things. Thinking that somehow it must have been an accident, and unnerved at the strangeness yet again, the couple was unsure of what they were dealing with. And not making it a priority or jumping to conclusions, since they were dealing with a newborn, I can't say I blamed them, because that's always going to be at the forefront of your mind. As soon as their son was roughly a month old, yet another weird thing would occur. The couple this evening had been out at a relative's house for dinner, and as food was ate, laughs were had, and dusk turned into night. They would say their goodbyes and begin traversing the winding roads back home. Upon arrival, they placed their keys in their door and stepped inside of their house to begin to wind down. They flicked on their living room light switch, and as the lights illuminated, they would see a bizarre, enigmatic symbol drawn on the wall. Describing it later, Deborah would refer to it as something that she had never really seen before, like a series of triangles with tails. But yet again, a triangle was involved. As they surveyed the house, they noticed that the symbols weren't just on the first wall in the living room. They were on all of the walls, in what would turn out to be the entire house, each of them appearing to have been drawn in some kind of a charcoal-like substance. Bill and Debbie again weren't sure of what to make of this, so they went to the logical headspace that perhaps somehow someone was pranking them yet again, or they were breaking into their house, both of which were unnerving at best, and both of which didn't make any sense. The pranking because they didn't really have a relationship with anyone like that, let alone they hadn't given access to their house to anyone else, and with someone intruding into their home, all of their doors and windows were locked, and none of their belongings or valuables would be missing. It would take several hours, but they would eventually settle and fall asleep this very night, despite the confusion and now fear that someone was truly messing with them. 5 days following this night, as Bill rearranged his sports room, Deborah had taken up the task of cleaning the living room. On one of their walls, there was a long shelf filled with little keepsakes and knickknacks. She had glanced at the shelf while sweeping the floor, and then again looked back at it. And as she would describe later, it was like as if in the blink of an eye, every single item on that shelf was turned backwards. Upon coming out of his sports room, Bill was told by Deborah what had taken place, but at the time refused to believe it, saying that she couldn't have seen it right to begin with. However, Debbie knew what she had seen and just how impossible it would have been for them to all be facing backwards. But she was the only one who ever touched them. But despite trying to approach the situations logically, these illogical happenings would only continue. 1 week later, the two would arrive home to discover a lamp sitting in the middle of their living room, with nothing else in the home out of place, and nothing being wrong with any of the doors or windows. Debbie began to think that perhaps something was taking place that they couldn't understand. Bill harbored a deep fear of the paranormal, and with these realizations, somewhat went into a state of denial, utterly refusing to believe that something even remotely close as such could be taking place, let alone to them. The lamp would be placed back on the shelf where it was supposed to be, and following this, the two headed into the kitchen as Bill continued to try and rationalize and come up with excuses as to what was happening to them. After having a brief discussion, and without hearing so much as the smallest of sounds, the couple would re-emerge into their living room after roughly 2 to 3 minutes and would be shaken to their core. Before their very eyes, they would find all of their furniture rearranged and stacked, one piece on top of the other. It was as if the entire room had been shifted upside down, but all within mere minutes, and essentially in dead silence. At this point, there was no way to deny that they were indeed dealing with something beyond their normal realm of comprehension. But with this realization, the two had completely different thoughts about the matter. Deborah was apprehensive yet fascinated as to what could be happening. And Bill, surprisingly, was done denying what was taking place and was ready to move immediately and leave everything behind. Debbie would end up placing the furniture back to normal in the living room. Bill didn't even want to be inside of the house, so he stood outside. He would then refuse to have anything to do with the activity from this point onward, essentially heading back into denial. To Deborah, the feeling wasn't a malevolent one at first. She saw it as almost a game of sorts. Whether this would prove to be detrimental or not later is up to you. With these feelings, she would begin to try and communicate with the presence daily, asking it to move things around to prove that it was there. And incredibly, it, whatever it was, would oblige. This action would begin a cat and mouse game that went on for roughly a week or so, until one day, it randomly ceased. Eventually, due to Bill's lack of comfort, the couple would purchase and move into the house next door, and would keep their old home as a rental property for several years. This decision would result in an eventual revolving door of tenants, some of them staying a year or so, but most of them just staying several months and leaving without giving a reason. It's important to note here that Bill would actually mention that the property could possibly be haunted, but most people laughed at the idea. Perhaps it was the times. Perhaps people back then weren't as open-minded to the world of the paranormal as they are now. After several years of renting out their home, Bill and Debbie and several other surviving family members decided that they would sell their current homes and rental properties and purchase one large home and share the space as one big family. Once this was tackled, and after several days of moving their own belongings to the new home, on the final day at their old house, something peculiar happened. Deborah and a relative were gathering the final boxes from a room in the back of the house, when suddenly they heard what they described as an explosion come from the kitchen. Dropping the boxes and bolting to the origin of the noise to see just what had happened, the two ladies were left speechless. All of the cabinets, the countertops, everything had been ripped from the walls, and pieces of them now lay all over the floor. Before they could begin to process what had just taken place, they would hear another loud explosion, but this time it came from the bedroom that they had just ran from. Running back there, they again would be astonished. Every window in the back bedroom had been blown out with absolutely no explanation. Shards of glass littered the carpet and covered the final boxes they sought to move out. Wasting no time, Debbie grabbed the relative by the arm, and the two fled to the car, leaving the final boxes behind. They would leave the property as quickly as they could. It was within these moments that Deborah now knew that whatever the force was that they had been dealing with was not benevolent, and in fact seemed hostile. Trying to come to terms with what had just happened, shaking with fear, she drove to the new house, and the two would spend the rest of the day trying to forget what had just happened. For the first several days, everything seemed to be quiet and calm in the new house, as the family all together unpacked and got settled into their new life together. The dynamic consisted of Deborah and Bill in the master bedroom downstairs, and Bill's mother and father upstairs in the other master bedroom. Two other relatives lived there as well, but I wasn't able to find additional details as to their exact relation or the time frame in which they ended up staying or leaving. But sometimes it's people that are haunted, not places. So yet again, the Moffats would find themselves plagued by the same malevolent force that had previously stalked them from the shadows. The entity, like a feral beast who had simply been wounded, had nursed those wounds and seemed hell-bent on revenge. With the reappearance of this malevolent force, certain members of the family were opposed to seeking assistance, while others felt that it was necessary to do. Those opposing believed that they would be made a mockery of, considered crazy, and dismissed, leaving their reputations in shambles. But together, they all believed that this problem was way too far out of their scope of normalcy to be able to tackle themselves. As the family stood divided against one another, the entity began to further isolate them individually. Not only could they certainly not have any guests over for fear that they too would be affected, but wherever they seemed to go, it would follow. It continuously made them so uncomfortable that they soon quit going places altogether, except for their essentials. For example, on one occasion, Deborah and Bill had been at one of Bill's friends' homes for dinner. They would have a nice time, but this would be all too short-lived. Upon their return to the house, on the kitchen table was the friend's wallet. They had just been inside of his house, and as one might imagine, this would be more than enough to chill someone to the bone. It was as if the entity was telling them to stop, or else someone else might get hurt. The Moffats, now beside themselves with fear, were also worried just how they would explain to their friend why they had his wallet, or just what he would say or think. In an effort to try and seek some sort of help, Deborah was able to convince most of her family to go and visit a local but well-known psychologist to make sure it wasn't some kind of mass hysteria, or that someone, herself included, hadn't somehow convinced themselves and everyone else that something paranormal was taking place when it wasn't. The psychologist, whose name was never disclosed, was based out of Rancho Cucamonga, California, and was apprehensive at first, but who can blame them? But after much explaining and meeting with the members of the family together and separately, the psychologist would come to the conclusion that something strange was indeed taking place, something that they couldn't help with. Unable to assist the family further, they told them that they needed to seek the help of a parapsychologist, a religious institution, or some other party that studies these kinds of things. So following the psychologist's advice, with most of Bill's family being religious, Catholic specifically, they would seek the help of the church that they attended. The church agreed to help them and would send a priest to bless their home. And after several weeks after their meeting, an older priest would arrive at their house. Upon crossing the threshold of the home and into the foyer, the priest would take out his holy water and begin to sprinkle it on the walls around him and make the sign of the cross towards the hallway. Oddly, though, he refused to go any further into the home. When asked, "Aren't you supposed to bless every room?" the priest would rebuttal, No, this should be more than enough. I have to go now." In further effort to get him to do what he was supposed to do, the family explained all of what had been taking place. The priest would make eye contact with Deborah and say, "Women, when they get older, they tend to get a little crazy. Now excuse me, I have to go." Then without another word, he exited the door and left in his vehicle. The family noticed he had seemed unnerved or slightly scared while he was at the house, but they were also totally flabbergasted at his odd response to them and their legitimate attempts to seek assistance. Thus they were again left without any real help, believing the blessing to be rather subpar. Bill's mother, Lee, who was the most religious out of all of them, was simply crushed at the church's response and never truly seemed the same following this incident. The entity seemed to latch onto this and began to feed upon her negativity following what had taken place. It began to torment her day in and day out. Some examples of what it would do to her would be to destroy her belongings. It would make her shoes disappear, as in one shoe would go missing from a pair. It destroyed her purse, wallet, credit cards, and licenses multiple times, and it would hide things from her if it didn't destroy them. It was as if to say that I'm the one that's in control, and you'll own things only if I say that you can. Having very bad eyesight most of her life, the creature would take Lee's glasses away from her, or smash them, and while she was unable to see, it would manifest itself as a large, terrifying, foreboding figure, which without her glasses, to Lee seemed like a massive black mist. Then it would often touch or abuse her. The demon also began to have a peculiar obsession with knives. Knives began appearing stuck in the walls, and frighteningly, under chairs. So if someone sat down, they would greatly injure themselves. And these knives, stranger still, were not the family's knives. They had absolutely no idea where they came from. The intensity of the knife situation would escalate to the point to where they were being placed upright under pillows, and Lee again seemed to bear the brunt of the abuse. The Moffats were seemingly beat down into a corner, and as they sat there, they collectively wondered just how they could defend themselves against something that they couldn't see. Just how could they defeat an entity that shouldn't exist? The torture would continue for the family as a whole, but it was being done as if the demon was wanting to communicate some kind of message. One day, an unmistakable sign would appear, indeed communicating, the first in what would become many. The entity began to write on various mirrors throughout the house, and soap. Its first message appearing to Lee, saying, "Talk to me." And this particular message appeared shortly after the family had come home from getting groceries together, trying to regain some sense of normalcy. At first, wanting to make sure it wasn't one of the family members playing a trick on the others, which would be pretty horrible at this point, to be honest. They cleaned the mirror thoroughly, and then everyone convened in the bedroom together, saying that if there was additional writing on the mirror following them cleaning it within the next several minutes, then the event is indeed real. After approximately 15 minutes of waiting, they reluctantly re-entered the bathroom to find the words "Nini, don't go into the attic" written on the mirror. Upon reading this, Lee froze in her tracks. There was only one person who ever called her that nickname, or was even aware of it, and that was her long-deceased sister. From here, the days would turn into nights, and the messages would continue, becoming more sadistic, controlling, and abusive. For the next year, the family would be held hostage by what they now believed to be a demonic entity. The messages were more or less commands or insults, and the spirit wouldn't answer any of their questions in response to them. It got to the point that if they sought to go places for any reason, they had to ask permission. Otherwise, they would have car issues or damage, such as broken windshields, headlights, or even engine failure. Eventually, out of frustration, Bill's father would ask the name of the entity in hopes that they could figure out just what it was and what it wanted and why it tormented them all in an effort to put a stop to it. And upon asking, they all would finally receive an answer. There, scribbled on the mirror, was the name Prince. And following them receiving this name, they would hear a commotion coming from all over the house below them. Rushing down the stairs, they would find many of their items and furniture broken in pieces, and several symbols scribbled on the walls and floors. The symbol, as vaguely mentioned before, involved triangles and small offshoot characters. The shape over time would be scribbled, carved, and even burned into walls, floors, and furniture within the home. Following this event, each day seemed to mirror the last. It almost always started with the family having to put the home back together. Everything would be in complete disarray upon them waking up, each and every morning. And wherever they went, it went. If they went out to eat, even upon asking permission, when they would return, the name tag of the waiter or waitress would be on the table. And one time, a massive bite was taken out of the mother-in-law's steak, just mere seconds after she received it, with no rational origin as to how it happened. This state of utter imprisonment and constant battle with an enemy that they couldn't see led the family to seek additional help to try and free themselves of the hell that they now lived in. They would go through a long list of reputable people and organizations to try and escape, but nothing seemed to work. Some of these included Lloyd Auerbach and his connections to various paranormal societies. One such society consisted of Christopher Chacon, another well-known name in the paranormal world, and his investigation team. They were unable to make sense of the situation, and ultimately couldn't help the Moffats. The Moffats would reach out to various religious organizations of differing faiths. They tried having magicians come out, and they would even make contact with Thelma Moss, who would send Carrie Gaynor out to investigate. The very same Thelma Moss and Carrie Gaynor that were involved in the San Pedro haunting, as well as the entity, or better known as the Doris Bither case. And yet no one could get rid of it. No amount of blessings, rituals, or investigations seemed to work. They would have shamans out, Wiccans, and even the Warrens, and still no one could help them. As the years trickled by ever slowly, agonizingly, things had not improved. Rather, it had become so violent and dangerous within the house that the entire family Both Bill's parents, Bill and Deborah, and their son, were all sleeping in the lower living room together and would not separate for fear of what would happen. The demon, known as Prince, had taken over the entire upstairs. One night, Deborah, on behalf of her mother-in-law, decided to risk it and head upstairs to grab some medication that had been left behind that she desperately needed. Upon opening the door and walking into this now claimed domain, every fiber of her being was telling her to turn around and run. Persisting, she made her way past all the broken furniture and utter chaos to where the medication was. And after grasping the bottle in her palm, turning around to head back downstairs, she heard a low, growling noise behind her, originating from the attic. There, in the flesh, was the disembodied head of a grotesque creature, grayish in appearance, with the blackest, most soulless eyes imaginable. A twisted horn emerged from its temple and up over its head. This caused an involuntary scream to erupt from Deborah's mouth, straight from the depths of her soul. She then, with everything she had, ran back downstairs. She believed that this indeed was the entity known as Prince's true form. Things from here continue to go downhill as they do, and would escalate in intensity and torture. Lee one morning went to grab something from the pantry in the kitchen, a place for the most part where they felt safe in, since it was on the ground level of the house. As she opened the door and stepped into the walk-in pantry to grab the item that she was after, suddenly, behind her, the door slammed shut. She then felt invisible hands grab her throat and squeeze, picking her up, her feet leaving the floor and dangling. As she struggled to breathe, feeling as if it was the end, when everything began to go black, the hands suddenly released, and she collapsed down to the floor. Her husband would be the first to rush to her aid, and she would be hysterical after coming back to consciousness. Prince clearly had the power to take a human life, or so it seemed, but chose not to. Was this because it wanted to feed upon misery versus taking a soul, or for some other reason? Did demons perhaps have rules they had to abide by? Deborah had finally reached her breaking point. She stormed into the upstairs bathroom and demanded answers from Prince. She told the being that the family was no longer to be touched, that they would respect its space if it would respect theirs. And surprisingly, she began to receive replies on the mirror in the same fashion as the entity had always communicated, by writing on it. Prince said that he would no longer bother any other member of the family, but that Lee had been promised to him many moons ago, and that he had come to collect. Deborah would ask the creature to elaborate, and for the next hour, the entity would write on the mirror. Deborah would erase the writing, wait, go back, read, and repeat, until the full story had been told. Not wanting to allow Prince to have any sort of power over her, Deborah decided to start referring to him as Mr. Entity, essentially leaving him a nameless face, but with a respectable title, as they had agreed upon. Here I wanted to mention a few of the smaller details I uncovered. From the time of Grandma's old house till now, the family did also experience paranormal manifestations that we commonly come across, such as putrid odors, knocking, and banging throughout the home, all with no rational origin. And rarely seen, but somewhat indicative of a more powerful entity, they also experienced an infestation. Some people experience insects from what I've come across. The Moffats, however, had had a terrible rat problem, but one that came out of nowhere and then disappeared roughly 2 weeks later, again with no cause. Another disturbing thing that Mr. Entity had taken to doing was ending the lives of the family's dogs if it didn't get what it wanted. There are more details on what happened to several of the pets, but the details are gruesome. And if I've learned anything from my prior videos, it's that it's really not necessary to include this kind of information. I just wanted to say that it happened, and it happened more than once in this case. Oftentimes, the ending to these kinds of cases can be anticlimactic, and this one, despite how incredible of a story it is no exception. After 6 agonizing years, with dozens of seasoned paranormal investigators, religious leaders, shamans, occult magicians, and more, assisting the Moffats with the demon known as Prince, no relief was provided for all of those years. Prince continued to plague their lives until one day the entity simply was no longer there. Following the creature's departure, Debbie, Bill, and the family would destroy lots of photos, but keep some in storage, but stored in the attic. They would also for years stop speaking about what they had endured for fear of whatever it was would come back. But thankfully, for whatever reason, it never did. Debbie and Bill would go on to raise their family and eventually move on, with Debbie becoming an author and spiritual advisor, not only to assist others who may have experienced something similar, but to also share her extensive knowledge and hellish waking life that her and her family endured under the reign of Prince. I'll be leaving links to her books on this video, as well as in the description, because they're certainly worth checking out, as well as several other resources I used to research this case. As we conclude our story, as always, I'd like to give some of my thoughts I've had while researching this very unhinged but perplexing case. Was this spirit demonic? A familiar of sort? A jinn, as we'll see in a moment? Or perhaps something pretending to be more than what it was? We will never have definitive answers for these questions, but in my opinion, Prince, or Mr. Entity, whatever it was certainly incredibly powerful, especially given the destruction it was alleged to have perpetrated, given the descriptions given by Debbie in various interviews, her own books, and photos, both provided by her. And again, in my opinion, the entity was certainly demonic. I think true demonic hauntings are not only extremely rare, but incredibly dangerous, with the spirits having the ability to cause tangible physical and mental harm to all involved. Demons aren't all powerful, but they are more intelligent than we are, and can foresee things that we simply cannot. When explaining this story as to why it sought and tormented Lee so hard, that apparently she had been promised many moons or years ago, this is what leads me to believe that perhaps someone in their lineage promised their descendants in exchange for something, whether it was money, fame, or what have you. Perhaps the entity had finally come to collect its dead, the soul that was bartered during said exchange. Now, I don't think that it was a human spirit pretending to be something it wasn't. A prince of hell, I'm not totally convinced of. But most hauntings, the beings don't have half the ability of what Prince supposedly did. Many years following the events of the Moffat family haunting, during an interview with the late great Art Bell, Debbie would speak with a guest who seemingly identified the symbol that Prince, or Mr. Entity, had supposedly used. It was a symbol he had come across during his time in the army while in Afghanistan. Further investigation revealed on his behalf that this symbol was that of Iblis, which is known as a jinn from the Quran. It's known as the leader of the devils in Islam. Iblis was thrown out of heaven after he refused to prostrate himself before Adam. It's also known as the father of bitterness. This certainly would explain the power behind Prince, that's for sure. All around, this case is incredible, perplexing, and terrifying. Taking things at Deborah Moffat's word, I can only vaguely relate to just how terrible her and her family's experience dealing with this must have been. And one thing is for certain: whether Prince was indeed a prince of hell as it claimed to be, or just a very powerful entity, it certainly tormented this family as if they had been sent to the seventh circle themselves.
Deep within the shadows of our collective consciousness lies the eerie concept of demonic possession, a haunting notion that has lingered through the ages, weaving its tendrils into the tapestry of our faiths. The horrendous thought of being consumed, of succumbing to inscrutable forces that dwell beyond the veil of our comprehension. This idea seems to resonate within the darkest corners of the human mind, and even within our very souls. Within this pitch-black realm, a profound event unfolds involving a young woman, and what occurs would blur the delicate boundary between the world of the supernatural and the tangible, scaring the curious minds of those who experienced it, causing them to ponder if there certainly is a devil that lurks within the darkness. So join me as I explore the untold story of the terrifying exorcism of Martha Brosier, which took place in the 16th century in France. The mid-1550s, a time fraught with prevalent superstitions and deep-seated fears of witches and demons, creatures that hovered over mankind as menacing threats. A young woman named Martha Brosier, also known as Martha Brosier, emerged as a mysterious figure in an era characterized by the realms of black magic and the supernatural. Initially perceived as an unremarkable individual, she was merely seen as an eccentric girl, often keeping to herself, avoiding her neighbors, and preferring her own company. However, this unassuming, shy facade was shattered one rainy night. Martha, 20 years old at the time, had began to act exceptionally strange weeks prior to this night, drawing further and further into herself. She began to seem oppressed by something that she couldn't see, often being attacked or harassed at night. This night in particular, however, something very different took place. The petite woman, as lightning crashed and rain pelted the outside walls of her home, unleashed a bone-chilling, demonic howl. This alerted her parents, who ran to see just what was happening. Upon opening the door to her room, they found their daughter perched in the corner of her room, upon her nightstand, contorted, her limbs twisting in unnatural directions. She then again opened her mouth and screeched, her god-awful screams being so loud that they even pierced the ears of nearby neighbors through the chaos of the storm. Little did the family realize that night that this event would reverberate throughout the tumultuous year of 1576. Word spread like wildfire, and with the heavily religious lives of most Europeans at that time, these rumored, otherworldly screams soon sparked immediate suspicion. Suspicion that the young woman could have perhaps been involved in witchcraft, that the devil had made his way inside Martha Brosier. The out-of-the-blue emergence of Martha's inexplicable behavior soon cast a sinister shadow over her neighbor, a woman named Anne Chevreau. Suddenly, this calm and relatively charming woman found herself unjustly accused of bewitching Martha. Soon the accusations spiraled into a web of superstition. This paranoia would ultimately lead to Anne's imprisonment. She would be charged with the crime of practicing sorcery, a grim fate sealed by the village folk, whose fear seemed to further taint the air with an aura of malevolence and terror. The bizarre behavior of Martha, which had begun to escalate that rainy night in her room just weeks before, had seemed to only get worse. Alongside screaming in dual octaves and contorting into abhorrent, twisted positions, she began manifesting violent outbursts. She would try and attack anyone and everyone near her, even while contorted. Her teeth would gnash. Her voice emitted insults in a deep and guttural tone, as if several men were attempting to speak through her at once. Alongside this, blood-curdling screams occasionally burst from her. She began to roll her eyes into the back of her skull. She would extend her tongue to inhuman lengths, often biting in and laughing. She would also begin to converse in unfamiliar languages she couldn't have possibly known. These included English and Greek, alongside her native French. And even more disturbingly, she could speak these languages with her mouth closed, as if Martha was being used as a puppet. And alongside all of these unnatural symptoms, she also would boastfully move items without touching them, and when assaulting people or fighting restraints, she would show extraordinary strength, often taking multiple men to hold her down, and not without great struggle. As word spread about Martha, whispers of her alleged possession by demons, or even the devil himself, began to circulate, and in a surprising and extremely odd move, instead of recoiling in fear, her family embarked on a unique journey with Martha. They transformed her affliction into a macabre spectacle. They began traveling with her village to village to showcase the possessed woman they all kept hearing about in all of her grotesque glory. The alleged entity that inhabited Martha began to induce convulsions, terrifying roars, and a series of otherworldly displays that left spectators both mesmerized and petrified. The bizarre nature of her manifestations, including her ability to speak with a sealed mouth, extending her tongue to unnatural lengths, contorting her body in unimaginable ways, and exhibiting superhuman leaps even while lying down, defied logical explanation and solidified her reputation as a genuine supernatural enigma. This spectacle drew increasingly larger crowds, propelling Martha into celebrity status. King Henry IV was not merely informed of these freakish displays and rumors, but rather he received a detailed account of Martha's manifestations and the growing whispers of alleged demonic possession that surrounded her. Intrigued by the escalating tales of the tormented girl, the king took decisive action and issued a royal decree for an exorcism. This decree set into motion a chain of events that led to Martha being escorted to the hallowed grounds of the Abbey of Saint Genesu, where a sense of anticipation and apprehension hung heavy in the air. It's important to note that I couldn't find information on any prior exorcisms, but rather, her family seemed to be profiting off of her spiritual dilemma. like a deformed creature at some kind of carnival or circus. Awaiting Martha's arrival at the abbey was the eminent Bishop of Paris, a figure of authority and piety, who stood ready to confront the story that had captured the attention of the entire kingdom. Accompanying the bishop was none other than the king's personal physician, Michel Marescot, a man whose skepticism towards the supernatural was well known. However, as Martha's case unfolded before him, Marescot found himself embroiled in a unique experiment that would test the very boundaries of his beliefs and challenge the established notions of demonic possession. For Marescot, this extraordinary situation presented an unparalleled opportunity to delve into the realms of the unknown, a chance to scrutinize the phenomena of possession with a keen eye for scientific inquiry. This exorcism, unlike any before it, became a crucible of investigation, where each detail, each reaction, and each utterance were meticulously observed and analyzed. As Martha stood on the precipice between the earthly and the ethereal, Marescot found himself at the forefront of a groundbreaking study that would ignite debates and discussions for years to come. The results of this unprecedented exorcism were not merely contentious, they became a focal point of scholarly discourse and theological deliberation, shaping the very fabric of beliefs and superstitions that permeated society. The revelations that emerged from this bizarre event continue to echo through the halls of history, leaving a lingering mystery that defies easy explanation and challenges the perceptions of those who bore witness to Martha's ordeal. The physician, driven by his growing suspicions, meticulously orchestrated a covert plan to validate his doubts. With the utmost secrecy, he carried out a daring swap, exchanging the sacred relic, believed to be a piece of the true cross, with a piece of mundane wood. This strategic maneuver aimed to unravel the tale surrounding Martha's eerie episodes and delve into the depths of her unsettling manifestations. Upon Martha's arrival at the solemn abbey and the subsequent confrontation with the bishop, the stage was set for a dramatic unfolding of events. As anticipated, with the presentation of holy objects, Martha's demeanor swiftly transformed. In the blink of an eye, she plunged into a tumultuous whirlwind of violence. Her rageful movements shook the very foundations of the abbey. The contorted form of her body convulsed as she unleashed a torrent of vile and profane utterances in multiple languages and in that horrible, deep tonality, each syllable dripping with an ominous malevolence. The priests, taken aback by the chilling display before them, struggled to contain Martha, resorting to allegedly using a piece of the real true cross to subdue her erratic behavior, to essentially drive the demonic entities back to the point where she could be restrained. Yet after this occurred, the situation escalated once more to full-blown intensity, objects hurling about as screams echoed. Once again, amidst the chaos, the alleged piece of the true cross was brought near Martha, and this triggered another visceral reaction, one that sent shivers throughout the witnesses. As the relic touched her, Martha recoiled in sheer terror, her face wincing in agony. Whilst being restrained and having the demon commanded to leave her body, a powerful and final scream came from her lips. She then fell limp. Upon regaining consciousness, Tears began streaming down Martha's face. She was seemingly freed from the evil that had taken her. Those who witnessed the events were forever scarred by what they had seen. It was as if they had looked into the eyes of the devil himself. While the bishop interpreted this harrowing scene as conclusive evidence of demonic possession, skepticism loomed in the mind of the astute Mariscott. His analytical gaze honed in on the discrepancy in the pieces of the cross that were presented to Martha and how she had reacted to the swapped items. She had interestingly seemed to have a much more profound reaction to the decoy cross than that of the true cross. This perplexing disparity fueled Mariscott's doubts, prompting a deeper introspection into the complexities of the woman's affliction and the underlying forces at play. The intricate interplay of faith, skepticism, and the supernatural unfolded within the hollowed walls of the abbey, setting the stage for a riveting clash of beliefs and interpretations as the veil of uncertainty shrouded Martha's condition. The physician's clandestine experiment sparked a contentious debate that reverberated through the corridors of power and piety. Amidst the lingering cries of doubt and conviction, the true nature of Martha's plight remained veiled in mystery, awaiting further revelation as to what indeed had taken place that night. Mariscott informed the bishop and other priests about his actions, stating that Martha's condition might be due to severe mental distress rather than possession. He considered this as evidence that there was no demonic influence involved. Despite Mariscott's belief, the bishop adamantly maintained that Martha was under demonic possession, going to the extent of accusing the physician of blasphemy for suggesting otherwise, another horrible charge that carried heavy consequences for that time. The debate raged on, and consequently, although Mariscott held strong suspicions that Martha's affliction was either a charade or a result of mental instability, he struggled to sway the church's opinion. Thus, the experiment at this juncture faced a setback in achieving its intended outcome. Despite the outcome, Mariscott in the coming months would find unexpected allies in his beliefs within the church, unbeknownst to him. The Archbishop of Lyon, Charles Miron, shared Mariscott's conviction and chose to push the boundaries of the experiment further, devised an elaborate plan to test his suspicions by concealing a key in red silk and presenting it to Martha as a fragment of the true cross. Additionally, he proposed swapping holy water with regular water to observe her reactions. Adding to the intrigue, he recited passages from Virgil's Aeneid in Latin, intended to be nonsensical to a demon, but potentially misconstrued as potent scripture by an ordinary individual. In essence, the entire exorcism would be a meticulously orchestrated charade. Martha stood before the Archbishop, her body racked by spasmodic convulsions that seemed to ripple through her, being like violent tremors. As she stood in his presence, a sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air, shrouding the room in silence. Unbeknownst to Martha, a small vial of holy water was discreetly offered to her trembling hand, its sanctified essence shimmering faintly in the dim light of the chamber. With a trembling grasp, she ingested the holy water, her movements almost mechanical in their desperation for solace. However, the fateful moment arrived when a seemingly identical vial of water, carefully disguised as holy water, was presented to Martha. As the liquid touched her lips, a primal scream tore through the stillness of the room. reverberating with a raw agony that seemed to sear her very soul. The Archbishop, his gaze now piercing and unwavering, observed these events, his mind a maelstrom of conflicting thoughts and conjecture. Why did the ordinary water evoke such visceral distress, while the holy water remained untouched by the flames of her torment? What sinister forces lurked beneath the surface of Martha? Did they weave a web of fear and uncertainty around her very being? Moreover, the moment of truth arrived, as a relic resembling a fragment of the revered True Cross was presented to Martha. The mere sight of this sacred object triggered a reaction so intense that it laid bare the depths of her inner turmoil with a stark clarity that sent terror through the hearts of those present. From here, the verses were read. Martha's reaction mirrored her encounter with the deceptive waters, blurring the lines between the sacred and the profane in a dance of otherworldly revelation. In the wake of these unexplainable events, Archbishop Miron found himself standing at the crossroads of disbelief and conviction, his resolve tested by the inexplicable nature of Martha's responses. The intricate puzzle of her reactions to seemingly mundane stimuli raised questions that transcended the boundaries of the natural world, hinting at a presence that defied conventional explanation. As the Archbishop delved deeper into the labyrinth of Martha's eerie manifestations, a cold realization began to dawn upon him. The revelations unearthed in the crucible of faith and skepticism marked a watershed moment where the veil of alleged demonic possession was lifted to reveal a complex framework of human frailty or deception. The implications of this groundbreaking revelation resonated far beyond the confines of the Abbey, challenging the very fabric of beliefs that had held sway over the minds of the faithful for centuries. Despite the apparent conclusion and the suggestion that Martha Brogier might have been a mere fraud, a charlatan, or possibly not completely sound of mind, her case still continued to stir controversy. Numerous witnesses attested to witnessing her bizarre episodes firsthand, insisting that her actions surpassed human capabilities, making it implausible for her to fabricate everything. Brozier herself maintained her assertion of being possessed, and would ultimately persist in her tours until her death. Now, before we go, the twists and turns of this case have churned up many questions. It's my conviction that this particular case could have influenced the Catholic Church all the way to the modern day, because nowadays, a person must be examined by a doctor as well as a psychologist before an exorcism can even be considered. Could Martha's case have caused this? All around pretty interesting in my opinion. If the young woman was possessed, just how did this occur? Was she cursed, bewitched by someone else, or was she herself dabbling with the dark arts? Despite her anguish and apparent pain, her family took her around like a traveling circus act, and no doubt profited from the spectacle. This to me is obscene if she indeed was under demonic influence. To think that her own flesh and blood could be so exploitative is just heartbreaking, unless she was in on it. After word got out and she was properly exorcised on the king's orders, just how or why would she show aversion to non-holy relics, such as the piece of wood resembling the true cross, or the non-blessed water? And lastly, if she was seemingly freed during this event, why did she then return to touring as the possessed woman after the debacle? To me, this makes me question whether she was a charlatan or a fake, or perhaps someone who was very mentally disturbed, or sick with some kind of illness that was unknown to physicians at the time, or if she was truly possessed. In possession, like most paranormal things, we can never fully grasp. The truth is up to you to decide. Was the devil in the darkness, or was he unmasked to reveal a very clever woman just trying to make a living through strange means? Can a toy be haunted, let alone cause harm to anyone who comes into contact with it or views its image? With seemingly unknown origins, but possessing an energy that radiates pure evil, the item, specifically the doll that we will be discussing today, is rumored to be able to not only affect people who come into contact with it in the flesh, but to even have the ability to reach you through the screens of your device. So if this is something you fear, a risk you potentially don't want to take, then I highly suggest you find another video to watch. This is the untold story of Peggy the doll and the malevolent presence that surrounds it. If you enjoy my content, then I know you'll enjoy a very similar style over at The Missing Chapter. This video was made possible by Bob Hicks and his amazing research and studio, which I used while visiting. Every case is unique and covered in an incredible style that makes the channel fantastic. So please, take a few moments to go and check out his content. There is only so much information available on this particular case. All information has been researched using a variety of sources, including books, websites, and first-hand accounts. Please be aware that some names have been changed to protect the identity of those involved, and with such little information found, I have done my best to form the most cohesive story possible. I would also like to warn you that supposedly, viewing photos of Peggy or videos have caused distress, physical issues, and more. Shrouded in mysterious allure, the toy known as Peggy the doll is said to house an otherworldly essence that radiates a profound feeling of evil, intertwined with chilling terrors that have ensnared the collective curiosity of the public. Believed to be in a perpetual state of unrest, it has captivated the minds of many since its initial discovery, now 9 years ago. The true origin of Peggy is unknown, but the world became aware of its existence in 2015. This very year, a woman who wishes for her identity to remain anonymous had been out at a local garage sale in her area in search of something cool to take home at a fair price. As she perused the various bins sat upon tables, seeing if anything interested her, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted an adorable-looking doll with blonde hair, beaded blue eyes, and a small white dress adorning her. Feeling some kind of pull towards the doll, and feeling as if she would enjoy the presence of a new companion, she quickly purchased the toy that in due time she would start calling Peggy. But almost as soon as Peggy entered her life and was placed inside of her home, strange things began to happen. The woman began to have horrendous nightmares every single night, ones that were so bad that when she woke up, she'd be laying in a pool of her own sweat, unable to catch her breath. Day after day, the increasingly ominous empty gaze of Peggy stared into her soul, slowly but surely increasing her anxiety. And night after night, these horrendous nightmares would continue to induce terror. In a short period of time, the persistent force made the air so thick that you could cut it with a knife. Roughly 3 weeks upon the purchase of the doll and the start of the nightmares, the woman dreaded inevitably falling asleep each night. She had also come to the personal conclusion that something was indeed very wrong with Peggy. Each night, in her nightmares, she was being pursued by some kind of entity that for the longest time she was unable to see. And yet each night's sleep would mirror the last, and each one the story seemed to progress. Upon drifting off into dreamland, she would find herself back in the same terrifying circumstances in which she had been in previously, and what she saw was truly disturbing. Slowly, the entity that pursued her, which at first was masked by darkness, began to reveal itself. It formed a figure, the figure of a doll, and over time, the doll began to become a hideous amalgamation between that of a doll and an old woman, a grotesque monstrosity, one that would leave her shaking in utter distress. This shook this poor lady to her core, especially since she had never experienced anything like this before. Believing this to be a manifestation of evil, she tried various methods to quell the abyss that seemed to take such great interest in her after Peggy entered her life. She tried moving the doll to various spots within her home, but that didn't seem to work. She consulted 2 priests at 2 different churches, both of whose blessings didn't seem to work. If anything, this seemed to make the circumstances so much worse. Peggy began to move around on her own, and in conjunction with this, she began breaking multiple items within the home as well. She finally, out of desperation, moved Peggy into her shed, hoping that with the doll being outside of the home, that her torment would cease. This, however, failed, and if anything, seemed to anger whatever entity was present. Seemingly exhausting all known options at the time, and out of desperation and hours of research, she found and emailed someone who she believed would be equipped to help her and or figure out just what was taking place. A renowned British paranormal investigator, a woman by the name of Jane Harris, who ran the organization Haunted Dolls. After a brief correspondence, Harris agreed to accept Peggy the doll, so it was placed in the post and mailed to her. But as the doll made its long journey to Harris's residence, little did she know that she too would become one of the entity's victims. The doll would arrive in a tan box upon Harris's doorstep roughly 3 weeks later. When she brought the box inside of her home, as soon as her foot crossed the threshold, she would later say that it was as if the whole energy seemed to shift within her house. As she unboxed the toy and presented it to the first rays of light it had seen in nearly a month, she almost immediately began the induction process. She set aside a space for Peggy and attempted to establish a baseline to see if anything abnormal seemed to be coming from the doll. Placing her within a glass stand, her and several of her colleagues began to set up night vision cameras, digital cameras, and motion detectors. After this was done, they examined it with an EMF meter, but nothing at first seemed to be odd about the doll, other than the feeling Harris had upon bringing it into her home. They left the doll for an overnight examination to see if any of their cameras or motion detectors picked up on anything, but after the first night, they would discover nothing. Despite the lack of findings, the team's protocol would dictate that the next step would be to bring in several mediums to try and see if they felt anything in regards to the object. This, however, takes time and scheduling, so in the meantime, it would have to essentially sit on the back burner. It was now November of 2015, and approximately 6 weeks after Peggy the doll had arrived on the doorsteps of Jane Harris. Strangely, almost out of the blue, because she wasn't known to have issues like these before, Jane was suddenly hit with an unyielding, debilitating fatigue. Barely able to move, she remained bedridden for roughly 2 weeks, and that's when her body began to be racked with horrible migraines, accompanied with nausea. This would cause her to not only put a pause on her normal paranormal works, but she was also unable to care for her 2 young children. Despite getting 8 to 9 hours of solid sleep a night, plus naps due to the exhaustion, and suffering for several weeks, Harris's condition was not improving. 3 doctors had ran all sorts of tests, and yet nothing was coming back abnormal. Blood tests ruled out thyroid issues. She had no signs of anemia or any other kind of illness for that matter. Left with no other explanation, Jane had to consider the possibility, since it was the only factor that had recently changed in her life, that perhaps her ailed state was a result of the presence of Peggy the doll. Wanting an outside opinion, she decided to contact a friend and clairvoyant whom she had worked with on other cases, a medium named Patricia Redman. On November 13th, roughly a week after being asked, Patricia would agree to take and examine Peggy. And for the first time in over a month, Jane slowly but surely began to feel better. She wasn't drained of energy. Her constant migraines and nausea were gone, and her skin, which had taken quite the gray tone since she had fallen ill, began to go back to normal. Redman would have the doll for approximately 3 weeks and agreed to return it to Harris, but not before casting a spell of protection upon it, in hopes that if the doll was affecting her, that it would no longer bother her during her studies. Her conclusion, and strangely, what would become the conclusion of 3 other psychics over the course of the investigation, was that Peggy contained the spirit of a woman from London, England. It is thought that she is possessed by the spirit of a woman born in 1946 in London's Holland Park, who died of a chest-related condition, possibly an asthma attack. The readings would further uncover that the woman was persecuted and had a very hard life, that she disliked clowns and cats, and that she died horribly and alone of asphyxiation, cold, and by herself. Could this perhaps be why she was so angry in death? And why did she inhabit the doll to begin with? These questions perhaps will never be answered, or have yet to be uncovered. During the course of the investigation, through her social media for haunted dolls, Jane began to post updates regarding Peggy the doll, as she would with any of the items or other objects the group would be involved with. The photos and videos of Peggy began to draw visceral reactions from those who viewed them in conjunction with strange manifestations of the paranormal, and not just a handful of people over the years. Hundreds have poured in, leading most to believe that there has to be some kind of correlation. These experiences people have had range from horrible headaches, anxiety, and nausea, to shortness of breath, abnormal heartbeat, and more. With others, their computers freezing upon the image of Peggy, light bulbs exploding, and in one instance, a candle falling over and causing a small fire. These are just some of the comments that have been said upon viewing the images and videos. Upon viewing the doll, I had a full-blown asthma attack, which hasn't occurred in almost a decade. R. Tromans. I've had a migraine and palpitations since seeing your doll. Please contact me. J. Claire. This is so strange. Can dogs and cats sense evil? Since I opened the photo of that doll, my little terrier, Molly, has been snarling and growling at the screen. I'm a bit freaked out. J. Carlton. One woman, upon viewing an image of Peggy, had a dream that some kind of figure was chasing her cat and eventually caught it as it was running up to her door. Upon waking up and going to check on her beloved pet, after not finding it within her home, she checked her front door and found the cat no longer alive. It was as if it had been mauled. Eventually, the doll would find a new home at the Haunted Museum, owned by controversial paranormal investigator Zach Bagans. Here she resides in her own space, in a glass display, where people continue to experience strange feelings and occurrences as a result of being within her presence. But before we go, this case to me poses several questions which I'd like to address. First of which, if we take things at face value, if Peggy was possessed, why would the spirit choose to inhabit a doll, and then also cause so much torment? I found that if a spirit is restless and angry in life, then odds are they become lost souls when they die. They may seek something to inhabit that will allow them to gain access to people and or their homes, to which they can take out their frustration, just like people, which they were. If they're evil or angry in life, odds are they will be in death as well. Were the nightmares the result of an overactive imagination? It is pretty well known that some entities like to infiltrate dreams. Why this is a thing is uncertain, perhaps to cause distress in which they can feed upon. And what about the physical ailments? This perhaps could have been a coincidence if it hadn't affected so many people over the years, or so they claim. The odds that so many people would express physical issues or strange manifestations as a result of seeing or being in contact with the doll is indeed odd. And lastly, was it even a human spirit inhabiting the vessel at all, or perhaps something inhuman? These questions and more, of course, will likely never be able to answer, which leaves this case shrouded and yet more mystery. So if you find yourself being pulled towards a particular item, unless you are vastly experienced, you may want to give its allure a second thought, because this calling could potentially open up a nightmarish world of torment, harassment, and terror. During the 1980s, Houston, Texas, a city brimming with vibrancy, experienced a substantial increase in its population as new residents eagerly migrated to the region. To meet the demand generated by this population boom, there was a widespread construction effort focused on creating housing subdivisions in the areas surrounding the city. Among these newly minted neighborhoods stood the prestigious Newport subdivision, nestled on the fringes of Houston in Crosby, Texas. This distinguished community radiated elegance and refinement, showcasing splendid new homes and flawlessly groomed lawns, epitomizing the ultimate American dream in all of its glory. However, hidden beneath the gleaming exterior of this prosperous sanctuary of peaceful suburban life, mysterious secrets and intense supernatural forces were quietly at play. This is the untold story of the haunting of Black Hope Cemetery. Hey everyone, as many of you know, I finally took the leap of faith and I'm now making content full-time to support my family. This is truly a dream come true, but I need your support now more than ever. So I'm asking, if you want to enjoy my content ad-free and enable me to do more stuff for you guys, please check out my Patreon and YouTube membership programs. And thank you for watching Mystery Archives. Among the earliest settlers in the just-developed Newport subdivision were Sam and Judith Haney, who, in 1982, claimed their dream residence. Initially, their joy knew no bounds, for they had acquired the home they had long envisioned for themselves, blissfully unaware of the dark secrets that lurked beneath its surface. However, their contentment began to unravel when they opted to add a swimming pool to their property. As the construction team set about the preliminary work for the pool, an unexpected and rather eerie visitation occurred. An aged gentleman, introducing himself as Jasper Norton, approached them with a bone-chilling warning. He insisted that beneath the very spot where they had planned to construct their pool lay hidden graves, advising against the continuation of their project. Reflecting on this peculiar and unsettling encounter, Sam Haney recounted, "One day, an elderly gentleman approached me, noting that he had seen us planning to install a swimming pool in our backyard. He mentioned that there was something important about our backyard that I needed to know. Curious, I followed him around back, where he pointed to the ground and ominously announced that there were some graves beneath us. He even went as far to mark the exact location of these alleged graves. I didn't know what to make of this information. The possibility that he was making up this story crossed my mind, but I was as puzzled to why anyone would invent such a disturbing tale." Norton proceeded to share a haunting revelation. He personally had buried the bodies at that very location during his teenage years. He divulged to the Haneys, who were oblivious to the fact that their land, their subdivision, stood on what used to be a cemetery, primarily for African American former slaves. This burial ground was known as Black Hope Cemetery, with its final interment dating back to 1939. Norton claimed there remained no fewer than 60 indigent graves scattered across the vicinity, over which the housing subdivision was constructed. The developers, in their haste, had built directly atop the old cemetery, neglecting to relocate the bodies, effectively erasing any trace of the cemetery's existence under layers of new construction and collective amnesia. Despite the eerie nature of Norton's tale, it barely shook Haney's skepticism towards these ghostly narratives. However, driven by a blend of curiosity and a need for certainty, Haney took it upon himself to verify Norton's claims. Armed with a shovel, he began to excavate the area Norton had marked, soon to discover that the chilling stories were rooted in a grim reality, far surpassing mere folklore. As Haney began digging, his shovel struck an unexpected wooden resistance beneath the earth. It wasn't long before he and his wife uncovered two antiquated wooden coffins, cradling the skeletal remains of individuals long past, one of whom was adorned with two wedding bands, silently narrating a tale of eternal union, even in death. The discovery prompted an urgent call to the authorities, who, after delving into historical records, unveiled that the unearthed remains were those of Betty and Charles Thomas, two individuals who had lived their lives as freed slaves, their earthly journeys concluding in the 1930s. The revelation that they had inadvertently disturbed these resting souls left the couple deeply unsettled, prompting them to tenderly re-enter the remains in their original resting places. However, unbeknownst to them and the myriad of families who had made their homes in this seemingly serene locale, this act would unfurl the curtain to a series of eerie, unexplained occurrences, ensnaring the entire subdivision in a web of spectral happenings. The strange occurrences for the Haney family commenced shortly after they had respectfully reburied two unearthed bodies. Judith Haney experienced a peculiar incident when she observed their wall clock emitting a blue glow and producing unusual sparks. The situation made even more bizarre upon discovering that it had been disconnected from its power source. Following this, Judith encountered additional eerie phenomena, such as an unsettling feeling of being watched, and the sound of the sliding door opening and shutting when she was certain that she was alone in the house. In another bewildering event, Judith sought her red shoes from the closet, only to find them missing. Despite an exhaustive search by the couple, the shoes were eventually located in the most unexpected place imaginable, resting atop the graves they had recently disturbed. Adding to the eeriness, they would later ascertain that the day coincided with Betty Thomas's birthday. Sam shared his reflections on the odd occurrence. Struggling to believe what was happening, I went through every spot she usually kept her things, but the shoes were nowhere to be found. It was only when we got away from the graves that I noticed something on top of the grave. The shoes were neatly placed next to one another, almost as if someone had intentionally carried them over. This gave me a strong feeling that this was some kind of message or symbolic act. It felt like, in a very mystical way, Charlie was giving Betty a birthday present. A thought that stayed with me for its unique kind of sweetness. During this time, The phenomenon wasn't limited to the Haney family. It had begun to permeate throughout the neighborhood, touching the lives of other residents as well. Among them were Ben and Jean Williams, a couple residing nearby, who found themselves embroiled in their own unsettling mystery. They observed a perplexing and continuous demise of the flowers in their garden, which withered away inexplicably, immune to any efforts of revival. Adding to the mystery, their property became the site of coffin-shaped sinkholes that, despite numerous attempts to fill them, would ominously re-emerge, as if refusing to be erased. Their home turned into a hotbed for a spectrum of terrifying occurrences, weaving a tapestry of the paranormal that was both intriguing and unnerving. The ambiance of their household was occasionally sliced by inexplicable cold drafts, chilling to the bone even on the warmest of summer days, creating a stark contrast to the outside world. Plumbing fixtures seemed to develop a life of their own, with faucets and toilets operating independently of human intervention. The silence of their home was often broken by the sound of footsteps echoing through the corridors, absent of any physical presence to account for them. Doors would swing open and slam shut, untouched by human hands, while ethereal, shadowy figures darted out of the corner of their eyes, only to vanish when faced directly. The air was occasionally filled with the murmur of disembodied voices, whispering secrets from beyond, and on occasion, a foul, unexplainable stench would sometimes invade their space, only to dissipate as mysteriously as it had appeared. All these phenomena culminated in a pervasive atmosphere of dread and unease that hung over their home like a dense fog, a constant reminder of the unseen and unfathomable forces at play. Jean later expressed her firm belief in the connection between their experiences and the historical backdrop of their home, stating that, "I absolutely believe that all of these things happened to us because we were on that graveyard, and that we were simply going to be tormented until we left." The possibility of relocating was a topic of conversation, yet the financial constraint of affording a new place tethered them to their current predicament, compelling them to endure and seek solutions amidst the growing displeasure of the entities haunting them. As the intensity and malevolence of the occurrences escalated, Ben Williams recounted one particularly harrowing episode with vivid detail. Returning home well past midnight from my shift, I made a beeline for the kitchen, craving a late-night snack. The moment I swung the refrigerator door open, I was met with the startling sight of two spectral figures. They glided backward into the den with an eerie grace before making their way to the hallway towards Jean's room. One of them lingered menacingly close to the bed, barely more than a foot away. A protective instinct surged through me, driven by the thought, "They ain't messing with me and my wife." And with that, I charged through the apparition. A chilling, vicious cold seeped deep into my very bones as a result. Upon uncovering the unsettling truth that their property was established atop an old cemetery, the Williams family grew increasingly suspicious of an ancient oak tree in their backyard. This tree, distinguished by its twisted form and bearing carvings of an arrow accompanied by several lines, soon took on a sinister significance. Initially overlooked, these markings now seemed to ominously suggest that the tree served as a marker for a grave. This revelation cast a shadow over their perception of their home, transforming the once innocuous tree into a symbol of the land's grim history. Compelled by a sense of injustice, the Williamses decided to take legal action against the developers of their housing estate. They accused the developers of egregiously omitting to inform them that their dream home was erected on what used to be a graveyard. However, their legal challenge hit a roadblock when they were informed that their case would only hold water if they could conclusively prove the presence of graves on their property. Undeterred, Ben, alongside his wife and their daughter Tina, embarked on a mission to excavate the area surrounding the foreboding oak tree. They were driven by a firm belief that they would uncover human remains, thereby substantiating their claims. However, as they dug deeper, both Jean and Tina were suddenly afflicted by a mysterious illness, the cause of which eluded understanding. The situation took a dire turn when Tina was rushed to the hospital, only to succumb to a severe heart attack. Convinced that these tragic events were the cause of malevolent forces linked to the desecrated burial ground, the Williams family made the difficult decision to leave behind their haunted home. Seeking solace and a fresh start, they relocated to Montana. But the memories of their harrowing experiences lingered, compelling them to eventually return to Texas, where they channeled their ordeal into a book titled The Black Hope Horror, a detailed account of their supernatural encounters. Their story captured the public's imagination to such an extent that it was adapted into a film known as The Grave Secrets, bringing their chilling experiences to a wider audience and immortalizing the haunting legacy of their former home. The Haneys decided to pursue legal recourse against the developers, seeking justice for their unsettling ordeal. Initially, their efforts appeared to bear fruit when they were granted a substantial financial compensation of $142,000. However, this moment of victory was short-lived. In a surprising turn of events, the verdict was reversed after a judge concluded that the developer was not at fault. Consequently, the Haneys found themselves burdened with a significant amount of legal expenses, running into tens of thousands of dollars. This financial strain left them with no choice other than to declare bankruptcy. Devoid of any financial resources, they were compelled to leave behind the land that had turned their aspirations into a harrowing nightmare. Their pursuit of the American dream had tragically metamorphosized into a devastating ordeal, leaving them drained of their savings and facing a future filled with uncertainty. It appears that the series of peculiar events linked to this land didn't conclude here, however. Despite reports from the current occupants of the Haneys' previous residence indicate no unusual experiences, tales of the bizarre continue to circulate among other households in the vicinity. In an intriguing account from a resident now living in what once was the Williams home, she describes an eerie incident involving a sound resembling that of a cougar emanating from outside her window. However, upon investigation, she found nothing that could explain the mysterious noise. Meanwhile, a few houses away, occupants have reported experiencing unexplained electrical anomalies, adding an element of the unordinary to their daily lives. Another neighbor has shared tales of doors slamming shut without any apparent cause, such as drafts or wind, and even recounting the feeling that seemed like an invisible hand had been resting on their shoulder. And further adding to the collection of mystifying stories, Jan Clark, the mother of one home's owner, relayed her granddaughter's unsettling experiences. The young girl claimed to have seen a shadowy figure she referred to as the Brown Man in her room, and recounted another peculiar incident, all of which contribute to the ongoing mystery surrounding this neighborhood. Another time, I had gone to the restroom with my granddaughter, Taylor. She had run out, leaving me in the restroom alone, and something like a man's voice breathed, really heavy and really close to me. I got out of there, and quick, and to this day, I try not to go back in there and use that restroom anymore. There is something to this. Some people won't talk about it because they don't want to be considered crazy, or they just don't care to know the truth. Another nearby family would also share their eerie experiences. Vinay Luna, who recounts multiple unexplained events in their home. Among these, she vividly remembers an incident where her husband's slippers leapt from his grip. In an even more startling moment, when their pet dog appeared to be suspended mid-air. Moreover, Vinay reveals that her grandmother has encountered mysterious figures within the home. She elaborates on her grandmother's experiences by saying, "My grandma consistently tells us about a shadowy man who visits her, for reasons unknown. Then, there are times she talks about children's presences in her room, which prevent her from getting any rest because of their continuous disturbances." In contrast, there are households in the area that report a complete absence of any peculiar activities, presenting a stark difference to the accounts of paranormal encounters and leaving the community puzzled over the true nature of this phenomenon. It's undeniable that this location was once a cemetery, a fact overlooked or even ignored by the developers when they transformed it into a residential area. And this raises several critical questions. Could the ghostly occurrences reported by the residents be a direct consequence of the disturbed spirits due to the desecration of their final resting places? Is it possible that these souls are expressing their unrest or even anger towards the violation of their graves? The true cause remains shrouded in enigma, yet it underscores a crucial consideration for future developments: the importance of respecting burial grounds by ensuring the proper relocation of remains before proceeding with construction. This principle not only honors those who have passed, but also may prevent the unfolding of such mysterious and unsettling events. In the serene suburb of Seaford, New York, the Herman family's dreamy life is upended as their ordinary home becomes the epicenter of an extraordinary poltergeist phenomenon. With no prior history of hauntings or misfortune, their residence suddenly erupts with unexplained activities, bottles popping open, objects moving on their own, and an eerie sense of an unseen presence. Despite skepticism and attempts to find rational explanations, the events transcend understanding, drawing the attention of paranormal experts, the media, and a curious public. This is the untold story of Popper the Poltergeist of New York. Tucked away in the peaceful surroundings of Long Island is Seaford, New York, a place of subtle beauty and calm where the 1950s depicted an image of suburban peace. It was in this heavenly setting that James Herman created a tranquil life with his wife, Lucille, and their two children, Lucille, aged 13, and James, a year younger, at 12. Their home, a simple ranch painted in shades of white and green, served as a symbol of the typical American dream, with 3 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and straightforward simplicity. There was little to indicate it was any different from the other homes in the charming neighborhood, all of which were graced with the picturesque allure of tree-lined streets. Yet, beneath the surface of normality, a sense of mystery persisted. The Herman residence, with no dark history or stories of bad luck, was for some reason on the brink of becoming the center of a paranormal happening. This unassuming house against the calm backdrop of Seaford streets was about to inscribe its name in the halls of the supernatural. For unknown reasons, it was fated to be the site of a poltergeist phenomena, one that was so distinctive and captivating that its tale would be forever intertwined with the paranormal realm, casting a veil of fascination over the once peaceful existence of the Herman family. And seemingly out of the blue, things began to happen on February the 3rd of 1958. Until this point, the Herman family had not encountered anything out of the ordinary within their home. However, on this day, while Lucille was in the kitchen accompanied by her 2 children, an uncanny phenomenon unfolded before their very eyes. Bottles scattered throughout their kitchen, without any apparent cause, began to spontaneously unseal themselves. The caps were forcibly ejected, resulting in their contents erupting and spraying across the room, each bottle cap producing a distinct and resounding pop as it flew off. Some of the bottles allegedly engaged in an eerie dance, moving about with no visible support, a sight that understandably terrified them all. When James Herman walked through the door of his home, he was immediately confronted with the confounding narrative of the day's events. Carrying a deep-seated skepticism, James entertained the possibility that the curious happenings might be the result of natural environmental fluctuations, perhaps a significant rise in humidity levels, or an unforeseen chemical reaction within the confines of the bottles themselves. Such hypotheses briefly offered a comforting veil of normalcy over the situation. Yet, this semblance of explanation rapidly disintegrated as the full scope of the phenomena revealed itself to be far-reaching, indiscriminately affecting almost every container in the kitchen. Notably, even bottles secured with screw-on caps, which under normal circumstances would require human intervention to open, had mysteriously unscrewed themselves. The entire scene defied logic, standing in stark contrast to the mundane reality James had expected to return to. A mere 2 days after this bewildering introduction, the bizarre occurrences not only persisted, but escalated, casting a wider net over the household's collection of containers. This time, the activity was not limited to the kitchen or to a specific type of bottle. Jars of all sizes, bottles brimming with a variety of household liquids, such as shampoo, bleach, and even luxurious perfumes, alongside tubes of toothpaste, began to manifest the same inexplicable behavior that had initially perplexed the Herman family. Each container, as if acting on an unseen cue, would suddenly and violently burst open. Their contents, once neatly contained, were now subjects of an uncontrollable frenzy, spilling, spraying, and splattering across the room without any apparent trigger or discernible pattern. The randomness of the incidents only deepened the mystery, as did the diversity of the containers involved. Glass and plastic bottles alike, regardless of their contents, viscosity, or the container's design, were equally susceptible to this unseen force. The phenomena seemed to mock the very laws of physics, with caps and lids that should have remained securely fastened, instead becoming agents of chaos. The scene within the Herman household transformed from one of domestic tranquility to a bewildering spectacle of uncontrolled disarray, leaving the family and eventually the wider community grappling for explanations in the face of such unfathomable occurrences. As time went on, the mysterious events escalated in intensity, confounding the Herman family and leaving the wider community searching for logical reasons. These occurrences baffled all attempts at rational explanation, with comprehensive investigations yielding no satisfactory scientific or environmental understanding. This sequence of bewildering events signaled the start of an exceptionally captivating and perplexing episode in the realm of paranormal mysteries, positioning the Herman household at the heart of it all. James Herman, as mentioned before, was inherently skeptical by nature, always seeking a logical explanation for the unexplained. He was not one to hastily attribute events to paranormal activities. When the peculiar happenings first began to unfold within their household, his mind gravitated towards a more earthly explanation. He pondered whether his son Jimmy, with a youthful penchant for mischief, might have devised an elaborate prank, potentially using carbonated capsules or some other mechanism to cause the bottles to spontaneously erupt. With this theory in mind, James embarked on a discreet observation of Jimmy, scrutinizing his every move in search of any hint of evidence that might link him to the strange occurrences. However, despite his vigilant watch over the boy, James uncovered not a shred of evidence implicating Jimmy in the bizarre events. Meanwhile, the mystery within the Herman household deepened. The phenomena escalated in intensity and variety, transcending beyond mere bottles. It seemed as though every manner of container within their home was susceptible to this force. Bottles of all types would burst open without warning, their contents propelled across the room in a chaotic display, each eruption accompanied by a distinct, crisp popping sound that had become all too familiar to the now bewildered family. However, the disconcerting phenomena within the Herman home extended beyond the peculiar antics of their containers. The family began to observe a bewildering array of household items, seemingly taking on a life of their own, as if manipulated by something they couldn't see. Toys and books, even larger pieces of furniture, began to exhibit this kind of strange behavior. Chairs that had been stationary for years suddenly skidded across the floor, tables tilted without warning, spilling their contents, and doors slammed shut with no one near them. Among the smaller objects, dolls were found in different rooms from where they had been left, as though they had moved by their own accord. Books would not only fall from shelves, but sometimes would fly across the room as if thrown by something or someone. Picture frames that had hung peacefully on walls for years would suddenly crash to the floor in the middle of the night, their glass shattering, again without any discernible cause. The velocity which these objects moved was astonishing. On several occasions, toys rocketed from one end of the room to the other, often narrowly missing family members as they passed. Furniture that required the strength of two adults to move would slide or even lift and then crash back down with significant force, leaving indents in the hardwood floors or marks on the walls. The impact of these movements was so intense that it not only caused physical damage to the structure of the home, but also left emotional scars on the family, who were increasingly frightened by these occurrences. This escalation of activity heightened the atmosphere of tension and disbelief within the household. The Hermans, already struggling to comprehend the mysterious behavior of the containers, were now faced with a broader, more intense range of disturbances. These events seemed to defy all logic, suggesting that the presence of an invisible hand was guiding the chaos. The force and precision in which these items moved suggested something more than a mere coincidence or natural forces being at play. instilling a deep sense of unease and apprehension among the family members as they pondered the source and intent behind these manifestations. James, still clinging to a sliver of doubt about the paranormal nature of these events, decided to confront Jimmy directly, hoping to glean some confession or explanation from him. However, Jimmy vehemently denied any involvement. It was during this tense confrontation that an incident occurred, which shook James's skepticism to its core. Mid-conversation, a bottle that had been sitting idle on the shelf began to tremble before gliding across the surface. And then, with the now familiar popping sound, its cap flew off right before their eyes. This event, witnessed firsthand by both James and Jimmy, served as a stark indication that the situation was far more complex and inexplicable than James had originally conceived. It was a moment that marked a turning point, compelling James to reconsider his stance on the possibility of paranormal involvement and the disturbances that had been plaguing their home. Perplexed by this point and desperate for answers, James reached out to the local police department. His call was met with skepticism, yet the gravity of his plea convinced them to dispatch an investigator to the scene. The officer assigned to the case was James Hughes, a man known for his pragmatic approach and skeptical outlook on anything that veered into the realm of the supernatural. Upon entering the Herman residence, Hughes' skepticism was put to an immediate test as he witnessed an extraordinary spectacle himself. Bottles not only popped, but exploded as if charged with an unknown energy source, propelling shards of glass across the room like shrapnel. Hughes, though shaken, documented these occurrences meticulously, marking the beginning of an official inquiry into the strangeness. Following Hughes' initial observations, the case caught the attention of Detective Joseph Tozzi, a seasoned investigator with a keen interest in phenomena that defied easy explanation. Tozzi, determined to uncover the truth, orchestrated a comprehensive surveillance operation within the Herman home. Over several days and nights, Tozzi and his team kept a vigilant watch, documenting each incident with a rigor that bordered on the obsessive. The phenomena that they would observe was varied, but also similar to what had already taken place. Bottles previously at rest would suddenly animate, their contents frothing and spewing forth as if under pressure. And a particularly unnerving incident involved a bottle of perfume that, in full view of investigators, glided across the table with deliberate slowness before overturning to release its fragrant essence. Occasionally, bottle caps would detach and zip through the air with targeted precision, narrowly missing the observers and adding an element of personal threat to the occurrences. Tozzi noted that each object involved in these incidents, upon examination, radiated an abnormal warmth, as if it was infused with an unseen energy. The climax of Tozzi's observation came when a substantially heavy bureau desk, an object of considerable mass and unwieldy nature, abruptly flipped over on its own. The desk crashed to the floor with a thunderous impact, leaving the investigators bewildered and alarmed. This event was complemented by other startling manifestations. A figurine and a bowl were seen to launch across the room, as if propelled by this same force. Their trajectories seemed to be marked with intent to harm. Also, throughout this intensive period of observation, Tozzi made a curious observation that the presence of one of the Herman children seemed to be a common denominator in the timing of these phenomena. Yet, despite his exhaustive efforts to uncover any form of deception, no evidence of trickery or manipulation could be found. The meticulous documentation of these events, coupled with the lack of any rational explanation, led Tootsie to a profound realization. The realization that what he had witnessed transcended the boundaries of conventional understanding, firmly planting the seed of belief in his mind that the disturbances at the Herman residence were indeed a manifestation of the unexplained. In their quest for solace, the Herman family sought the spiritual intervention of Father William MacLeod from the Church of St. William, the abbot. He visited their home and conducted a solemn ceremony infused with prayers and the sprinkling of holy water in every corner, hoping to cleanse the space of its unsettling disturbances. But despite Father MacLeod's honest efforts and the family's hopeful anticipation, the turmoil within the household persisted, as if the blessing had merely passed through an invisible barrier, leaving the chaos untouched. As the events within the Herman residence escalated, word of their plight began to seep into the public consciousness, igniting a wildfire of media interest. The story, sensationalized under the moniker of Popper the Poltergeist, a nod to the mysterious popping of bottles that had become a hallmark of the haunting, captured the imagination of the nation. Esteemed publications, such as Time and Life magazines, featured in-depth articles on the phenomenon, catapulting the Herman family into an unwelcome spotlight. The surge of attention drew a flood of curious onlookers, paranormal enthusiasts, and skeptics to their doorstep. Reporters and a motley crew of self-proclaimed experts besieged the once peaceful home. Letters, ranging from expressions of sympathy to outlandish theories, bombarded the family day and night. Amidst this chaotic intrusion, James Herman remained steadfast in his determination to unearth a logical explanation for the events that had disrupted their lives. In a bid to capture empirical evidence of the disturbances, he went to the extent of installing sophisticated monitoring equipment in the basement of their home. These devices, designed to detect even the slightest vibrations, he thought might help shed light on the source of the activity. But unfortunately, they would yield no conclusive findings, deepening the mystery rather than dispelling it. Journalists who ventured into the Herman residence, hoping to capture a glimpse of the supernatural, often left with more questions than answers. Many were first-hand witnesses to the bizarre occurrences that had become part of the daily fabric of the family's lives. In one particular startling incident, a reporter's camera became an unwilling participant in the phenomenon. The flashbulbs in his camera exploded as he prepared to document the scene, adding a tangible, albeit unnerving, dimension to his story. As time progressed, the enigma of the Herman household eventually attracted the attention of Robert Zeider, a physicist affiliated with Long Island's Brookhaven National Laboratory. Intrigued by the possibility of a scientific explanation, Zeider conducted an array of tests and analysis within the home. His investigations led him to theorize that the root of the disturbances might lie in the natural world, specifically the presence of underground streams beneath their property. He said that these hidden waterways could be generating an unusual magnetic field, a freak magnetic field that somehow triggered these unexplained activities. Despite the intriguing nature of his hypothesis, it did, however, offer little in the way of an immediate solace or solutions to the Herman family, who yet still remained ensnared in a web of mystery and public fascination. Perplexed by the ongoing mystery and at a loss for additional explanations, Detective Tootsie reached out to Dr. J.B. Rhine, a renowned expert from the parapsychology laboratory at Duke University in North Carolina, seeking insights into the baffling phenomena at the Herman residence. Dr. Rhine, along with his team, delved into the case. They would hypothesize that the source of the disturbances might be rooted in the psychic energy emanating from an individual within the household. Through careful observation and analysis, they identified Jimmy, the son, who was consistently present during these occurrences, as the likely epicenter of this psychic activity. To explore this theory further, Dr. Ryan introduced Dr. Pratt, a specialist in psychokinetic phenomena, into the equation. Dr. Pratt engaged Jimmy in a series of interactions, including conversations and recreational activities, in an effort to establish a rapport and observe any changes in the frequency or intensity of the paranormal events. Remarkably, it was noted that during these periods of engagement, the manifestations of the unexplained phenomena significantly diminished, suggesting a direct correlation between Jimmy's state of mind and the occurrences. This led the investigative team to a groundbreaking theory that Jimmy was unknowingly channeling his psychic energy in a way that manifested as the mysterious events that had been plaguing him and his family. They postulated that Jimmy was a conduit for recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis, or better known as the acronym RSPK, a rare condition where an individual without conscious intent triggers paranormal activities through the sheer force of their subconscious mind. This involuntary projection of psychokinetic energy was believed to be the culprit behind this series of unexplained occurrences, and these findings were considered groundbreaking because it would prove that the Herman family wasn't the subject to trickery or the workings of an unknown supernatural entity. Instead, they represented a profound expression of human psychology, exceptional and remarkable in nature. The concept that the human brain could exert influence over physical objects without any tangible interaction was a radical departure from the established norms at the time. This perspective suggested that under certain conditions, perhaps related to emotional stress or psychological factors, that an individual could trigger manifestations of psychokinetic activity. This theory poised that the mysterious occurrences within the Herman home, from the spontaneous popping of bottles to the unexplained movements of household items, could be directly linked to the subconscious outpourings of a young man's psychic energy. And although this seemed to be a pretty decent theory for explaining exactly what was taking place, things within the Herman household continued to unfold. An array of television crews managed to penetrate the once peaceful abode, their cameras ready to document the bewildering phenomena that had taken residence alongside the family. This pivotal moment in the saga of the Hermans not only brought the eerie disturbances into the living rooms of people across the country, but also set a precedent, marking the Popper incident as one of the first hauntings to ever be broadcast on national television. Audiences from coast to coast were drawn into the mystifying world of the Hermans, witnessing firsthand the unexplainable events that had disrupted their lives for years. Amid the whirlwind of attention, the Herman family found themselves longing for a semblance of normalcy. The constant presence of camera crews, the relentless scrutiny, and the unpredictable chaos that had become their daily lives left them yearning for the quiet, uneventful life they once knew. They sought solace in the hope that the mysterious disturbances that had thrust them into the spotlight would soon dissipate, allowing them to reclaim the peace that they had once had. Their hopes would not be in vain. A turn of events as sudden and unexplained as the onset of the disturbances, the strange happenings that had held the nation's attention, came to an abrupt halt in August of 1958. The bottles ceased their spontaneous eruptions. The objects remained still, and the eerie atmosphere that had enveloped their home lifted, seemingly without reason or warning. The end of the disturbances was as much of a mystery as their beginning, leaving many to speculate on the forces that could bring about such cessation of activity. The ending of the haunting brought a profound sense of relief to the Herman family, who were finally able to turn the page on this bizarre chapter of their lives. However, the legacy of Popper lived on, its mysteries unresolved, but forever etched into the halls of paranormal history. The unprecedented media coverage it had received had not only brought the phenomenon to public consciousness, but also had set a new standard for how such occurrences could be shared and analyzed on a national scale. The mystery of the Popper poltergeist remains a source of enduring intrigue and fascination among paranormal experts, standing as a cryptic puzzle that continues to elude any form of definitive explanation. Such is the depth of the mystery that it prompted speculation among cultural historians and cinema scholars that the bizarre occurrences which had unfolded in the Herman household might have ignited the creative inspiration for the iconic film Poltergeist. This connection underscores the profound impact that the story has had, not with just the confines of the paranormal study, but also its influence on popular culture and cinematic storytelling. In conclusion, the mystery that is Popper the Poltergeist not only remains a bizarre case that puzzles and fascinates us, but it also serves as a beacon, drawing attention to the vast, unexplored territories of human experience and the natural world. It challenges observers to question the limits of their understanding and to remain open to the possibilities that lie beyond the conventional frameworks of knowledge. The story of the Herman family and the inexplicable events that occurred within their home does stand as a testament to the enduring allure of the unknown and the perpetual quest for answers in the face of the inexplicable. In the midst of a lush, vibrant green expanse located in a quaint rural stretch of Essex, close to the eastern shores of England, there once resided an imposing, Gothic-inspired brick edifice known as Borley Rectory. This architectural marvel, erected in the year 1863 under the guidance of Reverend Henry Dawson Ellis Bull, soon became the cherished dwelling for him and his extensive family of 14. The plot of land upon which this rectory was constructed bore an enigmatic and lengthy history, stretching back well before its foundations were laid. Legend has it that this very site was once graced by a monastery in the 14th century, a place shrouded in dark allure. Local folklore whispers of a tragic love story that unfolded within this historical backdrop. A monk residing in the monastery reportedly fell deeply in love with a nun from a neighboring convent. Their love, forbidden and clandestine, blossomed in secret until their affair was tragically uncovered. The aftermath was grim. The monk faced a dire fate, being executed by hanging at the exact location where Borley Rectory would later stand. As for the nun, her punishment was equally harsh and more narrowing, as she was condemned to a living tomb, sealed alive within the convent walls. It is against the backdrop of love, betrayal, and tragedy that the spectral occurrences at Borley Rectory are believed to have originated, casting a long shadow over the property. These chilling tales and witnessed apparitions have catapulted Borley Rectory into the halls of paranormal history, marking it as one of the globe's most infamously haunted locations. Almost immediately after Henry Bull and his family made the estate their home. They found themselves engulfed in a barrage of mysterious occurrences. The onset was marked by inexplicable sounds, footsteps echoing in empty corridors, the persistent murmur of flowing water where there should be none, disembodied voices whispering in the dead of night, bells chiming independently despite severed connections, and objects that seemed to move of their own volition. However, these initial oddities quickly intensified in frequency. The children, particularly vulnerable and perceptive, reported the reoccurring vision of a sinister, ghostly nun wandering the premises. This eerie figure wasn't a fleeting glimpse. It manifested itself repeatedly, observed by multiple members of the Bull family. Among the children, the youngest daughter, Ethel, bore the brunt of the spectral harassment. She was subjected to physical assaults by an invisible assailant, enduring pushes, slaps, and with such force they left behind physical evidence of her encounters. Adding to the atmosphere of dread was the legend of a ghostly carriage pulled by horses and driven by two headless specters. These specters raced through the surrounding area with reckless abandon. This and other chilling encounters persisted, weaving a tapestry that seemed to grow more complex with time, enduring well past the death of Henry Bull in 1892, when he passed the property on to his son, Harry Bull. The legacy of unsettling phenomena thus continued. During Harry Bull's tenure, the eerie manifestations at the estate not only persisted, but seemed to intensify, with numerous bizarre occurrences recorded. On a particularly unsettling day, while Harry was tending to his garden, his dog suddenly erupted into a frenzy of barks, displaying a mix of terror and confusion, hiding behind a tree for reasons that weren't immediately apparent. Upon investigating the cause of his dog's distress, Harry reported a chilling sight: a headless figure emerging from behind the foliage, proceeding to board a phantom carriage that eerily glided into silence. This was not a solitary encounter. Harry experienced several such unnerving incidents with the ghostly carriage, which appeared to race by, only to dissolve into thin air moments later. Amidst these spectral happenings, the figure of the ghostly nun remained a constant. She was often observed in full daylight, roaming the grounds and unsettlingly peering through windows. On numerous occasions, Harry and his family's dining experiences were interrupted by the unwelcomed sight of her face, often gazing in through the window, an occurrence that became so frequent and disturbing that Harry eventually took measures to brick up the dining room window in an attempt to shield his family from her intrusive stares. These ongoing supernatural events under Harry's watch contributed to a thickening atmosphere of terror. Following Harry Bull's death in 1927, the rectory found itself draped in silence, temporarily forsaken until Reverend Guy Eric Smith and his wife decided to call it their home. No sooner had they unpacked their belongings than they found themselves plunged into a realm of unexplained phenomena. Phenomena that defied rational explanation. Their new abode seemed to pulsate with a life of its own, illuminated by wandering orbs of light that danced through the darkness, and haunted by the spectral vision of a nun whose presence was as persistent as it was unsettling. The ghostly carriage, with its headless drivers, continued its nocturnal journeys, accompanied by shadowy figures that flitted just beyond the corner of one's eye. The air was often pierced by the echo of footsteps and the mournful tolling of bells that rang from nowhere. The most chilling discovery, however, came at the hands of Smith's wife during an ordinary day of household chores. Hidden within the depths of an old cupboard, wrapped in a forgotten paper package, she stumbled upon a discovery that sent shivers down her spine. A human skull, its empty sockets seemingly staring back at her. This macabre find was soon accompanied by auditory disturbances. Hoarse whispers filled the air, and the sound of heavy footsteps resonated through the empty halls, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and unanswered questions. Reverend Smith found himself compelled to arm himself with a stick as he moved about his own home, a testament to the unsettling presence that seemed to stalk them from the shadows. Driven to the brink of insanity by these chilling experiences, the Smiths reached out to the Daily Mirror in 1929, desperate for answers. The newspaper responded by dispatching a man named Harry Price, a renowned paranormal researcher, along with his team. They were tasked with unraveling the secrets that lay hidden within the walls of the Borley Rectory, a mission that promised to delve deep into the unknown. Shortly after his arrival at Borley Rectory, Harry Price found himself quickly immersed in the intense paranormal activities that seemed to permeate out of nowhere. Throughout his investigation, Price documented witnessing several unexplainable events that defied logic. Objects were observed levitating and hurling through the air, propelled by something that they couldn't see, while cryptic messages eerily formed on mirrors, seemingly tapped out by ghostly fingers. In a particularly chilling incident, Price and his assistant watched in disbelief as a glass candlestick floated ominously before them, only to violently shatter against the wall, sending a cascade of glass fragments scattering in all directions. Moreover, Price reported encounters with the spectral figures that had become almost legendary at Borley Rectory. He claimed to have seen the haunting visage of the nun, headless coach drivers eerily navigating the night, and even the ghost of Henry Bull himself, looming within the shadow-filled corridors. They even purported to capture photographic evidence of an apparition, adding a tangible, albeit ghostly chapter to the rectory's storied history. However, it's worth noting that many of the extraordinary phenomena reported by Price was not corroborated by the experiences of the Smiths, leading to skepticism about the veracity of some events. Despite this, the Smiths had encountered enough unexplained disturbances to make the decision to leave the rectory in 1929, less than a year after they had made it their home. Price's detailed accounts of the bizarre occurrences at Borley Rectory were widely publicized, catapulting the story into the realm of public fascination and debate. This was the moment that the haunting at Borley Rectory transcended mere local folklore to become a captivating mystery that captured the imagination of the wider public, imbuing the rectory with a mystique that continues to intrigue and baffle to this day. Following Harry Price's investigation, which earned the property the title of the most haunted house in England, the residents welcomed its new occupants. In 1930, the incoming family comprised of Reverend Lionel Foister, a relative of the initial proprietor, Henry Bull, alongside his wife Mary Ann and their adopted daughter Adelaide. The transition into their new home was anything but ordinary, as it seemed that they also took possession of its lingering spectral residence, inheriting a legacy of encounters that would defy explanation once again. The Foisters were plunged into a realm of mysterious occurrences that seemed to intensify with time. Their daily lives were interrupted by an array of inexplicable events that would test the skepticism of even the staunchest doubter. Objects with minds of their own would be thrown through the air. Rocks, glasses, and bottles quickly became projectiles used by unseen forces. Windows shattered spontaneously as if struck by invisible stones, while doors developed wills of their own, locking and unlocking in a whimsical dance that left the family often stranded or intrusively barred from their own rooms. The household's furniture seemed to partake in a silent conspiracy, shifting positions when no one was watching, contributing to the discerning atmosphere that pervaded the estate. Objects would mysteriously vanish as well, only to reappear in the most unlikely places, as if the house itself was playing a macabre game of hide and seek with the living. Adding to the eerie ambiance were once again the inexplicable sounds of non-existent ringing bells, and these were accompanied by unsettling sounds of heavy breathing by no one that could be seen. Footsteps echoed in the halls, which again suggested the presence of unseen visitors that were treading the corridors alongside the living. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the haunting was the apparent fixation of the malevolent presence on Mary Ann. This unseen force seemed to single her out for torment more than anyone else in the household. On numerous occasions, she experienced the sensation of being pushed, poked, and even slapped. Objects would be hurled directly at her, making her the unfortunate focus of these paranormal attacks. In one particularly harrowing incident, Mary Ann woke up in the dead of night, only to find herself struggling to breathe under the oppressive weight of a mattress, as if the entity was attempting to suffocate her in her own bed. Following this terrifying event, the walls of the rectory began to bear cryptic messages. Phrases like, "Mary Ann, please help," and "Mary Ann, light mass prayers," began appearing mysteriously. There were also moments when she was violently thrown from her bed or pinned down by the invisible oppressor. Experiences so disturbing that they convinced Foister to undertake exorcisms on 2 separate occasions. Unfortunately, though, these attempts would not only fail, but seem to anger the spirit even further, resulting in a frenzy of fist-sized stones being thrown at him. Adding yet another layer, Mary Ann reported sightings of the spectral figure of Bull, suggesting his lingering presence still was there within the confines of the rectory. Numerous paranormal investigators, captivated by the increasingly famous tale, hypothesized that the unsettling poltergeist manifestations might have been emanating from Marianne or perhaps their daughter. Pinning down the true source, however, remained an elusive task. As the Foysters vacated the property in 1935, Price seized the moment to re-enter the scene, eager to delve deeper into the mysteries that Borley Rectory seemed to jealously guard. Armed with the latest in ghost hunting technology and a keen sense of determination, Price embarked on an extensive recruitment drive, gathering a diverse group of 48 individuals. Together, they were to join him in his investigative quest, taking turns to stay overnight at the haunted premises, each one hoping to witness firsthand the peculiar occurrences that had captured the attention of the supernatural community. Price's ambition didn't stop there. He envisioned spending an entire year within the walls of the rectory to thoroughly document its myriad of mysteries. This wasn't just another ghost hunting expedition. It was a meticulously planned operation, aimed at peeling back the layers of secrecy that shrouded the house, with a mix of anticipation and a touch of the unknown. Price and his team prepared to embark on what promised to be an unprecedented exploration of the supernatural, a venture brimming with the potential to unlock the secrets of one of the most hauntingly captivating locations known. Throughout the duration of their year-long investigation at the property, the team reported a series of extraordinary findings, among which a particularly compelling seance conducted one evening stands out. In this session, the psychic medium, Helen Glanville, allegedly established communication with a spirit who introduced itself as Mary Larue. This spirit claimed a past life as a nun in France before making the life-altering decision to leave her convent, journey to England, and enter into marriage with a wealthy individual named Henry Waldegrave. Tragically, the tale took a dark turn, with Mary Larue recounting how she was brutally strangled by her husband and her body disgracefully abandoned in the cellar of the rectory. It was Mary's spirit, according to the narrative, that sought out Marianne, pleading for assistance from beyond the grave. In a subsequent chilling encounter, Glanville made contact with another spirit, this one identifying itself as Sune Emura. Displaying a more ominous intent, it issued a dire prophecy, declaring its plan to set the entire structure ablaze in 1938, with the aftermath revealing the remains of a murdered man amidst the ruins. In addition to these startling communications, the team encountered frequent poltergeist activities, areas of intense, unexplainable cold, bizarre non-human footprints in the snow, and purported sightings of the ghostly nun would become a figure of intrigue whilst delving into Borley Rectory's past. Taking on the role of chronicler, Price meticulously documented these investigations, their findings, and the haunting tales woven into the fabric of the rectory. The culmination of this exhaustive research was presented to the public in 2 volumes: The Most Haunted House in England, 1940, and The End of Borley Rectory in 1946, in what could only be described as a peculiar twist of fate, closely aligning with the ominous prediction made by the spirit they had contacted. The year 1939 unfolded with a startling incident. The Borley Rectory's new proprietor, Captain W.H. Gregson, accidentally dropped an oil lamp igniting a fierce blaze that swept through the structure. The resulting inferno severely damaged the manor, leaving it a charred shell of its former glory. In the aftermath, during an exploration in 1943, Price ventured into the remnants of the cellar, and amidst the debris, he discovered what he believed to be the remains of a young woman. This claim sparked controversy, with some skeptics questioning the human origin of these remains. Following the fire, an array of occurrences were reported in the vicinity of the now abandoned and fire-scarred rectory. Residents and visitors spoke of hearing inexplicable ghostly laughter echoing through the night, witnessing eerie lights with no discernible source, and encountering frequent malfunctions of electrical devices. Moreover, the spectral figure of the nun, who had become a haunting staple of the Borley lore, was sighted with unsettling regularity. Additional reports came from individuals, including World War II soldiers stationed nearby, who experienced the sensation of unseen assailants hurling stones at them. These mysterious events persisted until the rectory met its ultimate fate, being demolished in 1944. However, the demolition did not mark the end. Rather, it seemed to dilute the frequency and intensity of paranormal phenomena. As the years progressed, leading up to Harry Price's death in 1948, the tales of Borley Rectory's haunted legacy gradually receded into the shadows of history. The once vivid accounts of supernatural occurrences and ghostly sightings transitioned into whispered legends. This shift consigned Borley Rectory and its ghostly inhabitants to the realm of folklore, transforming it into a haunting echo of the past. In the years that followed since its peak of notoriety, the tale of the haunted Borley Rectory became embroiled in controversy, attracting a level of scrutiny that far exceeded expectations. Harry Price's foundational report, once a cornerstone of paranormal literature, found itself under the critical microscope of the Society for Psychical Research, or SPR, upon its release. This organization, steeped in investigations of the supernatural, raised doubts about the authenticity of the sightings reported by Price. They posed that a significant number of these incidents could be attributed to natural explanations, or could have been overly dramatized, or were outright fabrications crafted by Price himself. The skepticism surrounding Price's work intensified notably after his passing, when a Daily Mail journalist who had accompanied Price during his explorations at the rectory stepped forward with allegations that cast a shadow over the entirety of the findings. These allegations accused Price of concocting the entire narrative. This claim was compounded by an even more startling revelation from Marianne Foister, a central figure in the Borley Rectory saga, would later confess that the haunting that they had experienced was a fabrication. The narrative took yet another twist with the publication of a book, 2000, by Louis Mayerling, boldly titled, "We Faked the Ghosts of Borley Rectory." Mayerling's work delves into the heart of the controversy, suggesting that the stories of the haunting that had captivated the public were the result of elaborate deceptions by the Bulls, the Foyers, Harry Price, and his investigative team. According to this account, these individuals were not the honest seekers of truth they claimed to be, but rather skilled illusionists and storytellers, weaving a complex web of ghostly tales that blurred the lines between reality and the supernatural. This perspective cast the Borley Rectory in a new light, suggesting that its legacy may be more about the human penchant for crafting narratives that captivate and intrigue, rather than tangible encounters in the supernatural realm. Despite the swirling vortex of skepticism, it's fascinating to observe that a substantial number of individuals still staunchly stand behind the authenticity of the Borley Rectory case. It strikes one as peculiar, almost beyond belief, that such a diverse group could mastermind an elaborate hoax spanning several decades with such precision. Numerous witnesses have passionately contended that the events witnessed could not have been the product of mere trickery, adding layers of intrigue to the narrative. This conviction among many has ensured that the eerie saga of Borley Rectory continues to captivate and bewitch minds, securing its place as a timeless, haunting narrative that ignites fervent discussions, debates, even to this day. But the question still looms large. What truly unfolded within those walls? Was there any substance to the tales? Or are we merely chasing shadows of a long-standing urban myth, meticulously woven by cunning fabricators? The truth is up to you to decide, with the principal characters and investigators of these mysterious events long past, and the rectory itself erased from the physical world. We find ourselves ensnared in a web of speculation. It appears that the tale of Borley Rectory is destined to hover in the realms of the unknown, a ghostly whisper from the past that continues to puzzle and mesmerize those who dare to delve into its depths. Thank you guys so much for watching this latest video. If you enjoyed it, please leave me a like, a comment down below with your thoughts. Don't forget to subscribe with the bell on, and share this video around. All of those things help me out so much more than you know. I hope you're enjoying our historical hauntings recently. They're soon going to be accompanied by some really scary stories, so certainly get ready for that. As always, guys, thank you so much for supporting me. This has been Cody here at Mystery Archives. Remember to please stay safe out there, and take care. I'll see you next time. For decades, Dudleytown has been infamous for countless legends. From ghostly apparitions to frightening and strange creatures, paranormal curses, and more. But what is it about this small Connecticut ghost town that has spawned these legends? Is this place truly cursed? Is it evil? That's what we'll be diving into here on Mystery Archives. Dudleytown's history from the beginning has been shrouded in darkness. Settled in the 1740s by Gideon Dudley and Thomas Griffiths, as well as their families, other families soon flocked to join them. The town was never officially a town, however. It was more or less an isolated part of the Cornwall Township. The town, or village, rested in the middle of 3 large hills. In spite of this, settlers began to trickle into the area. The Tanner family, the Joneses, the Pattersons, the Dibbles, and the Porters all took up residence here. The community grew even larger after iron ore was discovered nearby, and farming became a secondary concern. However, there were never any shops or schools or churches in Dudleytown. Provisions had to be purchased in nearby towns, and when one died, a trip to Cornwall was necessary, because in addition, there was no church in the town. There was no cemetery either. The population of Dudleytown was never large, and according to an 1854 map, the peak number of families who lived there only ever reached 26. In spite of all these things, the town did thrive for a time. Dudleytown was noted for its timber, which was burned and used to make wood coal for the nearby Litchfield County iron furnaces in Cornwall and other towns. The furnaces later moved closer to the railroads and the more industrial towns, though, and the lumber was no longer needed. Iron ore was used from the area for a time, and there were 3 water-powered mills in Dudley as well. But despite the outward signs of prosperity, there were strange deaths and bizarre occurrences that began to take place in Dudleytown. Things that make you question just what could have been happening there. The Carter family, who had settled there originally in 1759, shortly after arriving, would have 6 members pass away from a mysterious plague that swept through Cornwall. This later was believed to possibly be cholera. However, no source was ever conclusively found. Devastated by the loss, the remaining members would relocate to Binghamton, New York, in an attempt to leave the tragedy to the past. But life would have other plans. Inside what was called the Delaware Wilderness at the time, the remaining Carters would be attacked, raided, and slaughtered by Native American tribesmen. Nathaniel, his wife, and their infant child all would be killed. Nathaniel's remaining kin, the other 3 children, would be kidnapped and taken north to Canada, where the 2 daughters were ransomed. The son, David Carter, remained with his captors and was essentially assimilated into their tribe. In 1792, a man named Hollister bizarrely passed away at his friend Tanner's home. The cause of his passing is unknown. However, following Hollister's death, Tanner began to see things that he couldn't explain. In the weeks to come, he became obsessed with these strange, ominous creatures he said he was seeing out in the woods and at night. In just a short time, Tanner would lose his mind. His daughter would be tasked with taking care of him until the end of his life. And this wouldn't be an isolated incident either. As Tanner was slowly going insane, his neighbor next door, a man named Abel, also began telling people that he too was seeing weird creatures in the forest and at night, ominously lurking about. In due time, he as well would go insane and would have to be cared for by his family until his inevitable death. Another incident affected one of the most famous residents of the region, General Herman Swift, a man who had served during the Revolutionary War under George Washington. In 1804, as a cool breeze blew on an overcast day, the general and his wife were sitting on their front porch, enjoying each other's company, when suddenly, his wife Sarah Fay was struck by lightning, seemingly out of nowhere. She would die instantly from the strike. Unable to come to terms with what had happened, Herman would go insane and would die himself shortly after, with no discernible cause. And following this incident, yet another occurred, also affecting a famous individual for their time, the editor and founder of the New York Tribune, a man named Horace Greeley. Shortly after marrying his wife, Mary Young Cheney, Horace moved to the area from New York City as part of the wellness movement. The movement, for that time, promoted breathing fresh air, exercise, and a vegetarian diet. Things seemed well for a time, That was until Mary, who suffered from a lung disease, possibly asthma, began having regular fits. These fits would occur whenever she saw something terrifying that she said was lurking in the woods. As a result of these continued episodes, the two would relocate yet again back to New York City. And once back, Horace decided to run for president against Ulysses S. Grant, but lost the election. Mary would take her final struggled breath the night before the votes were cast. Horace Greeley himself would die just 1 month later. Throughout these notable cases, several other members of the town would lose their lives to strange circumstances, including but not limited to drowning, unknown plague, fire, and undetermined circumstances. It was as if someone or something had put a curse on Dudleytown. Over the years of its settlement, Tanner, Abel, and Mary wouldn't be the only ones who said that they saw things that they couldn't explain. Soon whispers spun into legends, as many of those of the time came forward, also claiming to have seen terrifying and bizarre-looking entities originating from the forest. By the early 1900s, all of the residents of Dudleytown had either left or met their fate. Those that didn't leave abandoned their homes, and this was except for one family, the Brophies. However, their tenure as the last family in Dudleytown would be short-lived. In rapid succession, their livestock would perish. The mother of the family would have tuberculosis and pass. Their 2 sons would be accused of theft in a nearby town and would disappear, presumably going on the run, and never to be seen again. This then left John Brophy, the patriarch of the family, as its only remaining resident. Just weeks after his boys disappeared, his home would burn down. Escaping the blaze and overcome with grief, John, with the clothes on his back, simply wandered into the forest and was never seen or heard from again. Following the disappearance of John Brophy, the town officially became uninhabited, a ghost of its former self. But although a ghost town, this too is far from the last chapter of the story. In the summer of 1906, a husband and wife enjoyed a beautiful drive throughout the countryside of Litchfield County, Connecticut, a place filled with forests, fresh air, and winding roads. As they drove by, off in the distance, they spotted a covered wooden bridge that seemed to lead up towards a forested area on top of a hill. And this piqued their interest, because this area appeared to be darker than the rest. Crossing the bridge and following the winding roads up near the forest itself, they finally had to pull their vehicle over and walk into where the forest began. The duo, who lived in New York City full-time, was trying to get a break from the hustle and bustle of the Big Apple and sought peace and quiet in nature. They had hoped on this trip that they would find a place to build their second home, one that would allow them to get just what they thought they needed. It was here that the two believed that they had found just that. As they entered the forest, the thickness of the canopy above them, alongside the natural shade from the nearby hills, made it almost as if it was dark during the day inside. However, the air was crisp and clean. Everywhere they seemed to look, they saw beautiful displays of nature, wildflowers, apple trees, and crystal clear streams of water. They walked through the ruins of what appeared to be a forgotten civilization. Old and crumbling stone walls, decaying foundations were all that remained. The couple was blown away by what they had discovered, and some background information about them. These two people were Dr. William Cogswell Clark and his wife, Harriet. Dr. Clark was an oncologist or a cancer doctor in NYC and was also a professor at Columbia University, teaching other physicians and surgeons. And although the couple's lives were busy and exciting, they'd been extremely fortunate to be as successful as they were, and as previously mentioned, sought to have a place where they could go to recharge and check out from their schedules for a while, feeling taken in as if the forest itself was answering their prayers. The Clarks unanimously decided that this is where they would build their second home. In due time, after returning to New York City, they would promptly turn in the paperwork, placing an order to purchase 1,000 acres, encompassing their little piece of heaven. The 1,000 acres of forest they had purchased was of the Dark Entry Forest, named so for the previously mentioned dark appearance once inside. Once the land deal was finalized, Dr. Clark began to search for local builders who would construct his home. The only problem was, no one wanted to build it. No matter how much money he offered, he would be rejected time and time again, yet never truly receiving a straight answer as to what was going on. It was as if these builders believed the land to be cursed, and perhaps they were right. Paying no mind and being a handyman himself, Clark decided to take it upon his shoulders to construct the home for him and his wife. Therefore, every weekend for the next several months, Dr. Clark would travel to the couple's land and work on building this home, what would eventually turn out to be a modest 2-story wooden cabin. By the time the cabin was finished, it was Thanksgiving, and to celebrate the holiday, the Clarks spent their time in their beloved cabin in the woods. Never seeming to get enough time there, the couple from there on out would spend every free weekend and holiday fishing, hiking, and overall enjoying nature and each other's company. However, things would take a very different turn in 1918. It was the summer, and the Clarks, as they had been, were relaxing at their cabin when Dr. Clark received a message that there was an urgent medical emergency, one that beckoned him back to New York City. Harriet was unhappy to say the least. The thought of being alone, surrounded by woodlands for God knows how long, didn't sit well with her. But as she dropped William off at the nearby train station, she made him promise that he would return as soon as he could. William would agree and try to put his wife at ease. He then would board the train and disappear into the fog. The emergency would end up being rather short-lived, and Dr. Clark, within 36 hours, was back on a train and headed back towards his wife. But when the train pulled into the station, despite his previous communications, Harriet was nowhere to be seen. Not a superstitious man, but having an odd feeling in his gut, William began to worry. Mildly panicked, he began to vigorously walk towards the road that led to his home. Upon entering the Dark Entry Forest, he began to hear the loud hooting of forest owls, something that normally wouldn't be eerie, but given the circumstances, was unnerving. With that pit in his stomach ever sinking, William began to run towards his house. As he edges closer, he sees that the front door is partially open. With his heart pumping, he approaches the cabin and throws the door open. But almost as soon as his feet cross the threshold, a horrific, high-pitched noise begins emanating from upstairs. Frozen in his tracks at the cacophony of the owl's hooting and the high-pitched noise, it takes the doctor a moment to come back to his senses. As he snaps back to reality, he realizes that this horrible noise is coming from his wife. Running upstairs as fast as he can, he rushes towards the bedroom, which is also partially open. Throwing it back, he discovers Harriet. There, in one of the corners of the room, she's curled up in a fetal position, her head and shoulder propped against one of the walls. Her mouth is open, and her jaw is grotesquely unhinged. The high-pitched sound upon closer inspection is some kind of maniacal laughter emanating from his wife. As her wide eyes stared into his, as the laughter continued, Dr. Clark broke. He turned and ran as fast as he could out of the cabin, presumably to seek outside help. Details are scarce as to what truly happened to Harriet Clark. Some say she was committed and spent the rest of her life in an asylum, and others that she ultimately went back to New York City, but would take her own life. It's hard to say, but one converging detail that seems to emerge is that she wouldn't stop talking about the strange creatures that she saw in the woods. What was once a couple's dream ultimately turned into a nightmare. But before the true conclusion of Dudleytown, there are a few things I'd like to cover further with you. Some historians have attempted to downplay the unusual events in recent years. They will debunk the legends of the town by first stating how few people were there, who lived there, and then will try to downplay the disappearances, cases of insanity, and weird deaths, as if such things happen all the time. And perhaps they do, but why so many unusual happenings in such an isolated area with so few people living in it? How strange is it that numerous people lost their lives, either to what seemed like freak accidents, or insanity, or both? Just what were these creatures that people kept seeing and or experiencing? Were they the product of the forest itself? Some kind of infernal pact? Or something else entirely? Just what exactly would cause such a supposed curse to exist and overtake those who dared to call Dudleytown home? Interestingly, those who have visited the area closer to the modern day have reported phantom figures, yet again seeing strange creatures and eerie sounds. One potential explanation might be this. In the 1970s, the famous paranormal couple, Ed and Lorraine Warren, actually filmed a special inside the Dark Entry Forest, and their ultimate conclusion was that the whole area was infested with demons. My question further still that remains unanswered is how? Unfortunately, with this case, we are left with more questions than answers. However, what is certain today is this. Dudleytown, or the area where it once stood, is private property. This means that it is illegal to enter, so please do not trespass. Not just for the legal consequences, but as we've learned today, this place is not fit for human beings. It is especially dangerous. So if you value your freedom, sanity, and soul, do not enter this place, because you may never get the chance to return. Thank you all so much for watching this latest video. Please don't forget to give the video a like if you enjoyed it, leave a comment below, and share it around, as well as subscribe with notifications on so you don't miss a new upload. And lastly, whether you're doing great or not so great,
if the walls of certain homes could speak, some of the stories they would tell would more than likely shock and amaze us. Or perhaps repulse and terrify us instead. This is one such story that if a house could tell its own tale, it would certainly be one we would never forget. A family moves to the country in search of peace, but those dreams are soon shattered by supernatural terror. Something evil lurks within the woods outside of their home, and this evil begins to stalk and wreak havoc upon everyone that dwells within the home. Can they save themselves before it's too late? This is the untold story of the haunted Hinsdale house, also known as the Dandy House, and the entities that infested it. Hinsdale, New York, a small town with a rustic and rural charm, tucked deep into the countryside and far away from the crime, concrete, and smog of New York City. Instead of gazing at skyscrapers, they would rather gaze at the surrounding mountains, covered in dense foliage. But these mountains and their surrounding woods harbor many secrets and have many stories to tell. This is just one of them. The year is 1970, and the Dandy family is in pursuit of their American dream. After years of vacationing to Hinsdale and the surrounding areas to catch a break from their fast-paced life in Buffalo, they've finally reached a point where they can turn their vacation into their daily life. Seeking their own rural paradise, they come across a listing for a home that seems idyllic for their family and its needs. Clara Dandy, the mother of the family, believed that they all got along so much better in the country, like it had some form of redemption qualities about it that seemed to rejuvenate their spirits and their relationships. As they wind their way through the countryside, they lay eyes on the home for the first time. They are not only taken aback by the beauty and the sheer size of the house, but that it sat upon 8 acres of land, surrounded by dense and breathtaking woods. Clara would describe her feelings about first seeing the house as being overcome with a deep sense of peace. It was like I had finally come home after years of being elsewhere, and the air was like breathing champagne. It was wonderful. The home is over 100 years old, and still had most of the original and ornate woodwork intact. It just seemed to emanate charm and elegance. As the children explored the nearby woods, Mr. and Mrs. Dandy continued their tour. But when they were being shown the storage space underneath the stairs, the door was initially stuck. But after some elbow grease from Mr. Dandy, they were finally able to get it open. It revealed a dusty space of sorts with a fireplace, and one that didn't seem to fit the feeling of the house at all. Clara would describe her feelings towards the space like this: I wasn't sure why, but I felt very uneasy when we opened up the storage space. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was dark and desolate, not at all like the rest of the house. But she quickly would dismiss these feelings, attributing the creepy factor to her city upbringing and the fact that they didn't have storage rooms like that where she was from. After closing the space and continuing to evaluate their opportunity, the feelings of peace would return, and the Dandies decide that they can't resist the charm of this rustic, 100-year-old home, so they decide to purchase it. Once things are squared away several months later, they move in to start their new, rural existence. On move-in day, Clara's brother decided to lend a helping hand and had begun to move things in hours before the family was able to arrive. When loading in a box of belongings, as he opened the door, he was greeted by a flurry of insects. Both bees and flies pelted him in his face. Brushing past them and then unloading the box onto the floor in the main room, he was startled to see hundreds of dead bees scattered all over the floor, and even more startled to see hundreds still alive and coating the windows. It was still cold during this time of year, and although he too wasn't from the country, he found it rather odd that there would be any kind of infestation at this time. When his sister and her family finally arrive, he greets her with the news, and in order to continue with the move-in, they have to call an exterminator. Upon his arrival, he too confirms the oddity of the situation. He said that he had never seen so many bees and flies in one spot in a home, and given this time of year, it was not normal for them to swarm or infest anything during this time. It takes some time, but after he finishes clearing them out, the family is finally able to get moved in. As time progresses, things seem to fit the dreams they had for moving there in the first place. The family finally seems at peace. They were getting along better and enjoying each other's company, a far departure from their city life in Buffalo. But as the old adage goes, if it seems too good to be true, it is. A few weeks into living in what they believed was going to be their rural paradise, their son Mike has met and made friends with a nearby neighbor. Together they begin to explore the woods surrounding the Dandy property. As the two navigate the forest, they're startled when they hear the crunching of leaves directly in front of them, stopping frozen in their tracks, and fearing that it could be a bear. They take refuge behind a large tree and sneak glimpses from around its sides to figure out just what it could be. To their shock, they spot a boy not much older than them, carrying a rifle and walking in the path ahead. Yelling at the boy that this is private property and wanting to know what he was doing there, they run towards him and try to catch up to him. They again freeze in their tracks when they notice that not only is the boy transparent the closer they get, but half of his head is missing. As the figure continues to walk and taking deep breaths, they slowly continue to follow him. The three approach a small lake, and within the blink of an eye, the boy vanishes. Mike and his friend are at a loss for words and have no explanation for what they saw. They quickly rush back to the Dandy house as fast as they can to tell anyone who will listen to them. They soon make contact with Clara and explain to her what took place, but she's quick to dismiss their experience as nothing more than overactive imaginations. Another several weeks pass by, and Clara has all but forgotten about what her son had told her. She's now walking the family dog Madison in the woods for some fresh air and exercise. As they get deeper into the forest, Clara starts to hear what can only be described as chanting. As she stops to listen, it sounds eerie and disembodied, as if the sound is all around her, but has no true origin. It's at this time that Madison begins growling and barking. The longer she seems to focus on the chanting, the louder it seems to become. Madison by this point is losing her mind and breaks free from a distracted Clara and bolts in the direction of their home. Clara chases her down, and she finally stops running when she makes it to the front door of their estate. After taking a moment to collect herself, Clara then calls her husband, who, like she was to her son, was quick to dismiss her feelings, thinking that she just had to adjust to rural life and wasn't used to it being so different from their life in the city. Frustrated and worried now about what the chanting could have been, Clara talks with her son about her experience while she prepares dinner for the family. Mike thinks that it could have been some campers at a nearby campground, not too far from where their property line ends, that could have been the cause of the strange sounds. To try and put his mother at ease, he and his friend Matt once again take to the woods to explore this possibility. As they venture further into the woods to a lookout point towards the campsite, they see nothing. There are no signs of any campers that could be nearby enough to have caused such a noise. Even more perplexed now that there was no explanation, the boys start to make their way back to the house, when suddenly they hear what sounds like an axe thudding into a tree right next to them. Unsure of what that noise could have been, before they could even begin to ponder or investigate, they hear a woman screaming to their left. This frightens them so bad that the two young men run as fast as they can all the way back to the dandy's home. When they arrive, Mike is truly scared this time. He has no way of explaining his mother's experience, or any of his own either. Upon relaying this information to Clara, both of them are left beside themselves, now with a chill up both of their spines. But these weird events thus far would only intensify as the sands of time continue to trickle into the hourglass. It has now been months since the initial experiences, and besides the oddities they were, the family's life continues to be great. This distance from the experiences only makes them ever easier to dismiss in the minds of Clara and Mike. One day, Phil, or Mr. Dandy, decides to take the children, Mike and Tina, into Buffalo for the day to get some errands done. Mostly being a homebody, Clara decides to forego the trip with her family and relax at home, reading her latest book instead. When her family departs, Clara finds herself curled up on the couch and immersed in her latest story, as a warm breeze drifts through the open windows of the house. As she reads page to page, she is suddenly startled when the window closest to her slams shut. Upon investigating, it makes no sense to her because the breeze was light, not forceful at all, and their windows were fairly new, which made it all the stranger. But as she always does, she dismisses the happening as nothing more than a weird coincidence and heads back to her book. Several nights later, as Mike lay asleep in his bed, he is suddenly woken up when a nearby box of a chess game drops onto his chest. A storage shelf is directly above his head, so opening his eyes, he glances up to see if perhaps it could have been hanging too far off the edge, causing it to fall. And to his shock, he begins to see several more boxes slowly shifting towards the edge by themselves. The lowest one then suddenly flies out from the rest and smacks him in the chest. Terrified, he sits up trying to catch his breath. He has no way of explaining how the lowest box could be pulled and thrown with such force without bringing the rest of the boxes with it, as if someone or something had grabbed and thrown it by a will of its own. Calling out to his mom in the darkness, she soon arrives in the doorway of his room. Being a very science and logic-minded person, Mike has no way to explain what has happened. Examining the pile, Clara too is perplexed and becomes just as scared when another box from a different pile flies across the room, causing both of them to scream in terror and run out as fast as possible. Trying to make sense of what was taking place, Clara fears that whatever could be lurking in the woods has been stalking her family and has slowly but surely, like a malignant stain, invaded her home. As her fears turn into a revelation, Clara decides to reach out to a local priest for help, hoping her faith will help her come up with some answers, and better yet, some solutions. She speaks with a priest named Father Alphonsus at the University of St. Bonaventure. He believes that the activity could be a poltergeist, but given the intelligent nature of how it seemed to be behaving, Clara has her doubts, but nonetheless wants an expert's opinion and assistance. So arrangements are made for the father to come out and bless the home, and after several days, he arrives. On April 13th, 1975, the cleansing begins. As the family and the priest were all gathered together, and as he began to speak, a series of horrible wailing and moaning noises began to fill the home, as if the house itself was crying. The scent of burning matter also quickly enveloped the house. The activity reached a fever pitch when the priest opened and began to pray over the crawl space that was underneath the stairs. But after this, a blissful silence overtook them all. It was as if whatever entities that dwelled within the walls of the dandy's home had finally been evicted. Within time, the father gathered his things, exchanged pleasantries, and departed for the evening. The family now believed that their darkest days were behind them, and for all intents and purposes, that seemed to be the case. But as if to mock the Holy Trinity itself, 3 months later to the day, all hell would break loose once again. That night, while her husband is away on a business trip, Clara finds herself woken up out of a dead sleep by a series of knocks coming from inside the walls. The knocks themselves are soon accompanied with whispers from someone that she can't see. As she apprehensively makes her way from her room and slowly down the stairs, headed towards the main level, the apparition of a young girl begins to walk by the stairs. She slowly makes her way to the crawl space, opens the door, and closes it behind her. Clara is baffled at the sight. After gathering up her courage, she too makes her way fully down the stairs into the crawl space, and after a moment of bracing herself, she opens the door, only to be met with nothing. Clara then makes her way to her daughter Tina's room to make sure it somehow wasn't her, and perhaps her nerves were just on edge. But after opening her door, she finds her fast asleep in her bed, with no signs that she had been awake for some time. The following morning, while the rest of her family is still asleep, Tina wakes up to begin her day. As she feeds her pet bird in its cage and begins to brush her hair in her oval mirror, she notices that her bird isn't doing its usual whistles. As she glances over at them, she finds it staring into the corner of the room. As Tina glances back up at the mirror, she's met with the apparition of a young girl. Her face is sunk in, and her eyes were gone. She screams in terror, and just as quickly as it appeared, the apparition disappears. The screams of her daughter startles and quickly summons Clara to her daughter's room. As she consoles Tina, she realizes that the priest's blessings were ineffective. She quickly calls Father Al back and explains what had taken place the previous night and that morning. And although he is busy, he promises to come back as soon as possible, and this time to bring a paranormal expert with him as well, to help him determine the cause and hopefully find a working solution. He's able to come back the following week. In the meantime, Clara is determined to keep her family calm. If she can control her own emotions, she knows that everything else will be okay. As they wait for the priest to return, Clara tries her best to keep her family calm and live some sort of a normal existence. That weekend, her and Phil are watching a movie while Mike and Tina are out with friends. As they enjoy their time together, their happiness is quickly shattered by a huge crashing noise coming from outside of their house. Quickly grabbing a flashlight and running outside to investigate together, they quietly step towards where they believed the noise to be originating from, when suddenly they hear it again. But this time, thankfully for them, the origin is not paranormal. This time, with several raccoons who happened to be foraging through their metal trash cans for something to eat. Relieved for that moment, they start to make their way back to the house when they suddenly see the figure of a young girl in their living room window, staring at them. As they rush inside, they run up into Tina's room, where they find her incoherent and staring into her oval mirror. They try to get her attention, but she's entirely unresponsive. Her pale blue eyes are black. Panicking, they shake her and yell her name, not knowing what else to do, when she eventually comes back. In that moment and later, Tina will not recall how she got home or what exactly happened. As the family tries to gather themselves from the shock of what had just taken place, they hear movement coming from Mike's room. Phil tells his family not to leave Tina's room as he rushes to investigate. However, the home phone begins to ring. It's Mike. He's asking if he can stay the night at his friend Randy's house. However, when told what was going on, he quickly tells her that he's coming home to help in any way that he can. Rushing to his car, Randy offers to come with him, to which Mike agrees. Randy would later recount that Mike's hands were sweating and he was shaking, gripping the steering wheel. He was pale. I asked him what was wrong, and he said that things were happening at the house that he couldn't explain. The boys quickly arrive to find the family in chaos. Phil is prepared to do battle with whatever force is within the house, and the girls are staying close to one another, attempting to comfort each other. As they try to determine a course of action, all the lights in the house go out. They then begin to hear banging and scratching coming from the crawl space. Flashlight still in hand, Phil, with the backup of his family, shines the light towards it and begins to make his way towards whatever this thing is. It seems like with each step he takes, the sounds become louder, and after a tense several seconds, he opens the door to the crawl space. Inside, they find that the fireplace that was once there has been completely disassembled. Its bricks have now been stacked in an elaborate pile directly in the middle of the small room. The amount of effort and strength required to perform such a task convinces all of them that whatever they're dealing with is strong, persistent, and perhaps uncleansable. Nonetheless, with their spirits waning, Clara makes a desperate call to Father Al, who agrees to come earlier than originally planned and makes emergency arrangements for himself and his paranormal expert of a friend to come out that night. They arrive as soon as possible. The paranormal expert is a man by the name of Alex Tennis, a well-respected paranormal researcher and psychic whose abilities were studied at the American Society of Psychic Research. Together, they make their way to the door of the Dandy House, hoping to help rid this family of whatever seems to be stalking them. After being let in, the family quickly leads the pair to the crawl space to show them just what they were talking about. Although he was aware that some sort of activity was taking place, Alex had not been given any additional details or information in regards to the home, its history, or happenings. As he steps into the crawlspace room, he begins to have a vision. In his vision, he sees multiple dead bodies stacked within the crawlspace itself. After the vision subsides, Alex begins to explain to the family what he saw. He believed that many had passed away within the home itself, some of natural causes, and some of murder. It was his conviction that based on what he saw, that the house used to be a stopping point for a stagecoach, or perhaps some kind of inn where people would stay the night before departing the following morning. It was also his belief that there was a nearby criminal or gang of criminals that would often rob and kill nearby travelers, and that perhaps these souls somehow became trapped here. when someone passed or was found dead nearby, being the only stopping point in the area. Their bodies would be placed in the crawl space until they could receive a proper burial. It was also his belief that there were 7 different spirits that were trapped within the home altogether. With this revelation, the family, Alex, and the father pray that the trapped spirits within the home find peace and be released, so that they may go on to their final destination. Upon the pair's departure, Clara once again has renewed hope. The home, as it did the first time around, seemed to be cleansed and to be more peaceful. Meanwhile, Mike and his friend Randy were skeptical of Alex's conclusions. After he left, they used an old map of the area to trace where he had said the old stagecoach route was. They did indeed find what they believed to be an old trail that could have been used for such a thing, and the trail passed right by the Dandy home. But during their search, as they were following the trail out and headed back to the house, they experienced strangeness of their own. As they began to trace the trail, they began to see what they described as orbs of light in the nearby trees, and these orbs began to come at them. Randy, having never seen or experienced anything supernatural before, began to have a panic attack. Upon arriving at the house, they were fortunately able to get him calmed down. By this point, it was late in the night, and the entire family needed to try and get some form of sleep in order to function the following day. Randy ended up staying the night since he had rode with Mike. Once everyone else was settled down for the night and fast asleep, Clara sat by herself, weeping. She felt that her and her family were helpless in the situation, and that all efforts had been exhausted, and that they needed to move. The only problem was that all their money, every last dime, had been sunk into the house, leaving them stranded. She would continue to contemplate the future and would cry herself to sleep that night. The following morning, as the family began to wake up and start to try and resume some form of normalcy, Mike went ahead and departed with Randy to take him home. Several hours would go by, and Mike hadn't returned. Finally, there was a knock on the door. It was a police officer. He informed the family that there had been an accident and that they needed to head to the hospital as soon as possible. Rushing into the car and to the hospital, the Dandy family wondered just what had happened. There had been no mention of Randy by the officer at the time. Upon arriving, they were briefed that Mike had lost control of his vehicle and crashed into a nearby ditch. He was now undergoing emergency surgery. He had extensive head injuries, a ruptured spleen that may have to be removed, and that he had lost a very significant amount of blood. As they waited for the outcome of their son's surgery, the Dandies were once again greeted by the officer who had knocked on their door. He explained to them that Randy had indeed been dropped off and that Mike had wrecked on his way back to the Dandy residence. But as he was being loaded into the ambulance, he kept saying that there was another person in the car with him. And although they believed him to be confused on account of his injuries, they went ahead and searched the area nonetheless, but another person was never found. After 2 weeks of being in a coma, Mike finally wakes up, but unfortunately has no recollection as to what exactly happened to him to cause the accident. Clara, however, believes that whatever presence that's been plaguing their lives had to have been responsible for what happened to her son. After months of recovery for Mike and continued paranormal activity within the home, Father Alphonsus would return with Alex one last and final time at Clara's request to try and rid the home of the evil and persistent force that had drained the life out of all of them for years now. However, this time, just the father and Alex would perform the cleansing inside the home themselves. As they moved from room to room, Alex would once again experience multiple visions of the past. His visions would tell him that of the 7 spirits who he believed to be within the house, one was that of a young man who had been in some kind of a war or battle near where the property sits now. Another was that of a young girl who had passed from some sort of very painful illness in what was now Tina's room. And there was another spirit that seemed to be keeping herself and others trapped within the house. It was the spirit of a woman who was incredibly angry and resentful. She continued to be possessive, depressive, and just as angry in death as she was in life, refusing to pass on. Believing what they had identified to be the source of the paranormal activity, Father Al decided to take a different approach to the cleansing itself. Although an exorcism cannot be performed on a place, but rather has to be performed on an individual, the rites themselves could in theory be performed or added to a series of prayers to try and use their strong cleansing powers to clear out a home such as this one. So that's exactly what the father did. He began to perform the rites of exorcism within the house itself. As the prayers began to exit his lips, varying with intensity as the rites often do, the home began to literally shake, and the horrific moaning and wailing that had made itself present in the very first cleansing seemed to return with a vengeance. Every horrible feeling, banging, knocking, and scratching noise that the family had experienced thus far was present and seemed to be magnified. It takes hours, but eventually the rites are finished. As the dust settles, so to speak, the home seems peaceful and blissful, like it did when the family had first visited and decided to buy the home. And again, for 3 more months, the family lives in peace. But like the persistent force it has manifested itself to be, the haunting begins again. The Dandy family, despite their best efforts, simply cannot take it anymore, decide to cut their losses and move. Unable to find a buyer for their house, they eventually declare bankruptcy. Shortly after this, Phil and Clara would also divorce, bringing a sad and bitter end to what was supposed to be a rural redemption for the Dandy family. However, this wouldn't be the end of the story of the Hinsdale house. Eventually, the home would come into the possession of Daniel Klaus, who currently owns it. Daniel is a renowned paranormal investigator and has been involved with the likes of Nick Groff and has made appearances on tons of national TV programs centered around the paranormal over the years. Having been raised in a haunted house, this led to a lifelong fascination with the paranormal for him. After years of restoration, it is now available for both investigations and tours, and is still considered a very active paranormal portal, and is kept open as a paranormal research location. It's even staged in the 1970s period to maintain the integrity of when the hauntings were initially known to have began. But now that we know the backstory of the 20th and into the 21st century of the Hinsdale house, just who owned it, what happened to them, and who owns it now, I would like to shift your attention to some of the plausible theories as to what could have caused the haunting. Many theories of what could have caused the haunting have been formed over the years by the many people who have researched and have been interested in the case. One theory is that the home was built on top of an Indian burial mound. This, of course, could have disturbed the spirits of the natives that rested within the land. And although tribes who used this method of burial were present in the area back in history, there is little to no evidence to support this claim. But perhaps any evidence by this point could have long since been lost to the sands of time, or could have been removed when the home was initially built. Another theory is that the home was at one point used as a stagecoach inn, and passerbys were murdered either near or within the home itself, leading to their spirits being trapped within the home or on its land. Although there is evidence that a stagecoach route did run very close to the home, there isn't direct evidence that the house itself was used as an inn, but it is possible. Murders also did take place in or around the area in which the home is now located. which could lend credence to the theories of criminals robbing and murdering people along the stagecoach route. An old family from the area that used to own the home, with the last name of McMahon, also lends credence to the home being used as an inn at some point. The now past grandfather of the family used to tell stories of a road that passed by the house where stagecoaches traveled. Another theory is that one or several of the spirits were trapped as a result of hangings that took place there. The now famous hanging tree that sits near the residence was indeed used for executions for a time. Most famously, it seems, was the execution of a woman named Elizabeth, and Elizabeth was pregnant. Could this perhaps be the spirit of the woman who was angry and refusing to leave? Other events, such as a homicide that took place in the year 2000 near the house, as well as a buzzsaw incident that led to a boy's death, have led many to believe that whatever haunts the area could indeed still be there and influencing our world. It's important, in my opinion, to try and get the story and the facts as straight as possible, not only for the current owner's benefit, but for the dandies who have suffered greatly as a result of their story becoming public, especially towards the end of their time at the property, as word got out that something strange was taking place at the house. A local paper ended up reaching out to the dandies for a statement, thinking that they were accepting an opportunity for additional outside help. They gave their story, only to be met with ridicule from the paper, which in turn led to ridicule from the public and nearby residents, which this combined with the paranormal torment they were experiencing, along with then having to file bankruptcy and then later divorce. In my opinion, they suffered greatly and did not benefit from the story, especially during that time. The only benefit I've seen could be from Clara Miller, formerly Clara Dandy, who would eventually write a book known as Echoes of a Haunting. But to be fair, if I experienced even a portion of what she did, I would eventually write a book to catalog what happened as well, not only for some monetary benefit, of course, but for my own sanity, really. So as I've begun to mention, and will continue to mention again in the future, if you ever encounter anyone mentioned in this video or any of my other videos, whether it be in person or online, please be respectful of them and their experiences, and do not ever harass anyone. And if you find yourself seemingly handed an opportunity that seems too good to be true, the answer to your prayers, it's more than likely not the case. It could be a nightmare waiting to happen. It could be a haunted home infested with entities, sitting and waiting for the perfect victim. Don't let it be you. Could an item, if given enough energy, devotion, and focus, begin to take on a life of its own? Could it begin to exhibit human-like characteristics, as if it has been imbued with or contains some kind of soul or entity inside of it? This act of magic has been practiced by multiple religions and cults throughout the ages. This is just one very strange example that it could indeed be possible. After a gracious gift was placed into the arms of a little girl, tragedy would strike, and what follows would continue to haunt the family, the citizens of the village, and would soon cross far beyond the barriers of land and sea. This is the untold story of Akiku, the haunted Japanese doll, and the bizarre paranormal force that possessed it. Japan is a very mystical and spiritual place, a place where the souls of the past seem to interact with the living. Such places where this spiritual energy seems to be most visible is throughout many of Japan's spiritual temples. Home to many religions, the two main ones being Buddhism and Shintoism, thousands of temples exist all over the country. But one in particular houses a spiritual artifact that has a tragic backstory and an even more terrifying story that continues to be written to this day. Located in Hokkaido, Japan, at the Meninji Buddhist Temple, is a doll with a bizarre and tragic backstory indeed. Although there are several origin stories of how the doll came to be and how the temple became its final living space, so to speak, all of them have most of the main details in common. Therefore, I'll be telling the most agreed upon origin story to try and be as true to the legend as I can. The year is 1918 in Hokkaido, Japan, and a 17-year-old boy by the name of Ikiki Suzuki is in search of a gift for his little sister's birthday. As he pursues the different vendors and small shops, something soon catches his attention. In one of the store windows, he spots a small, childlike doll wearing a traditional Japanese kimono. Knowing that he had finally found something his sister will love, Ikiki quickly purchases the doll and makes his way back home through the countryside. As the family celebrates their little girl's birthday, Okiku is presented with the doll, and almost immediately, as soon as her eyes meet hers, she falls in love with him. The two from this point become inseparable. Wherever Okiku is, her doll is right by her side. She combs her hair, bathes her, dresses her, and treats her as if she was her little sister. The two even share meals and sleep side by side. The joy that the doll brought Okiku must have filled Ekiki's heart with such happiness, but soon that happiness would change to tragedy. One hot day, as the little girl played outside with her doll, she was bitten by a mosquito. This benign insect bite would soon manifest itself into a horrible case of malaria. Although the family did everything they could possibly do, Okiku would pass away, scared and gasping for air as she clutched her special doll, all the way until the moment she took her last breath. Devastated, the Suzukis planned to have their little girl buried with the doll since she loved it so much, but unfortunately, due to either governmental or religious oversight at the time, this wasn't an option. Instead, after they had laid Okiku to rest, the doll would be placed on a small family shrine located within the living quarters of their home, as a tribute of sorts to their late daughter and their love for her. But shortly after the doll was placed on the shrine, very strange things began to happen. Ikiki, upon walking past the shrine one day, noticed that the doll's hair seemed significantly longer than what it had been when it was placed there. The hair, which was originally shoulder's length on the doll itself, and black, was now overgrown, with differing shades of brown hair also coming through, and splitting at the ends. Finding this bizarre to say the least, he brought the discovery to his parents' attention, and unsure of what else to do, they trimmed the doll's hair. As the days came and went, the family began to have distressing dreams at night of their departed Okiku. Sometimes she would be scared and alone in the darkness, calling out to them, only being recognized by her voice. Other times, she would blame them for what happened to her. Each member of the family at differing times had these dreams, and they would soon lead all of them to believe that Okiku's soul wasn't peacefully resting. These disturbing dreams soon became all the stranger when the doll, which they began to refer to as Okiku in their daughter's honor, would appear by their bedsides, following these nightmares. One such incident involved the father of the family waking up in a cold sweat, only to be met face to face with the blank and lifeless stare of the doll. Unsure of what was taking place, the Suzukis turned to their faith. After contacting a local Buddhist priest and having a cleansing ritual be performed on their home and the doll, the activity seemed to grow and become stronger. Accompanying their ever-frequent nightmares and random movements of the doll, the chilling events grew into full-blown spiritual manifestations. During their waking life, They soon began to hear banging noises all throughout the house, and the whispers of a little girl. Strange disembodied voices, varying from high-pitched, like those of a child, to the low groans of something unexplainable, began to be heard. Their lights began to flicker on and off, and the paranormal activity seemed to happen more frequently as the calendar ticked closer to the birth and death dates of Akiku. These strange and terrifying happenings would continue over the course of the next 20 years, with multiple religious priests and shamans being contacted, and all coming to the same conclusion that after the cleansings failed time and time again, that the restless spirit of Akiku now inhabited the doll she once loved so much. Finally, needing a major change and unable to deal with the ever-intensifying spiritual presence that seemed to haunt their home, the Suzukis relocated to a different district. Believing the doll to be the source of their various ailments and emotional torture that they had endured over the last 2 decades, they had no desire to take it with them. The family had reached the conclusion that if their daughter's soul wasn't at peace, what could perhaps be helping to fuel Okiku's power, or magic, was the close proximity of her grave to their home, where the doll resided. So in order to distance the doll from the grave, the family approached the Meninji Buddhist temple in Hokkaido, and over the years, the doll's reputation for being haunted had spread throughout the community, and indeed the majority of the country. This was more than likely due to the various interactions between the spiritual community and the Suzuki family. Finding the doll to be mesmerizing and possibly a unique opportunity to commute and interact with the dead if the stories were true, the leaders and priests of the Meninji temple agreed to home Okiku permanently. As with many legends, we find lots of details to be exaggerated over time, and perhaps some of the details to not be true at all. And this is what the priests were originally thinking, that perhaps due to grief, the family was dealing with other spiritual ailments, perhaps unrelated to the doll, or causing the doll to be a vessel of sorts for restless spirits. However, as the years came and went, as Akiku now called the temple her home, they began to slowly but surely experience the same strangeness the Suzukis had for all of those years. Okiku's hair continued to grow, and this baffled the priests. They would eventually have the hair trimmed and tested, and the hair was said to belong to a little girl. They found that the entity seemed to be appeased when her hair was trimmed and combed, and this led to less activity for a time, but the same activity, the knocking, banging, and disembodied voices, would soon plague the temple as well, and Okiku's power only seemed to grow. Any priest who seemed skeptical of the doll or attempted to cleanse it themselves soon had their dreams haunted as well, turning their sleep into restless fits. Their homes and rooms soon also began to manifest the very same activity that the temple was now exhibiting. With no remedy seeming to work, the leaders turned to appeasement instead, hoping that gestures of goodwill would keep the entity at bay. As years turned to decades, and as we've come into the 21st century, the priests of multiple generations now have overseen and cared for the doll known as Akiku. And though some of the more violent activity has faded, the general consensus is that she is now just as powerful as she was, or is perhaps more powerful as she's continued to age. It seems like as the more her fame and notoriety grows, the more visitors she has, the stronger she becomes. She continues to invade the dreams of those who come to visit her, and her hair is growing faster and more frayed. She is said to drive tourists mad who doubt her, with many people even reporting that besides seeing her strange hair and feeling a malevolent presence when visiting her, they've also had her stalk and appear in their dreams. Some more disturbing and recent reports have even suggested that her mouth is slowly opening, and that if you dare to peer inside of it, you may just catch a glimpse of baby-like teeth sprouting from her porcelain gums, as if whoever or whatever she is slowly turning to flesh and bone. The paranormal displays of her power continue to occur as well. Her permanent home, located within the Menajin Temple, is her own private shrine where she sits in a small wooden box on display. It is here that she watches and waits for anyone and everyone who dares to play with fire and invoke the power of the entity known as Okiku. But what are your thoughts? Was Okiku the girl trapped inside of the doll? In my opinion, although her spirit would be much older now, at the time of her death, she was either close to or was 3 years old, and no person at that age is capable of true malice, to the point to where she would become aware enough to begin to blame her parents and then torment them for decades to come. As children, our parents or our family are our entire world, so I find it incredibly difficult to think that these bizarre happenings were the result of her soul being restless and imbuing the doll. What I find more likely, and all the more interesting really, is the thought of invocation or the imbuing of the doll, like a conduit or a vessel of sorts. Okiku the girl was, as they said, inseparable from this doll. She fed it, bathed it, took naps with it, and everything else a small child would do with that wonderful imagination that they have. But could all of this dedication and focus, accompanied with the tragedy that took place, allow for a portal to open for an entity, whether non-human or a restless human spirit, to inhabit the doll? And by non-human, I mean a demon. This would make sense to me. Something that enjoys and grows more powerful off of pain and misfortune, or the emotional torment of others. As it causes the pain, it feeds off of it and grows ever stronger. This would not only explain the malevolent manifestations of whatever entity is present, but would also explain the still present force and the alleged ever-growing power of it. And depending on the entity's strength, it could also explain why the cleansings thus far have failed. However, if you find yourself taking a trip to Japan anytime soon, or you happen to call Japan home, if you find yourself in Hokkaido, you may want to steer clear of the Menajin Temple, because if you don't, the entity that inhabits the doll, known as Okiku, may just use you as its next feeding source, where it'll begin to plague your dreams, making you twist and turn, sweat and fear, as it grows ever stronger and attempts to cross from its world into ours, making our plane of existence its permanent residence. An unsuspecting family finds what they believe to be the perfect home, but underneath the facade of this charming farmhouse, there is a sinister force, dark as the abyss. Lying underneath the heavy fog upon the land, there lies generations of graves. And these graves could hold the key to solving their paranormal nightmare. This is the untold story of the old Arnold estate, also known as the Conjuring House, and the demonic forces that dwell within it. Harrisville, Rhode Island, a small town located on America's East Coast, with just a population of an estimated 1,800 people. Like many towns across the country, you could easily overlook this one at face value. But it's when we take a deeper look, we discover that this little town has a dark history. Its story is filled with death, from murders to drownings and much more. With all these unfortunate happenings in mind, it makes one beg the question, could there be something evil that stalks this place? Something that feeds upon suffering and misery? Perhaps there is. And perhaps that is what contributed to to the creation of the following story. It all starts in Central Falls, Rhode Island in 1970, where the Perrone family, which consisted of Mother Carolyn, Father Roger, and their 5 daughters, Andrea, Nancy, Christine, Cynthia, and April, were all living a relatively normal life. Among things like school, work, and outdoor play, nothing seemed quite out of the ordinary. Yet, the children had been gifted a puppy with an exceptionally unique personality, and out of the ether, a name came to mind when they were naming her: Bathsheba. A unique dog with a unique name. She was fond of all the children, but especially Andrea. Now 10 years old, she would often take Bathsheba for walks around their suburban neighborhood. However, on one of those walks, tragedy would strike and would seemingly set in motion a snowball effect that would follow the family for years to come. While Andrea had the puppy out in the neighborhood, her sisters had come up from playing outside and decided to make the walk a group activity. All seemed fine until a car full of teenagers drove by at an incredibly high rate of speed. They seemed to be yelling something in unison and had brightly colored tassels hanging out of their windows. Bathsheba was an obedient dog, but the flailing and bright-colored streamers caught her attention, and in an instant, she broke loose from Andrea and bolted towards the vehicle. The shocked girls then watched the car miss her by mere inches as she made her way safely across the road. But being the good dog that she was, upon hearing Andrea call out to her again, she began to run back to them. And in the blink of an eye, she was struck by another vehicle. An elderly couple that never even saw her. Her leash had gotten caught around one of the wheels of their car when they hit her, and she was suffering immensely. A nearby neighbor called the police, and upon removing the children from the scene, they were traumatized further as they heard the gunshot that ended the poor animal's life. The entire family now held a deep despair at the tragedy that had taken place. She wasn't just a pet, she was a member of the family. And there was now an unspoken pain that haunted them. The family had planned a vacation months prior and hoped that a break from their normal routine would help everyone. So they went. And soon, some of their sadness turned to joy as the family experienced hotel swimming pools, ice cream, and shopping. But this joy would too be short-lived. The family also had 4 cats, and upon returning to their home with this newfound sense of well-being, they would endure even more trauma. They would discover that almost all of their cats had been viciously killed by neighborhood kids while they were gone. Several had every bone in their bodies broken with a baseball bat. Upon this horrific discovery, their father Roger rushed inside the house to call the police, only to find their home absolutely ransacked as well. Furniture was upside down, mirrors and windows broken, all of their provisions left to spoil from their tipped-over fridge, and their carpet was doused in motor oil. It would later be discovered that 2 of their cats were killed by the group of the kids. One would never be seen again, and the other had been seriously beaten, but would survive. Although the neighborhood was known for angsty teenagers and roughhousing kids, the family wondered, how could these kids conduct such evil? Did the devil's foot soldiers know no bounds? A police report was filed, and it was shortly uncovered that the demon seed who had led these awful actions was their 12-year-old neighbor. The young man was seemingly a born criminal. Upon being confronted, the boy's mother covered for her son, and despite their best efforts, due to lack of evidence, nothing much would come of the report with the police, but Andrea would have her revenge. She had yet to come to terms with her precious Bathsheba's death, and now this. The rage inside of her built. After some thorough planning, she attacked the boy who was responsible, beating him ferociously, breaking his nose, blackening his eyes, until she was pried off by a nearby neighbor and told to go home. All this wouldn't bring her animals back, but it felt justified to the young girl, given what the boy had done. But these antics of sadness, hostility, and rage would soon manifest into something much darker. Ever since their home was ransacked, Carolyn had wanted to move, but knowing they weren't in a financial state to do so, they had little to no choice other than to stay. So she kept an ever-watchful eye on her children, letting them out of the house rarely and mostly under her supervision given the prior events. She wanted them raised by wild nature, not wild beasts. Shortly after this time, Roger had prepared to depart for a business trip, which was to last several days. Even amidst the turmoil of the current events, he still had to provide for his large family. And while his family was just waking up that morning, as he and his wife Carolyn enjoyed their morning cup of coffee, they were suddenly startled by the sound of a large explosion in their front yard, like someone had fired a cannon towards their house. Alarmed, they raced outside to discover what had happened. Shortly after purchasing their humble home, Carolyn had built a rock garden of sorts at the entrance of their driveway. Her friends often teased her that its centerpiece resembled a tombstone without the inscription of the dearly departed. Well, to the family's shock, their neighbor from across the street had started his truck that morning and had suffered a major heart attack and had died at the wheel, his foot pressing down on the gas, causing the truck to barrel directly at the parents' home, to smash right into that large rock. It was almost like something was following them, like a living, breathing organism, feeding upon it. After this horrible event, people began to refer to the rock garden as the graveyard. Mrs. Curtis, the wife of the neighbor who had passed away, upon being greeted and offered condolences by the family, actually blamed them for what had happened, declaring that Carolyn never liked them anyway and was a witch. That was enough for her. Again, she begged Roger to move, but they were seemingly stuck. Given the awful circumstances, the man still had to work, so he departed for his business trip. While her husband was gone, it was up to Carolyn to take care of their 5 children. This meant taking them to and from school, as well as music lessons, and much more. While attending her daughter Andrea's music lessons, she had forgotten to bring a book to help her pass the time, so Carolyn went and purchased a paper as a substitute. Before too long, she found herself daydreaming and looking through the various ads in real estate available, wanting and wishing that she could change their current predicament, when strangely enough, the universe seemed to glance back at her. Hidden among many other homes was a 9-bedroom farmhouse with a barn, lots of land, and seclusion. Its beautiful design and elegance soon had Carolyn imagining her children playing and being raised in nature as she wanted, and she could allow them to do so without the fear of other children attempting to harm them. She almost immediately became obsessed with the idea of purchasing the house. And although the family really couldn't afford it at the time, without seeking Roger's permission, she made a call and went to look at the old Arnold estate the following day. The owner was a very nice old lady, and although she didn't have much, Carolyn asked how much she would have to put down to hold the home so she could purchase it once her husband had returned. An agreement of $500 as a good faith payment was made, and shortly after Roger arrived back home several days later, he was sideswiped by his wife's decision. although his anger would soon turn to understanding. After all, a happy wife makes for a happy life, as most would say. Even though he didn't know exactly how they would make it work, he decided to placate his wife and allow them to purchase the home. It took some time, but before too long, they found themselves packing and coming into possession of the keys to their future, although they couldn't foresee just how dark of a future it was to be. The Perrin family, having seemingly found the home of their dreams, located on a large swath of land outside of the town of Harrisville, Rhode Island, what would become known as the Old Arnold Estate almost seemed too perfect, like an answer to their desperate prayers. It's a large farmhouse which has 9 bedrooms, a barn, and plenty of land which they can envision their children playing on and having a wonderful time. Although it's winter, they go ahead and begin to move into their new house. There's a massive snowstorm taking place while they're moving in, but this doesn't deter the large family from getting settled in to what they believe is going to be a charming, nice, and new home for all of them. Given everything they've been through, I would have hoped for the same, and for the first 3 months, things are charming, nice, and normal. Their rustic farmhouse has its challenges, with it being fairly old, such as being very cold that winter, but it's nothing they can't deal with, or so they think. All around, the feeling is a happy one for the family, but this happy mood would soon change. Upon meeting their nearest neighbors, they seemed rather strange. They offered one piece of advice to Roger and Carolyn: for the love of your family, keep the lights on at night. Originally written off by the couple, these words would seem to be rather fitting foreshadowing for the events to come. When the frozen land of the farm began to thaw, it seemed like something thawed along with it and began to plague them once again. One night, when the daughters Nancy and Andrea were asleep in their shared room, they were suddenly woken up by the sound of their door slamming open and closed, open and closed. Petrified by the noise of the door smacking the wall, and it also being their only way out of the room, they ran towards the door to try and escape, when suddenly it stopped moving and just stayed open, still creaking from being moved. Catching their breath and trying to come to terms with what had just happened, thinking by this point maybe one of their other sisters was trying to play a prank on them, the 2 girls looked down the hall and eventually made their way to their other sisters' rooms, where they found them asleep. Needless to say, they wouldn't sleep for the rest of the night. They would bring this to the attention of their parents the following morning, but were quickly dismissed, as is often the case, and told that they had overactive imaginations. From here, things started small but became very noticeable as they mushroomed into much bigger experiences. At first, whatever spirits they believed could be in the house seemed benevolent, almost good-natured, with some of the younger siblings later stating that they would even be tucked into bed by the spirit of a woman on occasion, but that was all too short-lived. Items soon began to go missing. Car keys weren't where they had been hung. Daily items such as mugs, toys, and utensils were soon disappearing as well. Carolyn would hear the scraping of a broom upon the floor, or the knocking of a kettle in the kitchen when no one else was home but her. With this, upon cleaning the floors, she would also find piles of dirt that would appear out of nowhere, making her feel as if she was going crazy. But these small happenings, too, would soon become larger. The children would often play a game called hide and clap, a version of hide and go seek. And this time, Andrea was the seeker, and her sisters went off hiding throughout the estate. Cindy made her way into the woodshed and
and found a small box just big enough for her to get inside. Being determined to win, she climbed into the box and slid the small lid over the top, figuring this would be an excellent hiding place indeed. And after several minutes, she realized that no one was coming for her and went to remove the lid, except it wouldn't budge. Panicking in utter darkness, she used all means necessary to try and remove the lid and free herself. After screaming and worrying that she'd suffocate inside this box, she was thankfully found by Andrea, who slid the lid off no problem and revealed her horribly distressed younger sister inside. It's important to note that this was a sliding cover. There was no locking mechanism. Along with this terrifying event, the children's rooms were often rearranged daily. They would leave their things one way in the morning and return to things either completely a mess, as if a small cyclone had hit their rooms, or all items would be smashed underneath their beds. And this happened to all of the girls at one point or another. These small whispers, bangings, and movements did indeed become larger. Andrea, being the oldest, would often be woken up by her younger siblings and would hold them as they sobbed their eyes out, terrified to return to their rooms. Cindy in particular began to hear a sinister voice call out to her almost every night. The voice would tell her that there were 7 dead soldiers in the walls and would repeat it over and over and over again. The children, now terrified, begged their parents to believe them. And although they too were beginning to experience things on their own, they didn't want to frighten the children, so they did what could be done to placate them. But soon, the entire family began to hear the wails of something inhuman calling out for its mother. This disturbing trend with no origin was followed by even more disturbing happenings. The beds of the girls would lift up and shake by an unseen force, almost always around 5:15 a.m., as if something was trying to send some kind of a message, although it was never clear just what that message was supposed to be. During the day, the apparitions of spirits began to manifest and stalk the halls of the old Arnold estate. These were soon coupled by the horrible stench of rotting flesh wafting throughout the house. Soon the girls weren't the only ones whose doors were slamming open and closed, and whose beds were lifting up on their own. Soon it was affecting their parents as well. One night, Carolyn woke up suddenly to the figure of an old woman over the foot of her bed. Her hair was like a sack of cobwebs, with little tendrils hanging off. The woman's head was also bent and hanging off to the side of her neck, as if it was horribly broken and mangled. Her gnarled mouth screaming at her with an echoing voice. "Get out," she shouted, over and over again, until she suddenly was no longer there. The Perrin family continued to endure a living nightmare as the traumatic paranormal activity persisted and continued to scale in intensity. How does one fight an enemy he can't see? Something he can't touch or feel, attack, or defend against? This question and more must have ran through the heads of Roger and Carolyn, as they not only feared for themselves, but especially their children now. As their offspring's natural protectors, how anxiety-inducing must it have been to know that they were powerless to stop what was terrorizing all of them each and every night. In an effort to try and understand what was happening to them, Carolyn began to research the history of their house and was shocked by what she found. Over 8 generations of the Arnold family had lived and died within the home, some by horrible means. According to the Black Book of Burrillville, the town's former public records book, these included 2 suicides by hanging one within the family barn, one by poison, the assault and murder of a young girl named Prudence Arnold by a farmhand, 2 drownings in the nearby creek, and 4 men who froze to death, among some of the notable deaths. One death that caught her eye in particular was that of a woman named Bathsheba Sherman. Her name was spelled exactly like their dog that they had previously owned, and her story was as interesting as it was disturbing. Born Bathsheba Thayer in 1812, she married fellow Rhode Islander Judson Sherman in Thompson, Connecticut on March 10, 1844. According to available information from that time, the two had a son named Herbert, and for all intents and purposes, things seemed normal, but that couldn't be further from the truth. After losing 3 children before the age of 7, Bathsheba began to care for her neighbor's children, perhaps to fill the void that such sorrow could create. And it's here where things take a strange turn. While caring for the infant of a nearby family, the infant suddenly passed away within Bathsheba's care. An investigation ensued, and it was found that the child had a puncture wound in its skull, as if someone had taken a large sewing needle and sent it through the child's head. Rumors of devil worship and witchcraft soon became rife, with many believing she had indeed sacrificed her children to Satan, robbing them of their young lives. Although Bathsheba was never punished for the child's death, since there was never a trial, that didn't stop her behavior from becoming increasingly bizarre. She became incredibly reclusive, strange, and dark. Rumors say that she supposedly attempted to murder other children while confessing her love for Satan, before she then climbed atop the highest tree on the estate, cursing everyone before hanging herself. And although that would make for a much more fascinating story, it doesn't seem to be true. The rumors may indeed have been spread, and there are evidence of multiple child deaths, including the infant via a needle-like object. But her tombstone reads her death date as May 25th, 1885. So odds are that she passed away as an old woman. But perhaps given the circumstances, she became more bitter with age. Another strange detail that was uncovered was one of the hanging deaths that took place within the barn on the estate. It was that of Catherine Arnold. She had seemingly out of the blue one day made her way from the house to the barn, gathered a rope, and hung herself from the rafters. She was frozen solid when she was later discovered. It seemed like whatever paranormal force that stalked the land tormented the matriarchs of the families that lived there and fed upon death itself. These supernatural occurrences that now plagued the Perron family were a daily occurrence, and they soon also began to physically touch the family as well. Poking soon turned to pushing. A hand on the shoulder soon turned to slapping, scratching, and more. One day, when Carolyn was reading a book in the living room, she felt a piercing pain in her calf. Upon further examination, she saw what appeared to be a puncture wound, like that of a needle, with a small dribble of blood now coming out of her leg. And these attacks didn't stop here. Carolyn soon believed that it was Bathsheba who was causing the majority of her problems. The spirit seemed to hide her things daily, making her feel as if she was going insane, while simultaneously lusting after her husband. In later interviews, Roger would state that he never felt threatened by her spirit, and that he only ever saw her sweeter side, such as comforting touches and the feeling of an embrace. To the contrary, his poor wife experienced much, much worse. Andrea Perrin also in later interviews said that the whole family believed it was the spirit of Bathsheba who was mostly tormenting Carolyn, as if she saw herself as the matriarch or the mistress of the house, and that Carolyn was some kind of competition, an obstacle between her and Roger's affection. On the verge of losing her mind and being tortured daily, the family was barely holding things together. Most of all, Carolyn. She had vented to a friend of hers named Barbara about what she had been going through, and strangely enough, this friend just so happened to attend a lecture that was being given by renowned paranormal scholars and demonologists, Ed and Lorraine Warren. It was Barbara that actually told the Warrens about the Perrons and their struggles. Intrigued, they were put into mutual contact with one another, and before too long, the Warrens arrived at the front door of the old Arnold estate. Upon stepping into the home for the first time, Lorraine Warren noticed a heavy and malevolent presence. Upon further convening over the course of several weeks, the couple told the family that they indeed were being haunted by the spirit of Bathsheba, and that she had made a pact with Satan himself after sacrificing one of her children to him. She then hung herself on the property in order to haunt it forever. This is why the family was often seeing the mangled-necked apparition of the woman with wispy hair. This was apparently her. Over the course of several months, the Warrens would visit the old Arnold estate in order to try and assist the family with ridding themselves of the spirits, but it was all to no avail. All of these events seemed to culminate with a seance one stormy night. The Perrons, Roger, and Carolyn, along with the Warrens, were joined by a priest and a fellow medium to conduct a seance to try and establish further contact with the entities within the home, to understand just why they were plaguing the family. The girls were confined to their rooms upstairs and were not allowed to partake in the ritual. The ritual was conducted in the basement, one of the alleged sources of the dark energy, according to Lorraine Warren. And in the middle of this ritual, Carolyn seemingly became possessed. As she exhibited violent behavior, she was restrained to a chair in order to prevent her from hurting herself and others. The entity that now inhabited her body claimed to be that of Bathsheba. And before everyone's eyes that was present, Carolyn began to not only speak a language that was unrecognizable, but in a voice that wasn't her own. She then began to levitate in the chair and flew across the room. Although they were forbid to witness the event, as curious children often do, Andrea, along with her sister Cindy, snuck open the basement door and watched the events unfold for themselves. Their testimonies are also where some of these details are sourced from. Carolyn was now mangled and distorted, her body twisted in an unnatural position. After several hours of attempting to cast the spirit out, she finally went limp and laid catatonic on the floor. After his wife had seemingly been freed, Roger called the entire thing off. He was not only concerned for his wife's well-being, but his children's as well. And although the Warrens were trying to help, things just seemed to get so much worse when they were there. So disregarding their advice, he threw them out and forbid them and their associates from ever investigating the hauntings at the old Arnold estate ever again. Later in life, a 77-year-old Roger would recall, she was possessed. Her entire body was distorted, and it lasted several hours until they de-demonized her. Then I threw them out. I couldn't take it anymore. The family's torment would continue with varying intensity until 1980, when they were finally able to sell the old Arnold estate and move to Georgia in a bid to rebuild their lives. Finally, they were free of the horrible events that had plagued them for nearly a decade. But all those happenings, all those traumatic moments, would never be forgotten by any of them. They all realized that they were truly lucky to have escaped with their lives, as well as their sanity. Going back and not only reading various interviews, Andrea Perron's books, and watching interviews with the family, they not only seemed genuine, but really had nothing to gain by claiming to have experienced these things. It truly seemed like they had suffered. I mean, they threw out the Warrens, which is interesting in and of itself. But if I saw my wife twisted and exhibiting demonic behavior, I probably would be pretty freaked out as well. The story of the haunting of the Old Arnold estate and the Perron family was used as the basis for the Conjuring movie, in which they were also used as consultants for accuracy's sake. And the film does, of course, take liberties, as most Hollywood films do, but it's a good one for sure. But having watched this video, you're now probably aware of what really happened. Since the selling of the home, reviews have been mixed by other residents, with one lady claiming that the home wasn't haunted at all, and even condemning and suing the Conjuring filmmakers for causing her distress through trespassers, and others stating that the home is still very well haunted indeed. More current owners, who we'll call Corey and Jennifer, welcomed the spirits and the history of the home when they moved in. Claiming to have only slept in the smaller wing of the estate for the first 4 months that they lived there, they didn't want to overstep their boundaries with whatever was haunting the property. When they finally opened up the door to the wing of the larger part of the house, the very same night, they both claimed to be woken up by a shadowy figure. Their couple would say that it was pitch black in color and peeking at them from behind the door frame. Although most people would be terrified at the prospect of dealing with a shadow figure of any sort, the couple understood that they were guests in this home, even though they had purchased it, and were just excited to have experienced anything. But they also admit that although they do continue to experience strange things from time to time, it's nothing like what the Perrons say they experienced, nothing quite as malevolent or evil by any means. Despite criticism and support, the Perrons to this day remain adamant that their story is true, with Andrea saying in an interview with USA Today, "Both my mother and I would sooner swallow our tongue than tell a lie. People are free to believe whatever they want, but we know what we've experienced." Prior to her death, when asked about the events of the haunting, Lorraine Warren claimed that she still felt traumatized all these years later about what had taken place that stormy night during the seance at the Old Arnold estate, saying that the things that happened there were so incredibly frightening that it still affects me to talk about it to this day. She, of course, was reunited with Ed on April 18th of 2019. God rest her soul. These days, people who have visited the house, such as various paranormal groups, researchers, and fans of the Conjuring universe, have described feeling multiple things first stepping in the home. Some claiming to see shadow figures, others a feeling of a heavy presence to the point where it makes them nauseous. And regardless, there certainly does seem to be something there. All around, I think the haunting, given all the research I've done, is more than likely legitimate. There's too many sources backing up what took place, not to mention the family didn't gain anything from experiencing what they did, and surviving members still claim it's all true to this day. If you'd like to learn more, I'm listing the sources I used for research in the description below, as well as various links to Andrea Perron's books, which tell the full story of her and her family. I, of course, am not affiliated with her or anyone else involved in any way. I just find them to be an interesting and very useful resource. So if you find yourself in hard times and are presented with what seems like a gift from the universe, just know that if it's too good to be true, it probably is. And the dream home that you can't wait to live in could be infested with generations of death and despair. demons, which could still be lurking and stalking the property. So my advice, if it sounds too good to be true, it is. And please, research a home's history before you buy it, or you may be stuck with a decade of paranormal torment, or worse, you may become its newest permanent resident. Can death unleash something into this world that isn't supposed to be here? Could it act like a portal, allowing something sinister and dark to creep in just before it closes, especially if the person passing is harboring dark and abhorrent secrets? When a young man begins to exhibit strange and demonic behavior, and the very laws of nature seem to bend to his will, can a reverend work to save his very soul? Documented by multiple law enforcement professionals as unexplained to this day, this is certainly not a story you will want to miss. This is the untold story of Don Decker, also known as the Rain Man of Pennsylvania. The date is February 24th, 1983, and on this cold, misty day, a family is mourning the loss of their loved one, a man by the name of James Kishaw. After battling alcoholism for many years, the bottle finally took its toll and caused cirrhosis of the liver, which became fatal. Among the pews of friends and family paying their respects sits a young man, the grandson of James, 21-year-old Don Decker. Don had been granted furlough from his 4 to 12-month jail sentence for receiving stolen property in order to attend the funeral. But as he sat facing the body of his grandfather, as others paid their last respects and gave glowing speeches about the man, Don clenched his fists. Only he harbored a dark secret that no one else knew, and this secret is perhaps what contributed to his troubled adolescence. When it was his turn to walk up and say goodbye to James, as he stood over his body, the face of evil looked back at him with eyes closed for the first time. Don would later say, "It felt like good triumphing over evil that day, and I truly felt like everything was going to get better, like it was a turning point in my life." The secret that he had been holding on to for so long was that James, his very own grandfather, had abused him from the time he was 7 years old until he was a teenager, and no one else knew. All the years of pain and fear were caused by that man, the very same that now laid in the coffin, the very same that Don was now having to hear others praise, and who he was publicly obligated to mourn. At the conclusion of the funeral, when James' casket was laid into its final resting place, he couldn't stand the way his parents had glorified the man's memory. But given the circumstances he was in, furloughed from jail and with emotions raw amongst everybody, he decided it would be for the best to go and stay the night with some family friends instead, before he was set to return to finish out his sentence. Bob and Jeannie Kiefer were longtime friends of the family and were quite fond of Don, so they were more than happy to have him join them for the night. As the night progressed, the three of them were enjoying each other's company, but it seemed like all the feelings that had been stirred up from the memories of his grandfather's abuse at the funeral were coming back to haunt Don. He felt on edge and uneasy when suddenly the air around him vibrated with a bone-deep chill. Almost simultaneously after this occurred, water began to drip from the ceiling and down the living room walls. Don then fell into an eerie, trance-like state, staring at nothing and yet everything at the same time. The Kiefers were perplexed at what was happening and tried examining all reasonable possibilities. Thinking they had a leak, they contacted their landlord a man named Ron Van Wy. Upon arriving, Ron too quickly became perplexed. The leak, or so they thought, was obvious, but what was strange to him was that there was no piping that ran through the front part of the house. Certainly none that could spring a leak from the ceiling or the walls. None at all. On top of this strangeness, when observing the water's direction, Ron noticed that there was indeed no sense of direction. The water was not only coming from the top down, from the ceiling and the walls, but it was going from the floor and up the walls, in direct contradiction to the laws of gravity and to anything that he had ever seen. Shocked and needing multiple witnesses to assure himself that he wasn't crazy, Ron phoned his wife Romaine to come and take a look as well. Upon her arrival, she was just as perplexed and became scared at what was happening, since it defied all logic, and the leak, or so they thought, only became worse. So the landlords did the only thing that they could do. They called the police. Shortly after that call, a patrol car arrived with Officer John Beaujean, who, after briefly stepping inside the home, became drenched in water, and also witnessed the bizarre, otherworldly activity to which he had no explanation for either. So to prove his sanity and to back up a report, he called upon his partner, an officer named Richard Volbert. When Richard arrived, he wanted to be briefed on exactly what was going on, but Beaujean didn't want to give him any sort of a preconceived notion, and just told him to trust him on this one. After some back and forth, Richard finally conceded and followed John into the Kiefer residence. He would later describe the incident as so. I walked in the door. I couldn't have gotten 2 steps in the door, and I was pelted by water. As we were discussing a potential leak, and as we were being told that there were no pipes in that part of the house, as we stood just inside the house, a droplet of water was traveling horizontally and passed right between us and out into the next room. As I retell this story, I have a chill up my spine, and the hair on my neck is standing up. John would go on to say, things were happening in this house that I couldn't have ever possibly dreamed of happening, and there was no way to explain what was going on. Shocked by what they were witnessing, the 2 officers asked the family to step outside of the house and out of the water while they left to report the incident to the chief himself. The Wise decided to stay at the property while the Kiefers and Don walked across the street to a local restaurant for something to eat. Within seconds of everyone departing, the water suddenly stopped within the house. And aside from the home being drenched, it was back to normal. No more dripping water, and no more mist. This left Ron and his wife only to speculate that whatever was happening was coming from one of the 3, because when they left, so did it. Pam Scrofano, who owned the pizzeria opposite the Kiefer's house, where the 3 ended up in, was a friend of the Kiefers, and knew Don as well. Upon greeting the 3 of them, she noticed that Don was distant, like he was looking at you, but looking through you. A deeply religious woman, she sensed something evil about him, like the devil was working through Don Decker, and recommended that they contact someone at the church for help. Within mere seconds of mentioning this, droplets of water hit the table in front of them, and soon the very same phenomena that was originally happening in the house was also now taking place inside the pizzeria. Sensing this evil, Pam ran to the cash register where she had an old cross necklace. She took it out and placed it around Don's neck. As soon as it touched his skin, he got burned. He began to scream and pulled the necklace off of him. It was charred black. As the trio departed the pizzeria and headed back to their home, the strange activity inside once again ceased. It's important to note that nothing like this had ever happened at the Kiefer residence or Pam's Pizzeria. No plumbing issues, nothing that could be considered even remotely similar. Convening inside the home once again, they met Ron and his wife. Ron suspected that Dawn had something to do with what was happening, and after some discussion, an argument erupted among the group. This led to Jeannie screaming at Dawn, telling him that they knew it was him, and that he had to make all of this stop. After the words left her mouth, the pots and pans above the stove began to shake, and the lights around them began to flicker. Don Decker was no longer in control of his body. Everyone watched in horror as Don levitated multiple feet into the air and rotated several times. He was then thrown out of the kitchen where they were and into an entirely different room. Don himself would later recount the event like this. It wasn't like someone grabbing your hand or picking you up. I felt this force over my entire body. I'm a big man and I've always been assertive, but this, whatever this was, made me feel like a newborn child. I'm scared right now just thinking about it. Dawn now laid unconscious on the floor, and the rain began again. The Wise and the Kiefers were in absolute shock and disbelief at what had just taken place. They knew it was tied to Dawn, but they had no idea just what it was. But they felt that it was evil. A few hours after the strange incident witnessed by the police officers, they arrived back at the residence alongside their very heated police chief. As he made his way into the home with the two officers behind him, he too was pelted with water just as they had been. And at first, probably feeling like he was on the spot and perhaps slightly embarrassed, he claimed that this wasn't even a police issue, but a plumbing issue, despite then being told that there were no pipes in that part of the house, and this was even confirmed by blueprints of the home. After taking a look around at the rest of the home, which was bone dry, the chief then angrily ordered the two officers to escort him back home. He would be the only officer that night to not admit to anything strange happening. He then directed officers John and Richard to not file a report and to not speak about the incident at all. But word would get out. The following morning, acting against the specific orders from their chief, the two officers returned to the residence, along with 3 veteran officers as well. They too would see and experience the bizarre rain inside the home, so they decided to try something to attempt to get to the bottom of what exactly was going on. They asked if they could place a paper bag over Don's head, to which Don agreed. This was so he would have no way of seeing anything. He'd have no preconceived notions of what could be placed on him or in his hands. They then placed a gold cross necklace from one of the officers into his hand. Lieutenant William Davies, one of the officers present who placed the cross into his hand, described the incident like this. As soon as the necklace touched his palm, he said it burnt him. He would have had no idea what it was. I saw what I believed to be smoke of some sort coming from the necklace or his hand. As he dropped the necklace, I picked it up, and it was hot. Not burning hot, but hot enough to concern me. Then, suddenly, with the force as if a bus hit him, he lifted up and was thrown across the room, hitting the back wall. Upon removing the bag from him, he was clearly dazed and had 3 bloody and fresh claw marks across his neck. I've been a cop for 40 years, and I've never ran into anything like this, ever. Never before, and never again after. There's always an explanation, but in this case, there was no explanation. The police would later leave again with no answers as to what was taking place, believing it to be a spiritual matter. Dawn was placed on the couch in the living room, where the rain continued to go from mist to showers at random and varying times. After making multiple desperate calls to every Protestant and Catholic religious leader in Stroudsburg, only one didn't turn them down. Ron was able to convince an evangelical preacher who went by the name of Reverend Johnson to come over and pray with Dawn. As she arrived and began to pray, the rest of the group held hands in vigil and did what they could to support her. As the first words left her lips, Dawn began to convulse and shake. The rain intensified, and his body began to twist into unnatural positions. But as she continued, he slowly but surely began to relax, and the rain seemed to stop. Although those present believed that a miracle had been performed, the results of that prayer session would only prove temporary, perhaps placing into hibernation whatever was inside Don Decker. Once his furlough was over, Don Decker returned back to jail to finish his sentence, and within just a few days, the mysterious rain returned. Upon his return to jail, Don was placed in a cell with another inmate and had the thought enter his mind that if he could make it rain in the cell, perhaps he could get to be alone. Almost as soon as he thought that, the rain began. It was materializing out of the concrete floor and flowing upward. The other inmate was horrified and screamed for the guards to let him out. Thinking they had some kind of plumbing issue, the guards opened the cell and removed that inmate as well as Decker. At first, he was accused of throwing water onto the walls from the sink or from the toilet by the guards, but upon these accusations, Don rebutted with, "I can control it." This time, the feeling was different. This time, he felt powerful and in control. Upon hearing this, the guard laughed and said, "If you can control this rain, make it rain in the warden's office," an offer that Don couldn't refuse. The warden would then describe what happened, and these are the words of Lieutenant Warden David Keenhold. "I was in my office filling out paperwork with no one else around. It was approximately 8 p.m. in the evening. I didn't notice it at that time, but my shirt was dripping down. I heard a knock at the door, and little did I know that it was the same officer that was just with Don Decker. I wasn't aware of the situation at the time. He told me to look at my shirt, and there was no explanation as to where the water could have come from. The officer then became very frightened of what had happened, and after explaining the situation to me, I too became frightened. Shortly after the rain in the warden's office, a frantic call was placed to a local chaplain, a man named Reverend William Blackburn. He soon found himself shaking hands with the warden and several officers as he was escorted into the jail and into an empty cell. Within minutes, he came face to face with Don Decker, who by this time was beginning to fear the feeling he had inside of him. That powerful and evil feeling. He was now asking for the Reverend's help and freeing him of whatever this thing was. Blackburn wasn't convinced at first. He told Decker that his life would be much easier if he just stopped all this nonsense and attention-seeking. He would go on later to describe the situation like this. "Almost immediately after I accused him, Don's demeanor changed. A glazed look came over him, and a horrible smell entered the room. Doctors, nurses, and medical personnel will tell you that when you walk into a room when there's someone dying of disease or of cancer, there's a smell to it. I smelled that smell, multiplied by at least 5 times. It was evil and foreboding." Don's glazed expression then switched to one of malice and calculation. He exclaimed, "I have powers that you don't, and I can make it rain." He then raised his hand and rubbed his fingers together, and it started to rain inside that cell. It was like a devil's rain, a mist. I was in the presence of evil. I started opening my Bible to begin to pray, and Don said, "I don't want you to pray for me. to which I decided to anyways. I started to read to him, and the strange thing is that even though I was soaked, the pages of my Bible never got wet, and that was truly frightening. Although the session was short, upon uttering the words that he was now bound in the name of Jesus Christ, the rain stopped and a peace overtook Don. When he finally came to, he thanked the Reverend with tears in his eyes, and the two hugged and prayed together. Again, in the words of Reverend Blackburn, there is no doubt in my mind that he was possessed. No human being could do what he did in that room. There is no way that he did anything to fool me whatsoever. Whatever happened was spiritual, and it was not from God. I can guarantee you that it was not from God. From this moment forward, the rain has stopped, for now. Don Decker would later say that he takes things day by day, and that fortunately, the rain hasn't returned. As for his grandfather, he thinks whatever happened was related to him. He thinks that, considering where he thinks he ended up, maybe he was able to make a deal with someone and have yet another chance to abuse him. What makes this case so unique and interesting is that all the people involved are credible people. I mean, we have some family friends, sure, but they stated they had nothing take place in that house prior to Don's arrival that morning. We have the landlord of the family's home and his wife not only reaffirming that there weren't any prior issues, but that there were no pipes in that area of the house. We then have 6 police officers, including the chief over the case, experience the phenomena, and he was the only one that said that nothing took place. We have a business owner where the phenomena took place at her establishment as well. Then several guards at the jail, in which he goes back to finish serving his time, witness things, and the warden of the jail himself. And the police officers, 3 of them were seasoned lieutenants, I might add, and anyone with a proper reputation, unless they really experienced something, would risk that, in my opinion. So was it demonic infestation, possession, poltergeist activity, or something else entirely? When we have so many credible eyewitnesses recanting the same details, saying what they saw, experienced, and felt was a phenomena not of this world, it truly makes you wonder. And if it wasn't spiritual, could Don's childhood trauma have allowed him to break into a part of the mind that could somehow cause these kinds of things? Allow him to manipulate the weather of his surroundings, move objects, and even cause harm to himself? We may never truly know the answers to this mystery in particular, and it very much still is a mystery to this day. As far as an update on Don Decker, besides multiple show appearances and interviews to discuss his story over the years, the last known activity that I could find of him was that back in 2012, he was charged with arson of a local restaurant in the Poconos Mountains of Pennsylvania. It seems like perhaps he was paid to set fire to the establishment by the owner, maybe for insurance fraud. As far as the outcome of the case, I couldn't find additional details. Perhaps whatever evil that was inside Don got the best of him at this time. Or, we're all human. We do make mistakes without otherworldly influence as well. Just a thought. Wherever he is, I do have to say that his story is an amazing and intriguing one, and I wish him nothing but the best. I'd also like to say thank you guys for watching this video. Without you guys, this channel is just me making videos that I find interesting at home, at my computer. And I really can't hammer home how much your support means to me. It seems like YouTube doesn't always want to promote my content, and that's been a big uphill battle over the last 4 years. So when you choose to watch Mystery Archives, just know it helps me out much more than you could ever know. Rob and Vicky Graves had found what appeared to be their dream home, looking to escape the big city life and take up a more rural one for themselves and their 2 teenage sons. They found Fox Hollow Farm and were shocked at how affordable it was for the sheer size and quality of the property. Sensing that it was too good to be true, they asked what could possibly be wrong with it, because at a passing glance, it seemed absolutely gorgeous. Then it came to Rob. He had remembered the name from a news broadcast many years ago. Unbeknownst to him and his wife, they were now standing on the very same grounds that were once owned by Herb Baumeister, the notorious serial killer. They immediately brought this up to the real estate agent who was showing them the property, and were immediately told that that was indeed the case. That the private investor had indeed purchased the estate from the widow of Herb following the disturbing discovery of the bodies back in the 1990s, but that it had been completely remodeled from head to toe, removing any and all remnants of what it looked like when the murders had taken place all those years ago. But that's why it was indeed so affordable, because no one wanted to live there due to the history. After some further discussion among the couple, they ultimately decided to purchase the property. Within a couple weeks, the family moves in and falls in love with Fox Hollow Farm. The teenage sons soon make it a habit to play outside and then wash off in the pool in the basement, soon tracking dirt and gravel all throughout the home. One day, Vicky is vacuuming up the dirt that the boys had brought in from the outside around the pool, when suddenly her vacuum loses power. Believing that perhaps she had accidentally unplugged it from the outlet, she plugged it back in and continued her work. Within several more minutes, it happened again. Perplexed this time because she was even more aware and careful about the cord and the outlet, she knew she hadn't unplugged it. So she plugged it back in and triple checked that it wasn't just falling out of the outlet by pulling the cord. Ever more aware this time, she goes back to vacuuming, but keeping a present eye on the cord itself, and to her amazement, it pulls out on its own, as if someone had grabbed and pulled it out of the socket. Startled, she drops the vacuum and is beside herself. She doesn't know how to make sense of what had just happened, and this would just be the beginning of the strangeness that would occur. Rob worked at a car dealership, and one of his employees was a man named Joe. Joe had been a great employee, but had a problem of being chronically late most of the time. As he probed to figure out what was going on, Joe informed Rob that he lived over an hour away and really needed the job and would be willing to move closer if the opportunity presented itself. Well, Rob thought about it and ended up offering Joe a place to rent. Located on Fox Hollow Farm, they had a guest house that they were considering renting out as apartments for quite some time, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity to benefit everyone involved. Joe would indeed move in just a few days later. It takes several hours, but within that time frame, they're able to get everything inside and finish the move. Exhausted, Joe decides to retire for the night with his dog, Fred. As he lays down to sleep in his newly set up bed, he then finds himself in a horrific nightmare. He's being chased throughout Fox Hollow Farm by something he can't see. The dream is so intense that it causes him to sleepwalk, which wasn't something that he was known to do. He began to run while still dreaming, and ran directly into the door frame as he tried to escape the guest house. Falling back, he knocked into a nearby glass of water, which fell and shattered, cutting his hands. The impact and cutting of his hands finally woke him up, and he was forced to sit back and ponder just what had taken place. And things would only intensify from here. Another day soon after, Rob was painting the side of their home a different color. As he and his wife remarked on how nice the finished job will be, she spots something out of the corner of her eye. She had seen a man in a red shirt staring at them. As she broke away from her husband and began to approach the figure, it started to walk away from her and quickly disappeared as if it never existed. The couple then called out and checked the perimeter, but never found anyone. They dismissed the person as nothing more than a curious trespasser. I mean, after all, they did purchase a serial killer's home. They just had to accept that curious people may sneak up just to get a look at their home. Later that night, Joe was doing the dishes in his apartment when he suddenly gets a series of knocks on his front door. Telling the person it'll just be a minute, as he dries his hands off to go and answer the door, the series of knocks begin to grow louder and more aggressive. Thinking it was extremely strange or extremely urgent concerning Vicky or Rob, he went and answered the door as it was still being knocked upon. However, as he opened the door, there was no one to be found. Automatically on guard, he peers outside. The knocking had been happening when he answered the door, so no person could have got very far while he answered mid-knock. He glanced around, and yet saw and heard nothing. He stepped outside and began to examine the roof and the nearby areas, and still there was nothing. Thoroughly weirded out at this point, he made his way back inside and bolted the door locked behind him. He started to make his way back to the kitchen to finish doing his dishes, when he spotted a man standing in his bedroom, staring at him. Upon spotting the figure, his dog begins to growl and make sounds that he's never heard him make before, staring directly in the direction of the bedroom. Already on edge, he ran into the bedroom and flicked the light on, only to discover that there was again no one there. Searching the entire apartment, he again found nothing. Trying to rationalize and clear his mind, he decided to take his dog Fred for a walk to calm down and unwind for the evening. While on his walk around the property, he thought to check on Rob and Vicky's house to see if the lights were on. This would indicate to him that perhaps they were the ones who had knocked on his door, and therefore he could rest easy and figure out what it was about the following morning. However, upon arriving at their house, he found it completely blacked out. They had already gone to bed for the night. Fred, who was always a loyal and obedient dog, always walked with him without a leash and would always follow his commands. However, tonight would be a different story. Deciding to head back to his apartment, he motioned for Fred to join him, but the dog would not budge. He suddenly began to growl and then bolted into the nearby tree line. Instinctively, Joe ran after his dog, but not before seeing what his dog was running after. Before his eyes and the very same tree line was a man in a red shirt. Although he was absolutely terrified, Joe couldn't let anything happen to his beloved dog, so he continued to run towards this man, when suddenly, whoever or whatever this was disappeared before his eyes. Although slightly behind, he would quickly catch up to Fred and now noticed him not acting aggressive at all, but rather showing his belly in submission, staring in the direction of Joe. Joe, knowing his dog, knew that something very strange had to be up with him. He suddenly felt as if someone was staring directly at him. He slowly turned around to see the apparition of a man in a red shirt with a twisted face staring back at him just several feet away. Joe, as most of us would, ran out of there as fast as he could, his loyal companion following him. The two run as fast as they can back to the apartment, where they rush inside, lock and deadbolt the door, and nervously watch out of the blinds for the rest of the night. The following morning, an even more exhausted Joe makes his way to Vicky and Rob's house to discuss the prior night's events. As he's telling both of them what happened, Vicky starts to become emotional. She too had seen the man in red just days earlier. She points to where she saw him, and lo and behold, it's the exact same spot that Joe had encountered the entity the night before. As the day progressed to night, Joe yet again found himself in his apartment, hoping to finally get some rest. But as he settled down in his bed, he was suddenly startled by knocking at his door. As he yelled out, "Who is it?" as he made his way towards the door, he didn't receive an audible answer back, just more aggressive knocking at the door. The door itself now was shaking. Facing his fear of the unknown, mid-knock, Joe throws the door open, only to meet face to face with nothing. As he frantically looks around the yard while holding the door, he notices that the door's knocking apparatus is sticking straight out as if someone is holding it. It then drops one last time, knocking the door. Absolutely petrified, Joe slams the door and locks it. As he tries to catch his breath and takes several steps backwards, he sees the doorknob begin to turn. Then, without warning, the door bursts open, shattering the lock. The open door yet again reveals no one. After a moment of frozen terror, Joe runs outside and into the front yard of his apartment, screaming and searching all around for just who could be doing this. After several minutes, he stares back into the house through the open front door and sees a man dressed in all white standing there. He's soaked from head to toe in what appears to be water and is screaming in a muted voice, as if he's being held underwater. He then bolts towards Joe and seemingly disappears into a mist. Frantically calling out to his dog Fred to accompany him, Joe frantically makes his way to Rob and Vicky's house on the property. He's so terrified that he's shaking now, and Rob and Vicky are just as scared. They now truly believe that they are dealing with something paranormal in nature. In order to rationalize the situation and make sense of what was taking place, they begin to believe that they're experiencing the results of the murders conducted by Herb Baumeister, and that his victims are either trapped here somehow, or their energy is stuck in an endless loop, replaying their final and tragic moments over and over and over again. Refusing to return to his apartment, Rob and Vicky, being the supportive friends they were, agreed that Joe could stay the night with them, and together they would begin researching online to try and formulate some kind of a plan of action of what to do next. As they collectively scour the Baumeister case information, they find themselves looking at the list of identified victims. As they get deeper into the details, Joe is shocked. He stops them on a picture of a man in a white shirt. That was the man I saw in my apartment, who was soaked from head to toe and screaming. Although this information still scares them, it does help reassure them that they are indeed dealing with the victims of this horrendous tragedy. They are especially convinced, considering many of the remains have never been identified, so they continue to research the case. After several uneventful days, Joe finds himself almost compelled to walk around the property with his dog, except this time in broad daylight. So, apprehensively, he makes his way with Fred to the area where both he and Vicky had seen the man in red on separate occasions. Just past the tree line on the walking path, Joe is stopped by what looks to be a bone. He believes that it's impossible that such a bone could have been missed during the extensive searches over the years. But nonetheless, it was right here, right now, as if it had been placed there for him to discover. Quickly consulting and showing Rob and Vicky the discovery, they too believed that this could be a bone belonging to the mysterious man in red. They ended up contacting the lead detective on the Baumeister case and submitted the bone, which turned out to be a human femur bone, in as evidence and for analysis. They then requested if the investigator himself could come out to the property and explain to them just where things had taken place so they could have a better understanding of what had happened, to which he obliged. Several days passed, and Joe by this point had made his way back to his apartment to try and settle back in given the new information. While on his computer checking his emails, he began to hear a scraping, almost metallic-like sound originating from the kitchen. Upon further examination, he sees that all of his butcher knives from his knife block have been neatly arranged in his sink, placed in a row, equally spaced from one another. Glancing around the room, he spots fresh, deep cuts in the wood of the nearby counter cabinet. He believes that this could be a sign for one of the victims crying for help. He starts to try and figure out the mystery. He takes out his phone and begins recording, asking probing questions to whoever or whatever could be there, in hopes of helping them in any way that he can. Prior to this, of course, he turned off any and all appliances that could interfere with the process. He begins by asking a series of questions and doesn't seem to get much of anything, at least not audibly. But then towards the end of his questions, Fred begins to growl, the same eerie growl he had any time they had experienced something previously. Taking this as confirmation that perhaps his companion could see or hear something that he couldn't, he quickly downloads the audio file and begins to listen to it on his computer. And to his shock, he did indeed receive a response. This is the clip of the actual EVP that was recorded.
Who keeps walking in the kitchen?
He believes he hears the married one. But in all of their research, all of the victims were young, single gay men. The only one who was married was one Herb Baumeister. This revelation is startling. He not only believes that the victims were trapped within the grounds of Fox Hollow Farm, but that perhaps the serial killer himself could too be trapped here. What would follow would be dozens of paranormal investigations. And those investigations would lead the group to believe that they were not only dealing with the spirits of the victims haunting the grounds, but either a dark entity impersonating Baumeister or the killer himself. Several years after the events, the Graves family would end up selling Fox Hollow Farm, and it would continue to change hands over the years since then, leading to multiple new owners of the property. And although new information doesn't seem to be publicly available, it's still considered one of the most haunted places in Indiana, if not the world, given its unique and gruesome history. An independent film would go on to be made about it, called The Haunting of Fox Hollow Farm, and Robert Graves, along with another man named Richard Estep, who led many paranormal investigations at Fox Hollow Farm, would co-write a book detailing the family's creepy experiences and what they believed to be ultimately happening. So in conclusion, we know that Herb Baumeister was mentally ill ultimately, but what makes this case so strange and so compelling to me is that he was an outstanding member of his community. For the longest time, he was the smiling neighbor, the charitable businessman, the happy family man, and overall, a pillar of normalcy. But behind closed doors, his psyche, his soul, contained a darkness that most of us will never be able to comprehend, yet alone unravel and understand. So could the murderous deeds of a twisted individual trap souls on a property and perhaps open some kind of a portal? Could the unleashing of such energy like what is expressed in a violent death contribute to something like this? If it wasn't what's known as an intelligent haunting, where the spirits are aware of what has happened to them and are indeed trapped there, which very well could still be the case, then perhaps it could be a residual haunting, where the events are of such magnitude and strength that they play on a loop for all time, but the souls who were involved have long since moved on. These are questions that we may never have answers to, but all things that we should ponder. But one thing is for certain: the malicious calculation of Herb Baumeister and the horrendous things that he did to the suspected 25 victims at Fox Hollow Farms should never be forgotten. They are indeed still identifying and using updated technology to identify remains that are still being found on the grounds. This has happened as recent as November of 2022. So if you happen to be a family member of someone that you suspect could be connected to this case, just know that my heart truly does go out to you. And please, contact the Hamilton County Coroner's Office at 317-770-4415. Besides remembering what happened, I also urge you to please respect the victims and their families, as well as the family of Herb Baumeister, if you should ever have anything to do with them.
Throughout history, it has been speculated that many have been plagued by an ancient demonic force. From Mesopotamia to more modern times, this evil and terrifying entity
as said to enter our world and wreak havoc upon those who dwell within it. When a seemingly normal family disregards the warnings and partakes in multiple Ouija board sessions, what happened next nearly destroyed them. This is the untold story of the demonic Zozo House of Oklahoma and the abhorrent creature that stalks its walls. Oklahoma City, a small but growing city in the heartland of America, known for blue-collar work and brick-and-mortar shops, red dirt, and sports, would soon become known for something much darker. A teenager by the name of Darren Evans was growing up here, a normal boy by all accounts, doing things that any teenagers would enjoy, hanging out with friends, shenanigans here and there, and dating girls. He began dating a girl named Brandy who attended school with him, and the two often found themselves visiting each other as often as they could, whether that was walking to and from school, in between classes, or visiting each other's homes. One day, while Brandy's home was having some plumbing work done on some pipes located underneath the house, the plumber doing the work would soon make a strange discovery. Located below the foundation of the home, covered in dirt, was an old Ouija board. The front letters were partially buried, and the back of the board was solid black in color. Off to the side of where the board was found was an aged planchette. What made this finding even more bizarre was that 4 old jars sat on the corners of the board, speckled with dirt as well. Thinking perhaps the kids had stashed the board away and forgot about it, the worker told the young couple after his work was done about what he had found. And it's from here that things seemingly take a darker turn. Upon examining the discovery, they began to brush the dirt away from the jars. They were then shocked by what they found. Inside each one of the jars, sitting on the 4 corners of the board, were the decaying bodies of blackbirds, congealed blood and matter still present. Bewildered but intrigued, they sat the jars off to the side and picked up the board. As soon as his fingers made contact with the board, Darren seemed to have an instant connection with it. And with this soon came a burning curiosity to examine it. And this curiosity would manifest into obsession. With this, the couple took the board inside the home, where they spoke with Brandy's mother. She actively practiced the Wiccan religion, but had no idea who could have put the board there. Several days later, curious as most teenagers are, Darren was an avid music fan, and one night, after building up the courage to do it, he decided he was going to contact the deceased singer of the popular band AC/DC, a man named Ronald Belford Scott, using the board. Scott had passed away from alcohol poisoning in 1980. After lighting several candles, laying the board with letters facing towards him, and placing the planchette upon the board, he began his session. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but Darren was still feeling this otherworldly connection to something within the board itself. After trying for half an hour, to his shock and amazement, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, it then frantically began to move by itself, moving from Z to O, Z to O, over and over and over again, spelling out the name Zozo. Shocked and unsure of what or who he had contacted, Darren said goodbye in an attempt to end the session. Before his eyes, he saw the planchette spell out, "See you in hell," and then it threw itself across the room. A now terrified and bewildered Darren ran out of his room and tried to make sense of what had just taken place. But this was just the beginning of what was to come. It started with horrible night terrors. He would wake up unable to move or speak and would hear whispering in his ears. These episodes at night were soon followed by banging and knocking throughout his house during the daytime, as well as a constant feeling as if he was being watched by something he couldn't see. But despite the presence he was feeling, Darren now sought answers to his ever-growing list of questions, just what exactly he had uncovered. So, he continued to hold sessions with the board, for better or for worse. Darren would later quote this: "The sessions now were as intense and paranormal as anything I've ever witnessed. A deep and terrible moaning could be heard emanating through the walls after these sessions. I developed sleep paralysis and became reclusive to society in general. I was once again messing with Zozo and Ouija boards, despite the terrors of my earlier sessions, in which I had promised myself I would never do it again. But again and again, I did." When not in use, the board was kept in a purple silk cloth and stored in his bedroom closet. It would also often go missing, sometimes for days on end. When checking back where he had placed it in order to set up and initiate a new session, the board would seemingly vanish, only to reappear at random times, as if it was the one calling the shots of when it could be seen and used. The years came and went, and the sessions on the mystical Ouija board continued. Darren, by this time, started inviting his friends to partake in the sessions, and although their sessions with him would prove he's not insane, it's of little consolation considering the tragedy they would seemingly manifest later on. Darren's best friend was a man by the name of Randy. The two had bonded over their love for the band AC/DC in high school and had been inseparable ever since. Randy's idol also being the late Bon Scott, whose lifestyle seemingly imprinted upon the youthful teens once upon a time, and perhaps would ultimately lead to the downfall of one of them. By now, Darren was living in his own apartment and working construction. At a job site he was on, he would make a strange but familiar discovery. As he was digging down into the earth, he found what appeared to be a jar. Upon picking it up to discard it, he wiped away the dirt and debris, only to be shocked by its familiar contents. Lo and behold, within the jar was a congealed and rotting blackbird, extremely similar, if not identical to the ones initially found alongside the Ouija board underneath his high school girlfriend's home all those years ago. It was particularly weird, not just because of this, but the fact that he had found it, digging down deep into the earth. He wondered, what were the odds of this? And although he had no way of knowing for sure, his gut began to tell him that there was some kind of witchcraft or occult expertise at play here. Perhaps someone or a group of people were knowingly contacting this entity known as Zozo, but for what remained to be known. One evening in 1985, Darren and Randy were relaxing at Darren's apartment when they decided to host a session on the Ouija board. Randy, more than anything, wanted to try and make contact with his late idol, Bon Scott. While wearing a Highway to Hell AC/DC shirt, Randy's intent was clear. The two dimmed the lights, lit a couple of candles, and began the session upon the board. They made contact within a few minutes. Once the planchette was moving, Randy exclaimed, "We want to talk to Bon Scott of AC/DC." With this sentence, the planchette seemingly obliged. It moved in circles, eventually spelling out AYEMATE. The two looked at each other in amazement. The entity was using Australian dialects. And for anyone who doesn't know, Bon Scott was Australian. After several more questions, both of the young men were convinced they were speaking with their idol. The spirit seemed to know every little detail to any question they asked. And during the session, the entity then made a strange request from the men. It asked them to light a cigarette and place it in the hole in the planchette. What proceeded to make both of them laugh also made them quite spooked as well. So they lit a couple cigarettes, one for each of them, and one for this entity. They took a few drags to keep it lit, and then placed it cherry side up in the planchette hole. The planchette then spelled out thanks. They then watched in utter amazement as the cherry of the cigarette lit up, as if Bon himself was taking puffs off of it. But this amusement was short-lived. Once the cigarette had seemingly been smoked, the planchette began to spell something very different. It spelled, "F you, Randy. I will have your soul, and I'll see you in hell. ZO. ZO." Terrified, the men quickly ended the session by saying goodbye and tossing the board outside the second-story apartment balcony door. Clearly scared and upset, Randy also didn't take kindly to threats. He began cussing out Zozo with complete and utter rage. The board would later be returned by his downstairs neighbor. And after this session, a series of lows for both of the men seemed to manifest in the years to come. Influenced by the lifestyle of his idol, Randy fell victim to alcoholism. He soon would lose his wife to divorce and have split custody with his son. And although many opportunities presented themselves for Randy to better his life, for one reason or another, he was always just too far away to be able to grasp them. He often said to Darren, "I feel like I'm in a prison, and I can't escape." For old time's sake, the two did one last Ouija board session together in 2005, in which Randy asked the board how he would die. The board responded, in a car, at night, alone. In 2007, after spending the evening with Darren, the last words he would say to him were, "Darren, I will see you in hell." The next morning, Darren received a phone call from Randy's girlfriend, Alicia, saying that Randy never made it home after he left. Instead, he had passed away in a violent head-on collision, ultimately passing away in a car, at night, and alone. This devastating passing, along with the frequent contact with the entity known as Zozo over the years, led to a fascination and borderline obsession with a search for answers for Darren Evans. During the time before and after Randy's death, he had been living in a home in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, that would become synonymous with the demon's name. It was here that the worst afflictions brought on by the entity would take place to him and his family. Darren's fascination with the occult led him to hanging onto and possessing multiple Ouija boards and other various occult objects. It was here that he began to study on a much more in-depth and organized basis, just trying to figure out who or what Zozo was. But this research would soon be interrupted. In this home lived himself, his wife Kathleen, and their young daughter at the time. During a session with his wife Kathleen one evening, while their daughter slept rooms away, Zozo would once again make itself present in their lives, but this time seemed to take possession of Darren. Kathleen trembled with fear and bated breath as something stared at her through Darren's eyes. Something that clearly wasn't human. He then turned violent, attempting to attack her. Fortunately for Kathleen, she was able to say goodbye and get away before any harm could be done to her. Several minutes later, Darren would come back to himself, with no memory of what had taken place. After this session, things seemed to escalate in intensity. Sounds began to wrap throughout the entire home, from knocking to hissing, footsteps and banging, all seemingly with no explainable origin. The family got so terrified that they sectioned off a particular bedroom upstairs, calling it their safe room. One night, however, not everyone was within the safe room. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of terror creeped upon Darren as he was trying to sleep. He rushed to the safe room to attempt to stop what he was feeling, but quickly realizing he couldn't leave his family behind, he rushed back out of the room in an attempt to gather them and bring them to safety as well. As he was heading towards the stairs, his daughter had heard his cries and was now at the foot of the stairs. It was here that Darren saw her being lifted by invisible hands into the air and carried away from him. Screaming for his child as she screamed for her father, Darren ran down the stairs as fast as he possibly could, but couldn't see her anywhere in sight. He then heard her muffled screams coming from the basement. At first, the door was locked and wouldn't open, but after adrenaline and brute force, Darren thankfully was able to open it. He then retrieved his hysterical child and brought her to the safety of the safe room. Once inside the room, the family huddled together in fear as they continued to hear movement and noises all throughout the house. After this abhorrent nightmare of a situation, the family knew they had to get out of the house. This situation and the many other paranormal experiences had led to a lifelong fascination for Darren Evans with the occult and finding out just exactly what Zozo is. But was it worth jeopardizing his family's safety? It took some time, but the family would soon relocate to another home. And once his family was safe, Darren was able to continue his deep dive into the unknown to try and track down and decipher just what this entity could be and where it came from. And although he knew the topic was vast, I think it went far deeper than he ever anticipated. Whilst trying to dig up more information, he posted his experiences to an old paranormal forum in 2009, and since then, many people have shared their experiences with a demonic force, many of which have been documented and compared by Darren himself on his website. But these experiences are not just a 21st or even 20th century phenomenon. They date back far older than that. Not every fine detail will be mentioned here, but I will do my best to list the most important details that I could find in regards to the origin of Zozo, according to Darren and other online sources. Zozo, in the Old Basque language, means blackbird or crow. The Zo people of Haiti practiced a form of voodoo whose rituals involve horrific scarification, as well as the intake and passing around of bodily fluids and bizarre rituals. Their witch doctors are called Zozo and wear demonic-looking masks. As part of their death ritual, when someone is passing away, they lift up the mask at the moment of death to take in the person's final breath. This is apparently done to absorb the soul of the person to gain more spiritual power. Zozo, also in the Malay language, is the same as it is in English, but it translates to wandering spirit, which is a spirit they believe to steal people's souls while they sleep, which is also bizarre because sleep is often considered the cousin of death. Zozo has been called the minister of deception. It is known to convince you that it is a deceased loved one or friend, or even someone you've idolized, when in reality, it's not. Sessions typically start out friendly and inviting, but soon turn malevolent and dangerous. During his research over the years, Darren made contact with and spoke to famous demonologist John Zaffis, who shared with him that in his experience of over 40 years of studying the demonic and paranormal, the name Zozo and other pseudonyms of its name kept coming up in his investigations, which too led him to seek answers as to what it could be. In some of those investigations, when questioned, the demon stated that it was the son of Satan himself. But Zaffis thinks, perhaps as with many deities that seem to be lurking in the shadows, Zozo could be an entity that's existed far before the founding of Christianity. Besides evidence showing up in Africa and Egypt, there's also evidence found linking Zozo to ancient Mesopotamia as well. Other names Zozo has gone by throughout the ages have been Zuzu, Zaza, and Mama, among many others. The name Zuzu could refer to Pazuzu, the famed demon from the film The Exorcist, which in reality was a demonic entity from ancient Mesopotamian religion. It's incredibly strange to note the following as well. Zozo was replaced in the story of the exorcism of Roland Doe when Peter Blatty was using it as inspiration to write The Exorcist. He changed Zozo to Pazuzu. Zozo is believed to be the demon that possessed Roland. It was described as a terrifying form that first appeared in the Neo-Assyrian period, roughly around 934 to 610 BC. It had a monstrous head resembling a fierce lion or a dog with horns, and had an emaciated human body with clawed hands, a scorpion's tail, and 2 sets of wings. One translation reads, "I am Pazuzu, the son of Hambu, king of the Lilu demons. I have scaled the powerful mountains. They trembled. The contrary winds were headed west. One by one, I broke their wings." Pazuzu and other demons like it were held responsible for ailments like disease, fetal death, nightmares, and much more. Could it be that this ancient demonic force is what could be plaguing people all the way into modern times? The demon Zozo is also mentioned in the French demonic encyclopedia as one of the demons responsible for diabolical possession and corruption. The possession of a young girl in 1816 is noted as a documented case where Zozo, among several other demons, were present. Other noteworthy possession cases over the ages, ranging closer to modern times, that bear Zozo's name, other than the exorcism of Roland Doe in the 1950s, are the possession of Doris Blither in 1972 in Los Angeles, the Enfield poltergeist incident in 1977 in the UK, and as recent as 2012, where a possession incident led to an attempted murder. Other theories with how this entity could communicate with so many people so quickly and across the globe over the years, besides supernatural ability of its own, would be that its own reach is perhaps being strengthened by an egregore, or a collective group of thought form created by occultists for a certain purpose. However, this seems unlikely considering the entity doesn't seem to serve any human interest, other than to destroy the person or people's lives it makes contact with. Egregores are typically formed to bring control over a summoned deity for the person or group's bidding. But perhaps instead there is a cult worshipping Zozo. I mean, that would make more sense to me. People who have made contact with the entity via a spirit or Ouija board have also been asked to chant or spell out phrases in Hebrew or Latin, which has convinced many of the intelligence of the being that they're speaking with. What is also interesting is that the letter Z was actually removed from the original Latin alphabet because it was considered too evil when pronouncing it. It was said that one's face would make a death's grimace, like that of a corpse, and that it mimicked the letter S, like an evil twin. Perhaps the entity uses this name as some sort of mocking, whether to God or something else. One may also ask, despite the origin theories and historical details that could be linked to this ancient demonic force, how would one know if they encountered such a thing? These are what's known as Zozo's calling cards when it's being summoned using a Ouija board. The obvious is there that the planchette will begin to move on its own, but some less obvious signs are there as well, and are as follows. The planchette will move in a rainbow pattern from side to side, spelling Z-O, Z-O, over and over again, also known as the rainbow effect. It can also move in repeating figure 8 movements, like an infinity sign. The planchette will spell out various versions of the demon's name, like Zozo, Zoso, Zaza, Zuzu, or Mama. You may also begin to see shadows moving around the area where you are hosting the session, like you're seeing through the thinnest sheet into a dark world that exists just behind your vision. And you and whoever you may be with may start to feel scared, uneasy, or upset, seemingly for no other reason, before or after this takes place. When you tell this entity goodbye, typically the best way to close a session, it may not truly be goodbye, because oftentimes, depending on how long the session has been for, like an ever-widening door, the entity may have had just enough time to sneak in to begin to wreak havoc upon your life. And thus begins what many demonologists and religious leaders alike call demonic obsession, which is where the entity becomes aware of you and begins to crave you, which then leads to oppression, where it begins to inflict various forms of torture upon you in an effort to break you down, whether that's physically, psychologically, or spiritually. It will also work to isolate you from others, especially those who care about you. And finally, if you're incredibly unlucky, possession, where the entity finally takes control of you as its vessel. All of which to me are absolutely terrifying, in every imaginable way. Darren Evans to this day continues to research the Zozo phenomenon, having been involved in a number of paranormal investigations, shows, and various other public and private events, as well as radio shows and podcasts, many of which he goes into various degrees of details regarding his encounters, other people's encounters, and other various historical details. He also in 2016 compiled his year's worth of research and experiences into a book, also titled The Zozo Phenomena, which you can read and learn more about the entity and the topic as a whole if you're interested. I'll link it below. I also pulled a lot of this information from various interviews, which I'll also be linking below, as well as an older website he runs that doesn't seem to have been updated in a while, but supplied me with much information to get the story as cohesive as I possibly could. I also sourced the photos of the apparitions from this site, some of which were taken by Evans himself over the years. So does this demon or ancient force truly exist? Is it some kind of elder god, a pre-Christian deity or being, or manifestation of occult or Luciferian practices? Did Darren Evans just make it up? And did thousands of people find it interesting enough to make up their own stories and partake in a mass charade that has lasted years? All of these answers may never truly be known, but my opinion is this. I think, not only given the wide array of strange coincidences and details throughout history, from the origins to the stories of this creature existing in distant past to the present, to literally thousands of people, from casual interest in the occult to more hardcore fanatics, religious scholars, demonologists, and more, claiming to have had experiences with this thing. With all of these details in mind, I certainly think it very well could be real. I do think there are things that exist in the shadows, things we can't see or touch, but that are there, watching and waiting to strike when and if the opportunity presents itself. So my advice to all of you, to avoid any possibility of opening a door that you can't close and inviting evil into your life, is this: don't mess with Ouija boards. These things are not toys, and whether you believe it or not, these entities do exist, and they believe in you. So keep away from them, because you might just let something in that won't want to leave, even if you say goodbye.
Lying dormant within the streets of suburbia, there is an unseen evil. Like a mouse falling into a pit of snakes, an unsuspecting family disturbed a slumbering force and became enshrouded in a fog of darkness. This is the untold story of the Bel Air House and the terrifying malevolent entities that dwell within its walls. Bel Air, Ohio, an area rich in history, was once known as Glass City, having once been a major glass production hub in the late 1800s. It is now known as the All-American Town, having been used in many Hollywood productions as a backdrop for lots of movies, some of which you've probably seen over the years. The town that epitomizes small America's daily life has long since moved past its industrial days and has become known for something else. On the outskirts of the town lies an old two-story Victorian home that has become famous over the recent years, both among locals as well as across the country, with some saying it could be the most haunted place in the United States, if not the world. This is a bold statement to say the least, but the countless visitors to the house have reported strange, disturbing, and unexplainable encounters within its antique walls. But just how did this story begin?
Where did the legend of the Belair house originate from? Let us first take a look at the home's dark history. Built in 1887 by a coal tycoon named Jacob Hetherington, the house sits adjacent from ancient Native American burial caves. It is also located where the scene of a massacre took place during the French and Indian War. It would sit on top of an active coal mine for years before. There was a major explosion that took place within the mine, killing multiple men working deep within the earth, directly underneath the house. Could the culmination of these tragic deaths have opened up a portal within the Belair house? A portal that allowed something to come through that wasn't supposed to be here. Shortly after this explosion is when the strange activity began. Jacob's son Alex moved into the home with his daughter Lyde, but was soon stricken with seizures and hallucinations. He would ultimately be committed to an insane asylum for the rest of his life, claiming that demons were trying to kill him. As time progressed, Lyde would take charge of the family business, being helped by her younger brother Edwin. Lyde would tragically and unexpectedly pass away one morning in the kitchen of the home. Edwin, now alone and grief-stricken, descended into mysticism and the occult in search of answers. He began to regularly host seances in the kitchen where his sister had passed away, to attempt to make contact with her on the other side, and it is believed that contact was indeed made, but with who or what is uncertain. In 2005, Kristen Lee and her family are desperate for a new home. Like a curse, for the second time in less than 2 years, a flash flood has destroyed their home and all of their possessions. Kristen, her 2 sons, Nicholas and Lane, along with their father, Hefe, have been fortunate enough to room with friends during this difficult time. Kristen has continued to try and get the family back on their feet and no longer wants to burden her friends with the boarding of her family. So she constantly checks the real estate listings, hoping to find a home that her and her family can finally settle down into. Given the circumstances, the family didn't have a big budget and would have to rebuild their lives from scratch. But soon, her determination seems to pay off. While at work, Kristen often browses real estate websites for new listings as well as foreclosures, and a new listing soon catches her eye. Recently foreclosed on, but now available for purchase, she lays eyes on the old Victorian home for the first time. Its 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms setup, along with plenty of room, would be perfect for her family. The price seems almost too good to be true for her budget as well. And although the listing lacks more details, it's like her prayers had finally been answered. But by what? Not wanting to lose the property, Kristen arranges a showing of the home as soon as possible, and before too long finds herself on the front steps of the Belair house. She is immediately taken in by the beautiful craftsmanship of the woodwork. The wraparound porch facing the Ohio River soon has her imagining peaceful evenings watching the water flow. Upon entering the home, she continues to be impressed. Old marble and cherry wood ordain the interior of the home, and it seems almost too perfect, like something straight out of her dreams. The family also has a dog named Bella, and the large fenced-in backyard is perfect for her to run in and the boys to play in. Dumbfounded by her luck, Kristen puts in an offer on the house that evening, and it's accepted the following morning. After 2 years of chaos and uncertainty, the Lee family can finally breathe again and start living a normal life. But just as all seems quiet and settled, the family begins to discover that the house is anything but normal. At first, upon hearing odd noises in the night, The family wrote off the sounds as nothing more than anxiety in an old house. Being slightly scared or anxious upon moving into a new place, particularly following a very uncertain time in one's life, is not out of the ordinary. But these sounds soon become too much to dismiss. They soon begin to hear footsteps at all hours of the day and night. Kristen would later describe the activity as so. I would hear footsteps above and sometimes below me, even when there was no one else home but me. And I always felt as if there were thousands of eyes staring at me at all times, watching my every move. Along with the strange noises, items soon begin to go missing. From keys to towels to trinkets. One moment they would be there, and within seconds, they would vanish. And Kristen isn't the only one experiencing strange happenings within the Belair house. At the time, her 12-year-old son Nicholas begins to experience a malevolent force that seems to dwell within his bedroom. At first, he too begins to feel as if he's being watched at all times, and it seems to get exponentially worse at night. He begins to have night terrors, feeling someone or something covering his mouth and nose, forcing him to suffocate. One night, he wakes up in a cold sweat. It's storming outside. Flashes of lightning occasionally light up the room. What he sees disturbs him to his core. In the corner of his room, towards his closet, as a burst of light fills the room, he sees a blackened figure staring at him and shaking profusely. The young boy is utterly terrified. Rushing out of his room as fast as he possibly can, he wakes up his mother and refuses to sleep there any longer. The boy is so hysterical, the only solution was to send him to his grandmother's house, located 30 minutes away. What makes this case all the more compelling is that Kristen has a master's degree in psychology and works as a mental health physician. With this, her professional opinion of what Nicholas had experienced was initially contributed to stress and fatigue, both common factors that tend to make the human mind see and experience things that aren't really there. And these probably could explain many similar situations, and most would agree. However, Kristen's view would soon undergo a radical change after one terrifying experience of her own. After months of strange happenings within the home, it was now winter, and the Lee family, still tight on finances, was sleeping in the basement near the fireplace to save money on the gas bill. Hefe was asleep in a recliner, and Lane as well as Kristen were asleep on the wraparound couch located in the corner of the room. All seemed normal until Kristen was woken up by the feeling of the couch cushion being pressed down near her legs. She then found herself face to face with a terrifying figure of a man staring directly at her. She would later describe the encounter as so. I woke up being face to face with this gray figure of a man. He was translucent, almost like a mist, but the mist had features, like a person. The face was completely emotionless and had dark sunken-in eyes. Kristen asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? What do you want?" But to no response, just a blank, lifeless stare. Within seconds, the apparition disappears. But before she can ponder what had just taken place, the silence is once again shattered. But by this time, it was the family dog Bella, who was barking and running around the room. Kristen, attempting to keep her family asleep through the ordeal, tries to quiet the dog down and notices that she can see her breath in the air. And although it's cold outside, it's not nearly that cold near the fireplace. She then sees the figure materialize once more and silently move from one side of the room and through the wall on the other side, vanishing completely. No longer wanting to face whatever this was alone, she woke up her husband and told him what had just taken place. His response, however, was that she was too tired and needed to go back to sleep. Could what Kristen had experienced been a stress or fatigue-induced hallucination? Perhaps, but someone with a professional background such as herself surely would know how to differentiate, wouldn't you think? Finally, knowing she's not crazy and totally convinced that the home was haunted, Kristen begins to try and make plans to get her family out of the Bel Air house and to safety elsewhere. As soon as she can, she puts the home up for sale and moves the family to a nearby rental home. Although she's relieved to no longer physically be in the house, no one is buying it. To try and cover expenses, she has no other choice other than to make the house a rental property. But almost as soon as the first family moves in, they move out. And this kickstarts a revolving door of tenants. Seemingly stuck with the house, Kristen comes to the conclusion that no family will or should live there. So what should be done with a haunted property? Needing to make ends meet, she comes up with a unique idea. She turns the home into an afterlife research property. This would allow various groups to come in and conduct their own research on just what exactly was taking place within the Bel Air house. And the idea works. Soon, groups from all over the United States and Canada are traveling to temporarily live within the home to conduct research. And from here, we gain some more interesting stories, to say the least. One group, who calls themselves the Armchair Researchers, from upstate New York, consists of two women, one being a birthing nurse, and the other a nurse who works with dying patients. They found paranormal and afterlife research to be a natural extension of their day jobs for the last 15 years. After hearing about the Bel Air house, they soon find themselves driving to Ohio to investigate the phenomena for themselves. First impressions tend to go a long way, and the first impression the women got upon their arrival was very creepy. The home by this point was in a moderate state of decay. The fence that had once surrounded the backyard was mostly blown down, and the exterior of the home, as well as the porch, was weathered and rotting. But despite the odd feelings initially, they make their way inside, and at first, they actually felt welcomed, almost invited in, greeted by the same cherry wood interior that has greeted everyone. But as soon as they set up their equipment and prepare for their stay, as day turns to night, there seems to be a shift in energy within the home. The shift went from warm and inviting to dark and ominous. Then began the noises: banging, footsteps, and the moving of furniture. The ladies also noted the feeling of being watched everywhere they went. While asking probing questions as they wandered throughout the house, they would soon also witness strange lights in various parts of the home. And along with the lights, there soon also came full-blown apparitions, all of which seemed to be centered around the basement. And as the night progressed, so did their feelings of anxiety. While taking a short break and sitting down on one of the couches in the basement, the two heard what they described as a large crashing noise above them, as if someone or something had thrown a bookshelf across the house itself, shaking the entire home. Absolutely terrified and panicked, the women apprehensively made their way up the stairs and rushed out of the home as fast as they possibly could, leaving behind equipment and personal items. They were too frightened to go back. Upon learning of what had taken place, Kristen wasn't at all surprised. Over the years, there had been dozens of teams of people who couldn't seem to last the night for one experience or another. People have been scratched, pushed downstairs, punched, bitten, and even in one instance, thrown across the room by a violent and unseen force. Another noteworthy story comes from a team located locally there in Ohio. They have had the opportunity to visit the home and conduct investigations numerous times over the years. But their experience in particular one night truly makes me question just what exactly haunts the Bel Air house. There was 3 of them this time, and it was shortly after midnight when they made their way into the attic to continue their investigation. During their questioning, they seemed to be getting direct interaction with something through their spirit box. Then, towards the corner of the attic, a mist seemed to materialize, coming up from the attic floor, slowly enveloping the group. Glancing down, they were now too stunned to speak. They saw what appeared to be thousands of black snake-like creatures slithering over their feet and onto their legs. The creatures then began to form a figure standing in front of one of the attic windows, a creature of pure darkness that seemed to stare at them with thousands of tiny, beady eyes. The crew, which consisted of 2 men and a woman, ran for their lives, descending the attic stairs as quickly as possible, leaving behind anything and everything that they had brought with them that wasn't located on their person, and out of the home for good. All of these stories and experiences have led many to believe that the Bel Air house is some kind of magnet for paranormal activity. A magnet or a host to a portal for spirits. Whether that portal was opened by the tragedy that took place within the mind that once existed below its foundation, or one that was opened due to seances being conducted within the house on multiple occasions. But over the years, many different entities have been documented, from what appear to be human ghosts to perhaps something more sinister. One such entity goes by the name of Emily Davis. It is believed that Emily Davis was a child that drowned in the Ohio River that flows right by the home. Her room is allegedly the same room that Kristen's son Nicholas once stayed in. And besides the basement, it also seems to be a hotspot for paranormal activity. Through various investigations, once contact has been made and trust seems to be gained, people are often attacked, which have led many to believe that Emily isn't a child at all, but a demon. Perhaps it could be the same demonic creature that frightened Nicholas so bad that he moved out of the home, as previously mentioned. Many investigators also have claimed to have some activity follow them home, and even haunt their dreams, as if the house or the beings within the house are calling out to them to come back for one reason or another. Although many questions may never be answered surrounding the Bel Air house, one thing is for certain. It continues to be considered one of the most haunted places in America, if not the world. It also continues to serve as a place of study for those wanting to investigate the supernatural forces that dwell within its walls. But if you find yourself being drawn to the old Victorian, just know that if you're not careful, you too could find yourself being made a part of its history, whether you like it or not.
Over the years, I've covered a wide array of mysteries, from the Mothman to UFOs, conspiracies to cold cases. And one topic that seemed to resonate more with all of you, and one that I've always found fascinating, is hauntings. Whether that's haunted places, haunted people, or experiences that people have had that they would consider paranormal in nature. So today, I'm trying something new. And don't worry, this is adding content here on Mystery Archives, so there will still be episodes of The Untold Story for you to enjoy. Those just take a good chunk of time to produce. So, in between those episodes, I'd really like to share stories from you guys, the community, to bring awareness that these kinds of experiences really do happen. And having grown up in a haunted home myself, I know that oftentimes people are hesitant to share their stories for fear of ridicule
or for fear of whatever they've experienced flaring up again and reigniting their personal nightmare. This platform will hopefully give their stories justice, have them heard, and give you a glimpse into what people like yourselves have experienced. These are your paranormal encounters. When a young family encounters the devil in the flesh. Told from the perspective of a young girl, this terrifying tale will have you questioning just what could be happening across the street from you, next door, or even in your very own home. I was almost 7 when these events took place, and I'll be 40 later this year. I lived in the Glendale Apartments in Rock Hill, South Carolina. My baby brother at the time wasn't quite even a year old. Now, my mom was young when she had me at 17, and my stepdad Keith was exactly 2 months to the day older than her. My mom has been gone for 14 years now, but I still remember this day like it was yesterday. We had left to get dinner that night, and by the time we had gotten back, Keith was passed out in the front seat of his little hatchback Mustang in the parking lot. This was the first of 2 that would find themselves wrapped around trees in my town. Keith was suffering from what would later be diagnosed as schizophrenia with bipolar tendencies, and had seemingly been self-medicating to alleviate his symptoms. Since he was asleep, my mom urged me not to wake him, as I helped her get my infant brother at the time out of the car and into our apartment. As we began to wind down for the evening, our phone began to ring, shattering the calm peace that was our lives. It was Keith's mom, Mary. She lived on the other side of the complex, which mostly housed old people and people with disabilities. She sounded panicked, screaming that something was happening in her apartment and that she needed help immediately. My mom rushed to go wake Keith up out in the parking lot, but upon running up to the car, he was nowhere to be found. She rushed back into our apartment, saying that she couldn't find Keith, when he suddenly appeared in the hallway, and neither of us had seen him come into the apartment. He seemed completely out of it and was terrified, saying that something was taking him over and that he couldn't control himself. I saw his eyes. They were black. My mother didn't have time to deal with or process his antics and gathered us to walk to his mother's apartment in the meantime. As we rushed over there as fast as we could, I remember getting a skin-crawling feeling every time Keith looked at me, like it was something completely foreign to this world, peering into my soul. We arrived and were quickly let into Mary's apartment. Her lights were flickering, and her pictures were swaying back and forth on the walls. A heavy presence could be felt by all of us. Mary was deeply religious and couldn't understand just what was taking place, but she believed it to be evil. Keith was now standing in the living room and began to sway back and forth as the activity seemed to intensify. As my mother approached him to ask what he was doing, he began to laugh. This was the deepest, most maniacal laugh I have ever heard, and I still get chills thinking about it. This voice was not his own. My mother quickly backed up, unsure of what to do, and he then began to point at me, saying, "I'm going to sacrifice that child tonight." His eyes were now blood red. Mary, by this time, had grabbed some of her belongings from her room and happened to have some blessed oil along with her Bible. She threw the oil on Keith's face, and it began to boil. The sound of sizzling and screaming was horrific. My mother's love for Keith quickly overpowered her fear, and she pulled him into the bathroom to examine his face. She was freaking out, to say the least, partially because of how unbelievable the circumstances were and just how badly he was burnt on his face. His eyes at this point were rolled into the back of his head. Then suddenly, without warning, he rushed my mom and pinned her against the wall. His younger sister Nikki and his mother quickly rushed in to help free her, with Mary dumping more oil on him. Each time, his skin literally sizzled where it landed. This fortunately worked. Keith now lay catatonic on the bathroom floor, so altogether, us girls moved him into a nearby bedroom and restrained him to the bed using anything we could find for our own safety. Shortly after we did this, his mother called the nearby oratory and asked for a priest to assist us immediately. Nikki, who was a teenager at the time, was trying to comfort me, telling me that Keith was just really sick and not to be scared. She encouraged me to try and get some sleep, and I, of course, couldn't and wouldn't. I didn't dare close my eyes for fear of that thing hurting my mom. In this room with Keith was a picture of Jesus kneeling on top of a mountain. I heard Keith laughing in that otherworldly voice. He called out to me. He said, "You know, little girl, I used to be an angel with the most beautiful wings, until that bastard was born. Then I was cast from atop that mountain and banished." I asked, "Who are you? The devil?" He perked up, looked me dead in my eyes, and said, "I am Lucifer, the light bringer, here in the flesh. I'm not only taking Keith with me, but all of you as well. Now, untie me." I ran hysterically to my mother, who was having a cigarette to calm her nerves. She ran into the room to comfort him. When he said, "Do you want to see proof?" and against her will, my mother then extinguished the cigarette into his arm, with Keith exclaiming, "It feels so good. You'll have to adjust to the searing flames, but in due time, you too will call it home." She then rushed out of the room and closed the door. We waited with bated breath for the priest to arrive, when shortly after 3 a.m., there was a knock on the door. Thank God, it was him. For the next several hours, they attempted to cast this thing out of Keith. Probably for the best, they kept me in the living room, away from the demonic terror that was inhabiting his body. But my God, the smells that wafted throughout the complex, like putrid meat and sulfur. I soon also heard moaning and growling from dogs that didn't exist. There was a strange fog that had enveloped the apartment itself, and a strange flickering light that now emanated from the room where the exorcism was taking place. I began to close my eyes and pray to God harder than I had ever prayed before, wanting and wishing for all of it to end. When suddenly, it did. Keith had seemingly been freed of these spiritual shackles, and although I was terrified, I was more than wanting to finally get some sleep. So after the priest departed and all seemed fine, we slowly made our way back home through the damp, misty morning that was now upon us. Upon arriving home and heading inside, we all began to make our way to our bedrooms to try and sleep. I found myself in my bed, comfy, and finally about to rest, when I felt my bed shake. I quickly opened my eyes to find my bed off the floor, and my bedpost balls screwed off, each one in the corner of each post, floating there. I screamed harder than I've ever screamed before, alerting my mother, who rushed to save me. Upon her running in, my bed suddenly slammed to the ground, and my bedpost balls all fell to the floor. The events of that night and the following morning can never be forgotten by me and my family. For the next year and a half, we dealt with similar smells wafting throughout our apartment, unseen snarls and growls, and a feeling of anxiety, as if our every move was being watched. But thank God, it all eventually faded. I had since asked Keith how he came to be in that state, but I could never really get a clear answer. He often drank moonshine and was in a bad state mentally and spiritually at the time. Perhaps this weakened him enough to let something in, somehow. I've since moved on from that place, but heard something very interesting that I'd also like to share in regards to it. This was the apartment we lived in, and a young boy mysteriously passed away within it not too long ago. The details of the case are hard to find, but I believe he was about as old as I was when everything had taken place to us. There has also been multiple shootings, stabbings, and murders that have taken place near and in the complex itself. It seems like whatever possessed Keith and stalked us maybe never truly left. I'm glad to share my story with all of you, and I just want you to know that these things are very real. The paranormal is real. And please, do not meddle with it, because you just don't know what you could be inviting in. This energy, this evil, wanted my soul, and it seems like it may have taken multiple lives in pursuit of whatever nefarious things it wanted. Leia. I would like to thank Leia for submitting this chilling story of an exorcism that took place to her stepfather when she was a child. The entire situation must have been terrifying to endure, to say the least, and I commend her for being willing to share this with us and warn others that these things are very real indeed. I also believe it's important to bring awareness to these kinds of topics for a number of reasons. I am curious just how Keith became possessed, however, and if it was truly by Lucifer himself, or something pretending to be him. All around, a terrifying tale from Leia. Upon laying her head down to sleep, a young woman is seemingly transported to another time or place, where she interacts with malevolent spirits. This one may just make you wonder if the very same has ever happened to you. One hot Saturday morning in 2001, my ex-husband Dean and I went to the grocery store. By the time we returned home and put everything away, it was almost noon. I prepared some lunch for us, and by 2 p.m., I announced that the heat had made me feel so very tired and that I would need to lie down. Dean would go on to watch TV with the volume on low, and I closed the bedroom door. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I went out like a light. Then in what seemed like only 5 minutes later, I was woken up by a lady speaking beside my bed. It was as if she was addressing another person, but yet in a crystal clear voice across the room. She said something along the lines of, "Don't disturb her, let her sleep." This startled me. I immediately sat up in my bed and I looked around, but saw nothing. I knew I wasn't dreaming, as the voice was real, and yet spoke at an audible enough level even to wake me up. Regardless, whether a dream or real, I was too exhausted and quickly fell asleep again. Now this is where things took a stranger turn. I felt my soul leave my body. It rose up to where the wall met the ceiling. I crossed through the wall and into another place in time. I was no longer within my home, but found myself in a scene from the 18th century. It was similar to watching a black and white film, but in varying shades of gray. I saw a few people who were extravagantly dressed and wore coiffed and powdered wigs, sitting on a plush divan and some armchairs. They sat almost motionless by a small low-lying table. Only the woman slowly looked about, but nobody seemed to notice me. I looked to my left and saw a couple standing still, arms held in an arch above in the air, hands touching, poised, as if waiting for music to start for their dance. I looked past them and saw a few men, one at each small table just sitting quietly and motionless. Then I looked to my right, past the few people I initially saw, and looked in awe at the sight before me. I realized I was in a vast hall as far as the eye could see. I saw no other people, and the next thing I knew, I was back in my body, seemingly asleep, yet aware of my surroundings. I was made aware of the large crowd of people outside of my bedroom door. The sound was similar to what you would hear in a crowded bar, many people talking amongst themselves. However, there was one woman's voice that could be heard slightly above the rest of the crowd. I didn't pay it any special attention, as I wasn't focusing on anyone in particular, nor catch what she had said. And what was only a moment later, that same voice was louder and closer this time, just on the other side of my bedroom door. Although I paid a little more attention now, what she said was still indiscernible, and the voice was yet to be one that I recognized, a voice belonging to a stranger. In what seemed just another moment again, she opened the door, stepped into my room, and then shut the door behind her. I laid frozen in my bed, unable to move. Yet, I felt real terror at this point. Although I couldn't move at all, my eyes were fixed atop of the wall. Somehow, with my mind's eye, I saw her. It was my mother, who had passed away 21 years earlier. She wore a long white shroud, which I never got to see her in, but I knew that she had been buried in one. By now, I was totally terrified. I wanted to scream out for help. Better still, to get out of there. But I wasn't able to move a muscle. I watched my mother pace to and fro, past the foot of my bed, in absolute rage. She was so angry with me. She was literally spitting mad while she was scolding me. Never had I seen her this angry. The one thing I did notice, once my mother's spirit had entered the room, was that while my eyes were fixed near the ceiling, it was within my range of sight that I'd seen a soft, white, gaseous ball of light appear to my right at the corner of the ceiling. It was about the size of a basketball, though not quite as spherical. It was so very slow moving, like a swirl of white smoke within itself. Somehow I felt like it was protecting me from this evil, like a guardian angel. Once my mother was done raging at me, she faced the door and held the door slightly open. She paused and told me that I'd be dead by midnight tonight. She then shut the door behind her and left. As soon as she was out the door, the ball of light had dissipated too, and I felt instant relief. I looked at the clock, and it was now 3 p.m. All of this strangeness took place in the space of one terrifying hour. I still don't know if that was the spirit of my mother or something evil imitating her. All I know is that I jumped out of bed and rushed to the lounge room, telling Dean what I had seen, though I didn't mention my mother's parting words. Dean wasn't remotely interested. He only mumbled as I interrupted him watching his program. Well, that was the end of the nap I wasn't quite able to get. As evening approached, I constantly glanced at my watch. Although we retired for the day at about 10 p.m., that night I was fearful, yet resigned to my fate. I hadn't told a soul about my mother's message, in case it tempted fate. On waking the next morning, I couldn't have felt more relieved and thrilled to still be alive. Now that it felt safe to do so, I told Dean and later my neighbor about it all. They showed me the goosebumps on their arms and expressed fear as I recounted my experience. This was 22 years ago, and I still think of that day and the sheer terror that it brought me. It's a day that I can never forget. Johanna. That story was chilling, Johanna. I too am curious if it was some kind of spirit impersonating your mother, or if it was somehow her. The detail of what she was wearing also happened to be what she was buried in. Literally gave me goosebumps. So thank you so much for sharing your story and continuing to bring awareness to these topics. A young man seemingly interacts with his grandmother, who has long since passed away. But he isn't the only one that sees and feels her presence. This was in reference to watching one of my videos. Watching this video reminded me of something that's been going on in my house. My wife's grandmother died before we got together, and her son was the last person